Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. What's going on? What's going on? Welcome to a Independence Day, 4th of July, Aaron O stream early in the morning because I want to stream in the morning because I'm awake. I am awake. I am awake. And, uh, you know, I've been thinking about a lot of stuff. So, who better than to come through and hang with everybody that I enjoy talking to? What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Oh, I see my guy, Team Fatty's in the building. Fatty, why ain't you sleep? What time is it in Portugal? Mm, Let me look it up. What time is it in Portugal? Let me see here. Because it don't make no sense. He should be asleep right now. They don't make no sense. Oh, okay. It's 4:09 p.m. in Portugal. So, okay. I mean, he don't really sleep that much anyway, because I no, he be working way harder than me. He out his mind. I don't have two kids, it's actually five kids by six baby mamas. Technically, my math ain't mathing, but that's how it actually worked. But shout out to Team Fatty, they in the building. What's going on? I got the GBG gang in the building. I'm not sure what this CBC is. I gotta keep my eye out for this CBC thing. I don't know if this is like ops or I don't know what they own. So I'm keeping my eye out for them. I don't know what they own. Y'all keep your eye out for this CBC. I've been seeing that a few times. I don't. Is that the counter? Nah, we gotta watch them. We gotta watch them. Absolutely, we have to watch them. And shout out to Miss Doris, support payment. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate you. Miss Doris is definitely always holding us down. She be going off in the chat. I enjoy it. I love it. But But yeah, happy fourth. Hope everybody's doing well. Hopefully, you guys get a chance to spend time with your families. If you're an incel like myself, those chances are pretty low. Six actually, I bumped my incel rate up just a tad bit. I was at a strong 65% clip, but now I boosted my incel rank up to about 70%. I'm becoming less and less uh I don't know. I don't want to say friendly, but I just becoming more incelish. If that's a word, I make it up on the spot. I enjoy the seclusion away from all these crazy people. I don't like crazy people, and I like being away from them. I like my distance. I like my separation. I'm for all the segregation, all of it. I like it all, right? And so this morning I woke up probably like 3 hours ago. It doesn't matter what day. I probably wake up around the same time. So about like 3 hours ago, roughly. And I was thinking about my stream the other day, which I think it was a phenomenal stream. Personally, I thought we had a really, really good stream. I thought I hit on some really good points when it comes to is marriage, um, is does marriage currently fit present day society, right? So if you guys missed that stream, it's a really good one. Definitely go and check it out. And then I woke up this morning and I said, it's Independence Day. What does that mean? What does that mean? We all know we're getting Kojak. What up, bro? Uh, what does it really mean? And I start to think about all the conversations we have on these panels, all the beef, all the drama that's going on, the entertainment aspect, the information, the good information, the bad stuff, the good stuff, all of it included. And I just said, you know what? I'm gonna talk about it. I saw a video that I didn't really touch on in depthly that I wanted to, uh, and just a lot of things. So I said, I'm gonna just have an open discussion. I'm not gonna limit the conversation. I'm gonna see where it takes you. Because when you're conversing with people, it's best to allow them to be creative and push a conversation all different type of ways. It's my job to reel it in. If I don't necessarily like where they're leading the conversation, but I do believe in letting people get their thoughts out. Uh, one of the reasons why I adjusted Fight Club's rules was I didn't like personally how I was seeing people pigeonholed and having one arm tied behind their back because there were certain things that they couldn't do, or they can't talk about this, but then this person could talk about this because this is not a protected thing. So I said, no, you got to take the gloves off. I see it being an unbalanced thing, and so I want to balance it up. Uh, and I think overall, what is going to happen is you're going to see people going to say what they want to say with the more freedom to do some, and you guys get to make your assessments that way, as opposed to restricting somebody from saying things and you never knowing what they truly want to say. So there's a lot that went into that. Hey Renee, what's going on? Jabba, what up? Sean, what up? What up? Bear in the building. K, what up? I think Lindora's in here. What's going on? That's one of the reasons why I had to adjust that. And then a lot of stuff in the space. I like the good and the bad of life. My view and lens of life is very uniquely different from most people. I see things differently. I think differently. Uh, I have a level of tolerance. I have a level of patience. I have a level of understandings, and I have a level of ignorance. So I'm not unaware of a lot of those stuff. And so I think what happens is a lot in this space is the negativity that exists. People are so mad. Why so negativity must exist for you to identify positivity? You can't have good without bad. There must be some level of balance in life. I don't go into life thinking life supposed to be positive. I don't go into life thinking life is supposed to be negative. I think life happens to you and you decide how you react to it. Now, level of experience that you get from making bad decisions, ignorant decision, and how you adjust is what separates you as a person, as a man, as a woman, as a child, etc. That's what separates people. Not trying to get rid of negativity, not trying to get rid of pessimistic thoughts or I only want optimism around me. I only want happy go people. No, I want everything. I don't want to take away what life has given us. Because for all of the bad things in life, there are a lot of really good things in life. And let me just tell y'all the truth. If y'all really don't like negativity, you can you can just live in positivity. You can just only be around the most positive environments. You can only be around the most positive people. That is all within your choice. All within your choice. What sparked this stream today is I saw a clip from Dr. Umar Johnson on the Daily Wrap Up crew, and I know people have talked about some of it, and it just rubs me the wrong way listening to some of the things that are said. Now, people have a right to say them. You have a right to listen or not listen or respond, not respond, care or don't care. We all have our own decision. We all have our own rights. And so I got to thinking, I said, there's not really much wrong with the community. I said, this whole time we've been arguing. Shout out to my guy, BLB. This whole time we've been arguing, right? We've been arguing. Oh, the community this, the community is that, right? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I am I am really self-critical of myself, right? I don't hold anybody to a standard higher than myself. If I'm not doing nothing, I don't expect for another man to do it, right? And I don't get to complain if I'm not doing it. If I'm not fixing the community, if I'm not doing this, if I'm not building schools, if I'm not building hospitals, if I'm not becoming a doctor, I don't blame nobody else for not doing it, right? I put the standard on myself and I don't put anybody above that because I think that's dumb and it's ignorant because the most control you have in life is over yourself. Now, once you get a level of influence, you can influence people. But when it comes to control, the most control you'll ever have in life is over yourself, over your own actions. Now, you can't necessarily control how people perceive you. Now, some of us learn how to adjust to public perception, but you can't necessarily control how people are going to perceive you. That's why people have people that hate them, dislike them, indifferent to them, because that's your decision. That's how you view me through the lens of your own eyes. And there's not much I can do about that. So I woke up in a positive mindset. I'm honestly through all the difficult things that exist in life, right? And I don't I used to be a very, very negative, pessimistic person, right? And it was solely based upon my understandings of the world, my age, my ignorance, and my environment, right? I was relatively smart, and I don't mean academia, right? But what I lacked in academia, I got in real life abilities. I have a different education than the people that are the most educated, right? I'm educating myself daily and often in the life, right? Uh, and I say that to say this. I don't care if black men get more education or get more degrees. I don't care if anybody gets more education or more degrees. You know, the only thing I genuinely care about at this point in my life is how people treat people. How people treat people. Like, let me give you an example. Uh, Shindy Alex says, Aaron, are you a gang member? Uh, Depends on your definition of a gang. I got a whole gang in Fight Club. Got a whole gang in Fight Club. I got a whole gang on the Aaron O show. So it depends what your definition of it. I don't look at it as necessarily a negative in just in general statement. So it's for you to determine if I have a gang or not. But in the negative connotation in which how you describe it, I would say probably not. Probably not. So I've been extremely positive in life. And it honestly, coming from somebody that comes from a background where negativity is all around you and it's easy to draw you in. It's very, very easy to draw you into this negativity, right? Uh, I was fortunate to grow up. I'm an 80s baby, grew up in the 90s technically, right? Unfortunately, we had to make it through the 80s. But I was fortunate that at that time, we didn't have this huge invention of computers and cell phones. And I learned a certain level of communication skills that are invaluable in today's time. They're invaluable. Listening to women, listening to men speak, listening to what women say men can't do. Outside of making money and being broke, because that's just me. I I don't care. I don't care. I'm not trying to impress none of these women on YouTube. I'm not trying to impress people in real life. So I don't care if I'm broke and you know about it. It doesn't bother me, right? But outside of being broke, because women gonna always tease me for that, and men gonna definitely step on me and throw their money at me and all that stuff. I don't care. But outside of that, I got some really, really invaluable skills in life. And I'm very fortunate because I got to use my eyes, right? I got to use my eyes to see the world around me, and I got to see some of the most dangerous people in my environment and interact with them. And you know the hardest part about being around some of the most dangerous people in the 90s, right? If you guys look up, right? For those of you who don't know, I'm from San Francisco, California. Was raised in Bayview Hunters Point, right? We don't necessarily call it like that. We call it the Point. We got a bunch of different names, but if you really go look up the history and the violence that exists and things like that, man, it's so different now. And what I've learned is that as I reflect, you actually talk to some of the most dangerous people, what you guys were perceived as dangerous people, violent people. And what you find out is if they're not currently in a violent state of mind, which you kind of have to always be prepared to, these are some of the most regular human beings that exist. They just have a capability of going nuclear with their violence. And you humanize them. This is why it's so hard to separate yourself from the hood. When you battling that point of, do I go to the hood? Do I keep it real? Do I get out, never return? That balance is so difficult because you feel phony, you feel fake because the hood made you. The hood helps shape how you see this world. It helps shape you. So you feel a level of disloyalty when you kind of turn your back on the hood, when you like, man, I love the hood, but I just can't go there no more. It's so dangerous, even though I can navigate in it and it may not be necessarily dangerous for me, but it is dangerous for me, right? It's a difficult balance. Normal No says that's a dumb point. Well, I mean, it's my point, Normal Nerd. You may disagree. That's your God-given right to disagree with me. And what happened was you start to humanize people and you start to see them outside of just the tendencies that other people see them in a violent way, right? And that exists with you as life continues to go on. So as I woke up this morning, right, and I realized I've done like a whole 360 when it comes to positivity in life, right? I have less of a pessimistic mind because I do believe that the fact that I'm more prepared to do things that I don't want to do. I'm more prepared to do things that I'm uncomfortable doing. I'm willing to take risks. I'm willing to jump in the dangerous zones in order to get on the opposite side of fear, right? So, like me and Lou was talking the other night, and Lou says fear is a good thing, right? And in a general statement, I disagree with him, but also in a general statement, I agree with him, right? It's kind of like a fear is a good thing and it's a bad thing. The way you identify both is how you respond to fear. Do you embrace fear? Do you run from fear? Do you cower? Right? How you respond to the fear that you have is what determines whether fear is good or bad. So, for example, I believe you should embrace fear, challenge fear head on. But that does not mean, and let's be clear, because this is going to be a huge distinction for y'all that don't understand what I'm saying right now. I'm going to paint the picture so clear. Just because you're fearful does not mean it's dangerous. Be very wary of danger. Stay far away from danger to the most degree, but do not cower when you feel fear, embrace it, challenge it, and conquer it. But that don't mean confuse fear for danger, because a lot of times people think those are the same thing, and they're not. Embrace the fear, embrace what you're afraid of, and attack it. Get on the other side of fear. If you on this one side and you nervous and you scared and what, get on the other side of it. Get on the other side of fear. But that does not mean get on the other side of danger. I'm not promoting you to attack danger head on. No. If you identify danger, stay away. Stay away. And unfortunately, that comes with identifying the dangers that exist in the hood. And it's not necessarily a fear component that keeps you from the hood. It's an understanding of the dangers that exist in the hood. And it hurts. It hurts knowing that you acknowledge danger exists, and there are people that can live in dangerous environments, but you shouldn't want to be that person. You shouldn't want to be that person. So let's bring it up to speed, right? So I woke up, positive mindset. I've been in a groove, right? Life has been extremely difficult for me. And I mean just in the last year and a half or two, right? There's been a lot of obstacles that I have to endure, right? And I gotta do it with a smile on my face. I got a job to do that I go to daily. I got a job to do on the internet. I have people to interact with. I have people to respect. I have people to support. Uh, it's really difficult, but I embrace it because I don't believe life was supposed to be easy. I don't believe it's supposed to be easy. I don't believe life was supposed to be hard. Life is what you make it. And unfortunately, when you acknowledge that life is what you make it, you start to either like yourself more or dislike yourself because you understand who you are as a person. You're not somebody that can create the environment for you to like your life. You might not be in a position for you to create the environment for you to stop disliking yourself. When you look in the mirror, you go, man, I'm not able to do the things that I want to do. I'm not able to think the way that I want to think. I'm not as smart as I want to be. Well, all those things are in your control. And if you want information, you can go attain it. If you want to be kind, if you want to be considerate, if you want to be nice to people, you can do it. It's all a choice. It's all a choice, right? It's the options that we select in life. These it's all within your control. And what sucks and what hurts so bad is when you guys finally realize that, when you finally realize life is within your control, it brings a level of depression to you. When you start to realize the things that happen to you in life, how you respond is your fault, whether positive or negative, or neutral or indifferent. It's your fault. You have the power, whether you put yourself in that environment, whether somebody comes into your environment, whatever the case is, you are the variable in your own life. You're the constant. You're the controllable. You have to understand that. So I woke up today and I said, man, these conversations that we're having, uh, I go to every conversation that I have when I'm interacting with somebody in a good faith thing. I mean, Fatty talks about it all the time. Are we doing this in good faith? And I'm like, if he don't ask me that because he knows that I do, but I find a lot of people are not. And so what the reason why I'm so patient is because I truly am trying to understand where somebody's coming from. I'm truly trying to understand a person's mindset. Why? Because most people don't care about nobody else besides themselves. Look, the greatest thing you can do in life is to care about someone. You don't have to give them nothing. Time and presence is the most valuable thing that you have control over. Time and your presence, right? When I stop worrying about material things, right? When I stopped thinking that that was going to make my life better, hey, I get this, I can get a Ferrari, or if I ever get a Ferrari, if I get a mansion, all these things, right? And I can't get any of those things, at least not yet, right? But I don't care, right? If you just take things on a case by case, I get a Honda, maybe I get a Mercedes. And if you get a Mercedes, you get like there's tiers to everything. But when you realize if you don't need none of it, do you realize how happy you become when you realize I don't need none of that stuff? Boy, I tell you, I don't know what y'all talk about in the chat, but I don't understand people coming to my channel and want me to speak like they want me to speak. I'm not gonna do it. That stuff is madly confusing. But you know what? Everybody is welcome here because I don't believe in having an echo chamber. If you want to insult me, do it. If you think I'm dumb, say it. I don't care. It's not gonna bother me. Let me tell you something. The opinions that you have, or it's not going to change my current predicament. Oh, look, let me give you an example, right? My guy podcast talk about it all the time. Money, right? Because I don't have any money, my word don't listen. Somebody else having money don't benefit me. It don't benefit me. So if you come to me and say I get money, good for you. Don't that money that you have is not a benefit to me. So I don't make the decisions that I do based upon money. I don't treat people differently based upon money. Now, in business, you absolutely should treat people differently based upon money, depending on how your business model works. That's just true understanding of business. On a personal level, never, ever, ever, ever treat anybody different based upon money. You treat people different based upon your principles and the character of the person that you're dealing with. It's a case by case situation. It's a case by case situation. Shout out to my brother Sharon. He says the wife and I just finished a 10K race. Happy for it, bro, to you and your family, bro. I see why you've been shaving a lot because you was sweating. Yeah, and if you look, I don't know how the weather is where you at right now, but you finished a 10K. I don't know. Send me the video footage. I don't believe you. I don't believe. I think your wife and your kids finished, but I don't know about you. I don't know if you finished. I need to see the video footage. I don't know. Nah, but shout out to my guy Sharon. So I woke up thinking about the conversations, and I'm starting to really struggle with just how bad of a predicament the so-called black community is in. Because I'm not even confident enough to believe, based upon my understanding, is that the community is in a bad place. And I know that sounds mad crazy, but I'll give you the examples. Violence exists everywhere. These so-called Pookies and Ray Rays exist every community. Degenerates exist everywhere. I think society is where it currently stands. The good, the bad, the negative, etc., is where it currently stands. So when I hear people like Dr. Umar speaking about it, which he has every right to do so, right? I go to being critical of it, of course. And I go to think, is he just is he just doing this stuff because he can? Because he's articulate, because he's educated, because he's so well spoken. That's his skill, right? And slick talkers, manipulative people with education, with a level of knowledge that other people don't, people gravitate towards them. And people think that, oh, they must be saying something truly, truly we should listen to them. And I'm not here to tell you guys who you guys should listen to. You all make the determination for your own life. But don't you guys realize that we are the only community with figureheads that talk about fixing the community? We are the only community when you can think of a group of people that are always talking about that we need to fix the community. We got names for these people. We get to highlight these people. But when we think of other communities, right? When I ask people all the time, who are these people that are national television all the time talking about the things to fix their community? Who are these people? What you find is that when we talk about races of people, right? We're the only group. Now, when you guys start talking about uh preference and LABCs and all these things, community, yeah, they have a community in which they advocate for, but it's not race based. It's not race based. We're the only race based community where we have leaders that are advocating to fix the community. When I ask y'all, because I do it all the time, I say, well, who are the Chinese leaders? Where they at though? Who are the ones that are saying we need to fix our community? Who are the white leaders? Normal nerd, I'm going to acknowledge what you're saying, brother. I said, and I'm going to be very clear, I'm having trouble believing that there's actually an issue. I'm not saying that it's not. I said I'm having trouble with it. Now, if you present, now you can look, you can hit the link. The link is pinned to the top of the chat, right? I understand some of you guys are very much chat warriors, uh, chat stars, and all these things. But when you challenge men who are willing to put their face on public display with their opinions and views in which they can get fired from their job, never ever get a job, and you challenge them, but you do so behind the guise of being able to hide in disguise. Now, it's your choice, but you have to understand that your words, your thoughts do not come with as much strength as someone that is willing to stand, to speak, to be visible, and deal with the consequences that come with it. It's not the same. So, Norman, you can keep challenging me, but you're going to have to disprove what I'm saying. You're going to have to disprove what I'm saying consistently as we go down a list of things. I don't know if you're going to be able to do so. See, what happens is what you hear people say is these other communities talk about what has been done to them. Oh, this has happened in our history. We were discriminated against, et cetera, et cetera. What do they? But they don't talk about fixing the community. They don't talk about fixing the community. It's going to be, they don't talk about it, right? Now, I see Daryl Long is here. Daryl Long took a picture with Dr. Umar Johnson. He's a big fan of Dr. Umar Johnson, okay? Now, I'm highly critical of Dr. Umar Johnson because my personal opinion is his business is just talking about the Black community. No problem with it at all. Absolutely no problem. I actually think he's very, very intelligent. I think he does a really good job at being able to take a thought and create a image and then disseminate it to the people. That's somewhat that's something some of the greatest leaders have always done. Some of the greatest speakers that we've ever had, the Martin Luther Kings, the MLKs, the Farrakhan, like some of the most greatest inspirational leaders have such power, right? To me, the best speaker I've ever heard is Farrakhan. For me, when I sit back and I listen and I watch his mannerisms and I watch how stoic he is and I watch how he responds and I watch the level of knowledge that he's able to me, when I watch him, like, man, that powerful, powerful, right? Lynn Joy says Umar is a race hustler. I don't want to classify him as that. I just want to say that's his business though, right? Because I don't know if it's a hustle at this point. I just think it's so difficult, right? It's so difficult because if we have to challenge the people that are the so-called leaders, right? Let's get down to the nitty gritty things, right? But let me respond to Lindroy, because I want to acknowledge you. Shout out to you. Do you believe in destiny and karma? I don't have a genuinely thought out answer for you. I will say this. I used to believe heavily in karma. I somewhat still lean towards a belief in that because I believe if you treat people wrong, something bad will happen to you or somebody you care about. But I'm open to being told that that could just be a part of life, and you just may improperly attributing karma to life just to define things, right? So I believe life can be just a definition of its own that we can't explain. So when you say destiny, I don't know about destiny. I don't know about destiny at all. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know. So in short, I lean towards karma being a real thing. I used to believe in it a lot more when I was younger, and that can be because I was told that you're gonna get bad karma. The things that were put into my mind, I might have rejected it. I might have taken it in. I have such adjusted to the way I view things. I've adjusted to the type of people I interact with. I've adjusted to this and that. And I've reprogrammed part of my mind, and I'm still reprogramming. So I don't know, but I lean a little bit more towards karma. I'm not sure about destiny, but I'm willing to have that conversation because I do not know. I do not know. Shout out to Cali Bev, but having these conversations about saving the community. All right, let me give you the example, right? There was a conversation that took place on Fight Club, and there was a girl named Annalicia or something, right? And she came on Fight Club, and she supposedly said, "We are the issue because we're not fixing the black community, et cetera, et cetera. Go in there and get people out the hood and run those gangsters out and all those things." And of course, it's very similar to what Dr. Umar has kind of said on the Daily Wrap Up Crew podcast, right? Um, let's take a quick commercial break. Quick commercial break. Wesley, you're back. What's going on, my friend?
Hello. Yeah, the vision is now shut to you. It was open to you on Monday,
Hmm?
and the 3 days before that, it was shut to you.
Mhm.
When it's shut, the comforter of Jesus Christ does not enter your soul. When it's open, the comforter goes into your soul. It doesn't wash your soul, it only comforts it. So the vision is shut now.
Strong words. Strong words.
It's sad that all of you are going to lose everything you have because you won't tell the vision Jesus gave you to tell. He commanded you, say, there was green grass in the dream I had from Jesus. It means everybody saw the vision, and you won't do the easy thing. So you're going to lose everything you have. And I mean all of you, and I mean everything. Thank
Can we
you.
go with you, Wesley? Can we go with you?
What do you mean?
Like, because you said we're going to lose everything we have, but it sounds to me that maybe you're going to keep everything you have.
Well, on the first day that hell begins, Jesus calls me to heaven. And he will speak, and everyone on earth will hear him say my new name in heaven. You will hear Jesus say, come up, I like him. And you'll hear a crashing sound, like a big door shutting from the hills. You'll hear a crashing sound from the hills. That day, Satan gets thrown to the earth. That day, that voice that said in your heads, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. That voice that said, don't tell the vision, will be made flesh, a man on earth. Like in the blink of an eye, he'll appear. He'll be in a wilderness. And that's the day he gets thrown out of the sky, put on the earth in the flesh, and Satan will be given his 7-year reign on earth. The Antichrist, the head of the beast, the bad guy, the rogue angel.
Mm.
So it's
You're
really
full of
sad
the
what's going
knowledge
to
and the
happen.
information, but I'm not. So, uh,
Well, There's 144,000 children that have said bad boom, which is that green Volvo in Chicago, and boom, which means it's going to blow, and mark of the 10, which is the mark of the beast, the Omni branded tattoo. And they say Yavol, that means the people that are going to enforce that brand upon people. And those children aren't going to be harmed. No weapon shall prosper against them. No weapon shall harm them. Anyone that tries to harm them will fall before they strike. Those children I'm going to be charged by Jesus to gather and take to the valley of Megiddo. And they're going to sing a song. And the way they will be sealed in their foreheads is they'll say, "Thank you, Jesus. I saw the foot cut off. It didn't bleed. I fail you, Jesus, not believing in your forgiveness. Thank you, Jesus. You
Wesley,
showed me
Wesley,
the palm
Wesley,
trees."
Wesley. How did you find my channel?
Yeah, what is this about? Aaron, can I
Yeah,
say something right quick? Aaron, can I say something right quick?
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Yeah, I actually was hesitating to come on because I wanted to hear more of what you had to say about uplifting the black community, and I had my own ideas, but I didn't want to seem too pretentious. That personally offends me because I grew up a very fundamentalist type of church growing up in the black community, oneness Pentecostal and all that. So to this person, I don't know who you are, but I read the Bible essentially from cover to cover. And what you are doing is a form of blasphemy. First of all, you're coming into a
Gnash
conversation
your
without
teeth,
the
Allah.
proper context.
As you speak, Jesus
Hold
make him
on.
gnash his teeth.
Let me speak. You have spoken and you were not interrupted. So that's the
You're the one
first
that
thing.
interrupted me, and
No,
you're
no, you
blaspheming the
went on
Holy
a
Spirit by not
monologue. You went
telling
on
me.
a monologue. You went on a monologue.
Okay.
Yes,
Wesley,
right.
I appreciate you coming on. I'll see you on the next show. Okay, we'll try this
Yeah.
again next show. Thank you,
So,
Wes.
all right. So let me, if I could just take 2 minutes to undo that psychological manipulation. Um, the worst offense to God's word was to literally try to disrupt and twist the word of God literally in the past 500 years. And we all know what that was. That was to sanctify white supremacy by making it look like the mark of Cain was black skin and the curse of Cain was to be befallen on black people. That single-handedly caused more damage in the history of the Christian faith than anything ever in the history of Christianity and Judaism combined. Millions upon millions of people were enslaved and killed, and this blasphemy was used. When this person or any um, so-called prophet comes and they speak of their own prophecies and they don't acknowledge this, when they come in and they use the word of God in such a perverse manner to be so slick about it, actually God actually speaks about this in the book of Jeremiah, and I can't remember the phrasing. And then I'm going to stop here because I know you're not here to hear me monologue. I think God says something like, "I'm against those people who come pretending to be in my name under the guise of their own likeness." The word in the King James Bible is likeness, and it literally means reckless arrogance, which is the hallmark of this white supremacy, patriarchal or paternalistic bullcrap. It's a form of reckless arrogance. And then he continues, he says, "I didn't send these people. The visions that they have are from their own imagination, and they will do my people no good. They will not benefit my people one bit. Do not listen to them. They will even lie to you and say things like, the Lord saith, when I, the Lord, did not say those things, nor did I send them. Do not follow them." And so if any prophet has his own word, let him speak of his own accord. If he has his own saying, let him speak of his own saying. But don't put my word, the word of God, into his mouth and try to pass it off as my word, because I did not send him. And I'm done.
No doubt, brother.
That's from the Bible itself. So let him challenge that.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be back next show to try to awaken whatever he's trying to awaken.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But I want to stay on the open conversation that I'm leading to with this. Save the community issues, and all this type of stuff. I'm struggling
Yeah,
with it now because I'm not sure it's really much of an issue that we claim that it is.
it is an issue if we say that it is. So an issue, anything is an issue once we determine it is, and to make this meaningful, to make this valuable to us as a Black community, our children matter to us. So what happens is we should measure how well we're doing by how well our children are thriving, or how well they're growing. And if we see a lot of dysfunction in our community and it's reflective in our children, then that is the benchmark. So for us to say to ourselves, well, we're doing well or we're not doing well, or we have an issue, we don't have an issue, we look to our children and we say, well, how are they doing? If we're not participating in their upbringing, if we're dysfunctional and we're passing that dysfunction down to them, if we're not there for them when they need us in the ways that matter, then we're not doing well. And if our children grow up and once they cross that threshold of being 18 and they can't make their future, their future is so uncertain, or it's so there's danger, there's so much danger, then we're not doing well. Now, that doesn't mean that we have to talk about blame, but it does mean we have to think of solutions. And this is the problem with in America, which is, even though it's not like the passport thing, it's kind of the same mentality. We want a quick answer that answers everything. And that's when we go into these conspiracy theories and these platitudes and all this, when it's not like that. I actually had I worked with someone who wasn't even Black. And he was saying, well, what can I do? What can I do? I mean, there's not enough money in the world to solve all these problems. There's always going to be more people that are suffering and struggling. I said, yeah, but if you can help in a meaningful way a dozen people, then that's a dozen people. If you can help 100, then 100, and so forth. And
So,
so that's the solution.
well, solution to what? There is no solution.
Yes,
Like
there
like
is.
people keep coming on YouTube, and me and Fatty have talked about it extensively. We want solutions. We want solutions to the Black community problems. There ain't none. There ain't none. And the ones that you would have to do, nobody wants to implement them.
Well, if you say there ain't none, then you're
Nope.
not. Then that's where we go back to defining what a problem is or what an
Yep.
issue is. I am not okay with. And I grew up in the shittiest part of Detroit with the most dysfunction you could find. So I would never want my children. If you don't want your children to be raised in the kind of environment, then that is the problem. If you're saying, well, this is okay, this is acceptable to me, then you don't have a problem. But I'm not okay with it. So I choose to say that that's a problem, and you choose to say that it's not.
Well,
But
well,
you know,
well, what let me be clear about what I say is not a problem. Do you believe everybody in the world should be good people?
should is a loaded word, but I would hope that they would strive for that. Yes.
Yeah, I hear the hope that you should strive. Let me ask you this: you believe in do you think God want everybody to be good people?
Yeah, I do.
So you don't believe some people are here for a reason, and sometimes that reason is to be bad people?
There's no reason to that. When you say reason, see, I watched the wording. So
I
when you
hear
say reason, what would be the reasoning
to,
behind
hi-
sending
to,
someone to
to
be a
to
bad person?
highlight good, because how could good exist when bad does not exist?
Well,
How can it exist?
okay, easy answer. So bad and good are value judgments that we place. The idea of someone being good or someone being bad is left to their own choices. So the choices that if a person makes a choice and you say, well, this person made this choice to do wrong, that defines them as being bad. You can't go beyond that. Okay. Even Hitler himself, he could have made a different choice. Okay. Martin Luther King could have made a different choice and it would have been a different timeline, a different set of events. Okay. There was actually a priest from Germany who was trying to like teach ethics and values to Germans. And this was before Hitler. And he was trying to study and learn more about how to become a better Christian. He went to Harlem, of all places, and learned it. He ended up being one of the people that tried to assassinate Adolf Hitler because what he learned from the Black churches in America was that Christianity had failed. Christianity had failed the world because of the white supremacy. And so, uh, among other things, he was one of the four martyrs that are recognized for trying to assassinate Adolf Hitler, and he was a
So,
priest.
but that doesn't matter. Okay, like
It does.
has
It's like the choice. The choice. You choose to be good or you choose to be bad,
but
or
you
you choose to be indifferent.
so once again, if you have a choice, that means it has to exist. So bad has to exist in order for you to do bad. It has to exist, right? You have to have the ability to do bad. Therefore, meaning it has to exist.
Again, this is getting into philosophical. I'm not trying to be cynical. This is a little semantic to me, and I'm genuinely saying that because if you're going to say it exists, what exists? We define what is good and bad. Okay, we all agree that harming people without any reason is bad, but harming someone who's trying to harm someone else is good. You see what I'm saying?
Nope. Here's the problem with that. We don't all agree with that. Some people believe you should never make a decision on that. It's not for you to decide. If somebody does something bad, that's not for you to decide whether something should be done for them. Some people believe that.
Different. No, that's the indifference that I just mentioned. So there's people who support, or I'm sorry, there are people who make choices that we consider bad. There are people who make choices that we consider good. And there are people who make choices or don't make a choice. That's the indifference. We can't help people's indifference.
Okay. What's the purpose of life?
It's up to you to determine your own purpose. Your purpose in life is different than my purpose in life.
I didn't ask what my purpose or your purpose. I said, what's the purpose of life?
The purpose of life is up to the person who's living. The purpose of life. Whose life? There's many, many millions of lives. How is my purpose in life supposed to define your purpose in life? And if you're going to use God as an example, then you have to use an honest interpretation of your relationship with God to determine that. If you're going to say, well, God decides that purpose. Okay, God decides that purpose. Under what interpretation of God do you use? The Bible, the Quran, Hindu scriptures, and your own visions? It still comes down to you interpreting things at the end. And when you're talking about something with this monumental magnitude, you're going to have to acknowledge that you can't impose your purpose upon others. Okay? So if you say that we don't all agree not to harm others, that becomes a play on semantics because you're kind of imposing on others. And even through indifference, if you, through your indifference, refuse to help someone in need when you easily could have without harming yourself, then you are, in essence, agreeing that harming others is okay as long as you don't inconvenience yourself along the way. You see what I'm saying? As long as your convenience is so low, it's even okay to harm people. And that becomes a philosophical quagmire of absurdity to me. So we go back to what's common sense. Even if you say common sense isn't common sense to everyone, we have to have some measure of sanity in these conversations. And one is we agree that we shouldn't harm each other. We shouldn't impose values that can harm other people. Okay. So
if we all think different, we all most of us want different things, right? There are some things similar that we agree. We're always going to impede on other people.
Impede, but not harm, not needlessly harm. I'm impeding on you right now by talking,
Is harm physical or mental?
It can be also mental.
So if it can be also mental, then you're going to always impede upon people.
There again, you have to use good value judgment. If you can't use good value judgment, then there's a level of
we don't know what good value judgment is because you just made a claim that it's different to everybody.
But there's some baseline understanding of your ability or your understanding of harming. If you know that you're harming someone, why would you persist? Why would you continue? If you're going to claim ignorance, then you have not learned, and that is your own ignorance. That happens all the time.
So then you agree that there's a baseline of a need for bad people and good people. There's a baseline to it.
No, where's the need?
So you don't agree to that?
Say need. Everything that we were saying, we can have
Okay, all right, fine.
But where's this need of bad coming from?
Do we need good people in this world?
I would say so. Need is a loaded word, but I'll say yes. You got to remember, I catch the loaded words. I catch them all the time. Why are you saying need? You see what I'm saying? Why are you saying need? Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, you're saying, do we need good people? Well, we are the people. You're the person. You're like saying, do I need for myself to be good? Well, yeah. What do you want to suffer? Why encourage suffering? What's the value of suffering?
So, do you think life is better being simple or as complex as you try to make it? Because for you to fixate on the word need or want, etc., I mean, is it beneficial to the conversation? Not necessarily. What you're trying to prove is that you don't have to definitively pick a position, right? Need it's semantics, this, that. Do you need good people or not? Need. Maybe I want good people. You said there's a problem in community because how you grew up in Detroit. I'm sorry, guys. I think he froze. Trigger Mike, welcome to the show. We'll figure out his freezing there. Donnell said sin existed. I don't know if that's supposed to be sin or sins, but sin existed in heaven long before it did on earth with Adam and Eve, which is why Lucifer and other angels rebelled against God and was kicked out of heaven. Everyone isn't going to be saved. I don't disagree with that.
I don't disagree with it either. I feel like that on earth right now. Man, what I've been on watching maybe 10 minutes. What has gone on in the last 10 minutes, bro?
I'm sorry. I got triggered by that white supremacist. That's all I'm going to call them. Indifference towards what we go through and trying to use God as a kind of like a vehicle to sidestep that. That to me is white supremacy as far as I'm concerned. We were having a philosophical conversation and our concepts are different. And if it seems a little wild, well, that's what happens within philosophical conversations.
Well, I don't even, so even if it is white supremacy, the one thing I've kind of learned to do in those situations is I accept it because, he's just going to quote the Bible. He's going to quote prophecy. And I'm going to say, now, who's to say you are the shepherd? Because I believe I am. And I like to see those people debate that, right? Because they expect to impose that type of will on you and you concede simply because they're white men. I'm Nigerian. I'm better. I was taught I'm better than white men. I'm better than Asian men. So I'll go right back at them and be like, who's to say you are the shepherd to usher in such a prophecy? Because I believe I'm that shepherd.
Wait. If we're going to do this, let's do it.
That doesn't really...
Is white supremacy a real thing? That's a thing?
Well, yeah.
White supremacist ideology? Yes, it's a real thing.
Yeah. So when you say ideology, you mean a thought process? You mean how people think?
Yes.
Thoughts and actions.
You said actions.
Thoughts, actions, writings, all that.
Okay, but aren't we? So let me. We're not supposed to have supremacy.
Why encourage it? Why be indifferent?
I asked a question. Where do you?
Well,
I don't know. Suppose is a loaded word. There's these loaded words again. You're saying, are we supposed to? If I were to say yes, we're supposed to, then I think you're saying, and I could be wrong. You're saying, well, you know what? We're supposed to have white supremacy, so I'm going to sit this one out. Let you guys do your thing. Manipulate people's minds, take advantage of people because we're supposed to have this. But that's not what you're saying. So I'm left struggling with the supposed part.
Do you struggle in life? Because you seem like a horrible communicator.
I don't think so. You're asking. Listen, I'm catching what you're saying.
I'm not saying that you're not doing that. I'm saying you're a horrible communicator.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm a horrible communicator, but you're still stuck with your question not having strength to it.
Okay.
So that may be a reflection of your communication.
Okay. Give me an example of a question with strength to it.
Okay. Do you find white supremacy to have any value to you as a person?
It depends what value is. How do we determine what value is?
Okay.
Well, value is subjective to every individual person. So, I mean,
right.
how I would define value, it doesn't matter compared to what the next person thinks or the next person thinks or the next person thinks, because everybody define values differently.
Right, but we start with where you're coming from, because me and you, and only me and you, or me, you, and I can't see the name of the other person, are in this conversation. So starting at that point, we have some coherency. My communication skills here are not the issue. The issue is
your communication
is whether or not
are the issue. Your comprehension skills may not be the issue. See, you're saying you comprehend well. I'm telling you, you're not a good communicator. There's two differences there.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you, but it's your show, so I'm going to defer.
No. My show is not all about. It's never been you had to defer to me. If you Listen, what makes you think you're a good communicator?
Well, when I am speaking to you, I'm clearly, articulating my statements. I'm making sure that the meaning behind my words are consistent. I'm making sure that for the listener, if there's any kind of misunderstanding, there's opportunities for clarity. I make sure not to use words in a loaded way, not to pick on you for when I said earlier, but just making sure not to use words in a loaded way, and to make
Mhm.
sure that if there are areas where it's open to interpretation, that we find the most reasonable common ground that we can find. I'm not going to sit up here and try to criticize all of YouTube, but I do find a lot, and I mean a lot, of these conversations devolve into like debates where it goes to a dead end because the people are either not defining their words clearly, they're not using common sense, or they're using loaded words, and I spend a lot of time debating those loaded words. You asked about something which I thought was important, which is, do we need evil in the world? Is it necessary? Are we supposed to have it? And I'm saying, well, why would someone say yes to that? What would be the yes part to that? See, that's the good communication for the people listening. Yeah, why would someone say yes to needing evil in the world? That's it. Now I'm hoping you're going to be as good of a communicator as I was in answering that. Say, well, we need evil in the world because of A, B, and C.
So wait, we don't need evil in the world, or
I don't see what the need. What's the value? Need implies value. Again, some decent, basic, good communication. If I need something, that means there's a value to it.
how would we know what is good or forthright without evil?
We would define what we value, what our values are, what our values are for our life and our well-being. I don't need evil. I don't need. It's like me saying I don't need to tell you what I don't like. I can tell you what I do like. Why do I need to spend so much time telling you what I don't like? It's not a need.
Well, so the gentleman that was on before, you called him a white supremacist, right?
I saw right through him. Yes.
Okay, yeah. And what I'm basically saying is that if you believe that you have a better ideology than he does, then your opponent has been shown right to you. If you live in the same area and you want different for your children, for your community, and that is your enemy, then you need to know, you need adversity. You need to know exactly what you are fighting against, the ideology that may infect your children, that may be teaching them in school. This world doesn't really work without evil. I can't be a hero. I can't understand my purpose without people like that, without people like him. I know it sounds weird, but
Mhm.
that's the way I
I
think
can
about
explain why it's weird. The difference between needing evil to understand good and what you just described
it.
is you are describing someone who has already chosen evil, and therefore the need isn't for there to be evil. It's the need for us to respond properly to reduce the impact of that evil. I'm not here to do what you're saying, like,
Hmm.
the heroic part and stuff. I was genuinely outraged because I'm familiar. I didn't go seeking that. So hearing this person, and I'm being objective here.
Hmm.
Aaron was having a really important conversation about Black community, what we need, and the value. And even if I agreed or disagreed, we got thrown off by someone who once again does something that is so classic, essentially telling us to forget that and hope that Jesus will solve all our problems for us. And that's offensive. That's a form of white supremacy. That's been going on since slavery. So I didn't do that to, oh, we need this guy. The guy's already here. I didn't have a choice to do that. Does that make more
But
sense or no?
do you believe in free will?
Yes.
Okay, so same way he decided to impose his free will and his interpretation of the word upon you, you now have free will to reject his ideology outright.
I have more than that. I have the free will to impose and respond to his comments and have an influence, just like you do and just like Aaron does. I don't have to just do what you're saying. I can do at least what he did, and I have the extra benefit of knowing that he was lying. I can prove that he was lying. He was misquoting scripture. There was a couple times when he sounded like he was trying to quote scripture, and it was not how the scripture is written. Not in King James, not in Hebrew, not in Greek.
Okay.
Okay. So I apologize. I mean, this is on my own integrity. I'm not trying to assert myself. I'm trying to engage in the conversation reasonably. But Aaron, if you feel that I'm a bad communicator, and you're not the first, that's going up against what I see as a lot of discussions that go into too much semantic. It's not about an insult. It's about just the flow of the conversation. Like when I watch the debates here in other venues, I don't say anything. I don't
The
even
reason
join.
why I say you're a bad communicator is because you don't understand your audience, right? So when you said you are, I would argue that for you to be an effective communicator, you need to be lucid. And if you know what that means, you are not that. If you fixate on every little word, I caught that word, it's not effective to building a dialogue. So those are just some of the reasons that I identify you being a bad communicator. Does not mean that you're not smart, does not mean that what you're saying is not correct. But when it comes to communicate, go ahead. Okay, I thought you wanted to say something. I'm sorry. I responded to your hand signal.
Oh, he's froze.
Yeah, you know how he's in the car, he's driving, he got the clouds behind him. He might be in heaven. But let me get back to the conversation of, is there actual trouble in the community, right? Because I'm starting to believe that there's really no real issues. I'm starting to believe that maybe we got it all wrong. Maybe we fixated on something that's inaccurate. I mean, do we have some bad apples? Sure. Everybody does. Do we just identify bad
I apologize.
apples?
You guys hear a whooshing sound?
No.
You hear a whooshing sound like a loud.
No.
Okay, good.
You don't have any.
So again, so I apologize. Like, I'll take responsibility for the bad communication, although I still feel that that's balanced against a trend that I see very common with whether I you can say I know my audience or not, and that could be a social or cultural thing. There is still overall a lack of proper focus when these conversations, especially when it gets into Black people and solutions. There's the proper focus is just rarely there, and I almost wonder if it's deliberate so that people can make money. That's how frustrated I get. So I apologize. I will learn from the communication, but I don't think fundamentally I'm going to change my approach, because I just don't think that it's fair to the solution. We should have in our community better solutions, better options, better coordination with each other, building on each other's proper, I guess, improvements. You know, over the decades, over the generations, what has worked and what doesn't work, and how to adapt to the present. You know, no more affirmative action. What do we do? We're still screwing around with the voting rights in different states. How do we adapt to that? How much value do we put in electing officials? How much value do we put in using other methods and so forth? But let's stop using a one size fits all, or there's this one answer, or using the word they did this and they did that. Yes, they did this and they did that, but we still have to adapt. So if that is still bad communicating, I'm guilty as charged.
Okay.
Well, according to Charles, right, Aaron stayed gaslighting just to sound smart and win an argument. Bro is a pure narcissist. Well, let me ask you this, Charles. Why do you watch my channel? If you don't think that I'm smart, because I never claimed to be, what do you watch for? What is your goal of being here? To see me be a narcissist? Like, what's interesting? I have never been called a narcissist in my life. I actually dumb everything down in general and promote everybody else beyond me. But I don't know. Maybe he's just here to troll me. But these type of people is crazy, man. It's like David, those are the type of people when you're talking about why do they exist? Why do they exist in these conversations? That makes no sense.
Your criticism of me, I thought, was pretty harsh, but I'm taking it with respect. his criticism of you may be harsh. There may be some element of truth in it. It's hard to say. Is he trolling? I don't know. But
Well, what is a
again,
narcissist?
your conversation was a narcissist is my understanding is a person that's fixated on explaining, having themselves and their perspective value than others, one way or another, somehow, some way. That's why I didn't like how the conversation was turning into like me and all that, because whether or not I'm a good communicator or not is kind of secondary to the issue that you raised about whether or not we should consider elevating the black community as a priority. At least that's how I heard it.
But
Okay,
what you did is you deprioritized what I either wanted to talk about or what I was trying to speak to prioritize to what you think is the most effective thing, right? So by definition, you would be considered. No, think about you. You just said that. You just said that.
I just said what? I said no.
No.
I was listening to you before the white supremacists came on. Okay.
No, David.
I chose not to speak.
I have a question about that, actually.
Listen, we don't have an issue. We're having a conversation. We're communicating. What I'm saying is, when you say doing this and this, that, I don't think that particularly is an effective thing, and then you promote to what you think is effective, right? It's literally what you just said a narcissist is.
No, that's not what a narcissist is.
That's not what you just said. Oh, Lord.
That's different. No, a narcissist does far more than that. Actually, if we look up the definition, maybe that might help. But the idea is that somehow, some way,
bro, you just did the exact. You're doing the same exact thing you just explained. You didn't realize that?
I realize what
you didn't realize that.
I'm trying to.
I'm a troll, and I even realize that.
Okay, well that's good. So what I'm saying is that I'm trying to prioritize the focus on me and on the issue. And Aaron, if I misunderstood the issue, then I misunderstood the issue. But I was listening pretty intently before the white supremacists came on board. So,
okay, I have a question about that. How do you deem him a white supremacist if we don't have an understanding of good and evil? Because the way you're positioning this, if white supremacy is quote unquote evil or bad.
I wasn't making that kind of logical connection. I was looking at how no, I was not. It's not about evil and bad, even though I think it was evil and bad. That's not the way I was looking at it. I was looking at it in the sense of a black person is speaking about the value of black people focusing on elevating the black community. Whether or not there are problems or not, whether or not we should spend our time and energy on it or not. That's kind of how I understood it.
David,
it was something like that.
I'm going to remove the excessive attention forced upon you for the sake of the conversation. I'm going to move it forward. So what we were discussing essentially is that Dr. Umar is having these conversations about saving the community, men's responsibility, et cetera, right? And there was a woman named Annalicia that came on Fight Club, I don't know, a year ago. I don't remember the exact freaking time it was, right? And she said similar things, right? Oh, you guys, you need to go in the hood. She was talking to me, JB, and I didn't know who she was. She wasn't on camera, I don't believe. And some of you might remember this conversation. And now you have Dr. Umar claiming, yeah, men are responsible for this, that. What are they doing in the communities, et cetera, right? And so, you know me, unfortunately, me being the narcissist that I have self-proclaimed myself to be and have been anointed by the guy in the chat, I said, is this really a real problem, or is he continually trying to manifest a thought process so he can continually be employed as somebody that talks about these type of subjects, right? Because when I really break it down, I say, all right, we're supposed to have a balance of good and evil, separation, segregation, etc. All these things are a part of life. And when I really break down the community, I say there's a lot of good, way more good than bad. So when I break it down, I go, I don't really see the problem that they say exists that is just solely in our community as far as outside of the statement of violence, right? Violence persists. Maybe we're the violent group, whatever the case is, right? But it's a limited scope because we're just identifying violence here, right? But when you travel and you see black people in other countries, and they could be way less violent than other people, right? We just center the conversation here in America because of based upon the unique experiences that we have. But let's keep it there and uniquely say the majority of the population tends to commit the most crime. We do things like factor rates, right? To say, hey, these people by rate do the most crime. But in general, whoever's the predominant population do the most crime. Go to any country. Go to any country. Those people that are of the majority commit the most crime. It's no different here than America. For example, I make the claim that there's degeneracy in every community, and all of you would agree. All of you will say, yeah, it's some degeneracy. So as population increases, degeneracy increases. That's just a fact, right?
Yep.
It's something that we cannot get away from. Now, is it more concentrated in the black community for some reason, some systemic reason, some claims is? One could argue that, right? But I like to tell you guys, one of the claims that I make when I say gangs, I don't know no Indian gangs. That's one of the things I always highlight. What Indian gangs y'all know of in America? Like Indian gangs. Which ones? I say they don't exist. I ain't found none, don't know of none, ain't got no names, they don't exist. I know there are Asian gangs, but not Indian gangs. Now, most Indians, doctors, lawyers, etc., like it sounds very like stereotypical, but think about the ones you know. What do? They have those professions, or they own a corner store, or they own some type of restaurant, right? That is the consistency around them. But you know why that's the case? Because they're probably the smallest population we have here in the U.S.
They are.
If you look up what percentage of the population that Indian people are, it's a very low percentage. If you increase those numbers, inflate those numbers, you're going to start to see degeneracy increase. You're going to start to see violence increase because there's going to always be a poor population within that population. So in blacks, we have hierarchies of wealth, middle class, low in every single group. But because Indians specifically are the one of the lowest percent group here, they're probably less than 3% in America. We don't get to see them being highlighted. So where are their leaders? Where are those people claiming that they need to do better? We know they have some form of degeneracy. Is it not because it's enough? Is it not because they don't have as much? Where are all these leaders in these other groups that are committing these crimes because we know it exists? Who are the leaders of the Mexican groups, the Latino? Who are these leaders that say we need to fix our communities? Who are they? How come we only know black leaders? Why? Why is that? I want to know.
Well, because this conversation is about black people, I need to change my name. Where is my damn, where's my
because I'm getting to the point where I'm going to argue that we don't have any problems in a black community that's any different than problems that exist amongst communities. I think we have a problem perpetuating the thought process.
Yeah. So what I will say is that the gentleman David, he did say something I did agree with. So the degeneracy, like you said, there is a hierarchical structure, or I'm sorry, there's class within every ethnic group. There's a class system. There's a degenerate class or underprivileged, lower privileged, whatever you want to call it. There's middle class, which in America, we tend to thrive off creating the most middle class individuals that exist anywhere in any country, right? That's our calling card. And then, of course, upper class, which are always very few, and extremely wealthy, rich, and all of that. What I will say about the black community specifically, about the degeneracy that people don't look at, when he mentioned the lack of family unity, that is why the problem is so exacerbated. Because I just want to look at boys. My only concern right now in anything is black boys. So if I can make an argument that black boys are more likely to end up as degenerates than every other racial group of men in America, simply because they lack father figures, right? So you're definitely correct when you say that this is going to exist. You know, white trash exists, all of that exists, but does it? It will not. It will never exist to the percentage that it does in the black community if more of their fathers are in the home, even at the lower class level. That's
Can
my
we
argument.
can we expand on this father figure notion? Because even if you have father figures in a home, that doesn't necessarily guarantee positive outcomes. It guarantees more likely positive outcomes, absolutely. But when we say father figures, because I could argue I've had a male figures in my life,
Yeah.
quote unquote father figures, but not necessarily they impacted me in a positive way.
So you were actually alluding to something I was just talking to B Taylor about last night. All right. What we're doing in the black, it's so bad. The degeneracy is so bad in the black community that somehow we think mentorship can replace fatherhood. All right. So when an active father, meaning somebody that lived in the home with you, the scale that out to millions, you will have positive impact. I am not here trying to advocate that every father is a good father, but whenever we talk about it at scale of an entire population, it is always better to have more of them in the home than not.
Okay. And so, how do you counter when people bring up the stats that black men are the most involved as fathers with their children?
How do I don't counter what I've known that my whole life, but I will say it like this. Not only do I believe that, black dads have always been the cool dad anyway, right? So think about it this way. I 100% believe that stat, even though I've seen many black women try to disprove it, because culturally, other men are not involved in their children either with their children for a certain time or for certain reasons, right? So men in the Indian culture, as Aaron mentioned, a lot of South American men, African men, they are focused primarily on work, and the woman or a group of women, maybe the mom, grandma, auntie, take control of the children for a very long time. Usually around the time where they're teenagers, the men start becoming more involved. Not black dads. Black dads bathe their children. They have playtime with their children. They roll around in the carpet. They do all type of stuff because there's no cultural boundary there. So I believe 100% that black male fathers are the most involved.
Okay. And so, well, I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm checking up you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, speak.
No. Okay. So culturally, so you're saying that it's a cultural thing. So is it a Western cultural thing versus traditional non-Western cultural thing?
I would say it's Western culture, absolutely.
Okay. So does that elevate beyond just then black men and black fathers?
You mean, well, I would say black and white probably have no cultural boundary in what they can do with their kids, but I do think there are more traditional white men who think they should be only focused on work. You know what I mean? So they're more likely. There's probably likely more white men that behave just like they say black fathers behave, but black men probably to a greater degree are more involved with their kids.
Okay. So back to Aaron's question about our black representation, our black leaders, because I would argue that it's just a hyper focus on black people. It's not necessarily that we are not aware of other leaders. It's just that we have this hyper focus on black leadership.
No, they don't exist. They don't exist. So like we can point out Donald Trump, we can point out Biden, we can point out actual people that are leaders, like literally in roles of leadership, right? They don't speak to saving communities outside of the black community. They don't. They may talk about historical things that happen to people, but they don't say we don't have people outside like a Dr. Umar. We need to go in these communities, fix them up, get these people out the hood. You're responsible for that. Who are these people in other communities, since we know crime exists outside of just the black community, that are doing that? And the reason that I asked that is, well, let me respond to Clips real quick. So are we also saying if Black America says African Americans were 51% of the population, that America would be an absolute jungle? No, we're not saying that. What we're saying is that based upon the population, those people, whoever the majority is, commit the most crimes. Now, when you want to talk about rates, things, and stuff like that, that's perfectly fine to attribute to something, right? But if you're going to be the majority group, it's probably likely your group is also going to ascend in other areas. The reason why the black population hasn't grown is because we're not getting no more wealth. If we start to grow and whatnot more, we're probably going to acquire wealth and things like that, in which when you're no longer in a position to be as violent and do those certain things, you tend to do them less. So the more money a community has, the less violence is likely to occur. So if we ever become the majority in America, we wouldn't be stagnated in the same situation. If we ascend higher, that means we're getting more money. We're doing something more. We're not just creating a population that have absolutely nothing. That's why we haven't moved in years. The population rate is the exact same, basically. So no, it does not definitively mean that, although it's a possibility that could happen, I just think it's not likely. Shout out to Gary Grant. He said it's a very simple. It is very simple, bro. Our community is the only one that does not distance themselves from the worst.
Yes.
Now, the reason why I said what I said is because Grant, that's exactly what I was going to talk about. The reason why you don't hear any other groups of people talking about go to the neighborhood and say, because they don't care about those people.
Yes.
If you're not going to represent them properly,
yes.
And I've said it before, you let them burn. Leave them alone. We're the only ones tasked with having to force ourselves to go in a neighborhood to save people that, one, don't want to be saved, and two, we don't care about saving. Oh, that's not right. What about the children? What about the children? Everybody has people that can't come. Everybody got people that don't get to go to the next stage. I'm sorry. I don't want to be
Aaron, I have now, I've done the work, bro. As an alpha man, as somebody, I've done the work, though. I've seen the light. The weirdest thing, and other ethnic groups, we can say they have learned what the black community has not learned yet. The best thing you can do for them is to not help them, because helping is enabling, right? Listen, when I went to do a program for kids, what was it, a reading program or something, we said, yes, we will be out here helping with math, blah, 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 bring lunch. There were 35 kids and 2 of their moms brought lunch. And you got a bunch of young college graduates trying to pick money out their pocket to buy these boys stuff off the dollar menu. Like, they don't want help, bro. They just want entitlement. Well, this is a program, y'all supposed to bring lunch. Excuse me? Right? So you'll notice that not only do they not want help, every bit of help you give them breeds more entitlement. America is the only place on earth with entitled poor people. The only place.
And it's reflective. Is very reflective in our society, because we're also, to go along with that, we're also the only nation where the poor people suffer from obesity the most.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, so when we say poor, are we being too abstract with that? Because we have a difference between poor and working class. Because there was, what was it, a year ago that we had a conversation, Aaron, about someone who wanted to isolate all the homeless people and essentially lock them up. And I would argue that they are poor versus someone who's working class.
So you may be right. I don't know the word for what do people.
What
I mean is welfare recipient type. So yes, there are working class group of people that are poor. You're correct, but I'm distinguishing the people that need welfare to survive and or overutilize it to the point where it's enabling them not to work. They will choose the benefit of entitlement over an honest day's work, over, keep their man out of the house so they can keep receiving it. I'm talking about that specific group.
Well, let's make sure we're actually answering the question. Are there other leaders of other communities that are proclaiming
no,
at the top of their lungs to go in and save people in the most violent areas of their community?
No.
They distance themselves from their degenerate class. Every single one of
them. Oh,
that's not.
And each culture has a subculture.
I gotta go, you guys. But happy 4th and thanks.
Okay,
there's a lot of Latino and Indian cultures that have these same challenges. But if you're talking about in the U.S., then that's a different conversation. But
I'm talking about the U.S.
in Latin America.
Yeah,
some Latin American culture, people, especially in the South, they struggle with this too. In Los Angeles and in parts of California, yeah.
So let's extrapolate that, right? Does George, what's the comedian's name?
Lopez?
Lopez. Does he associate? Does he stay down in the where does he live? Like, does he stay down in the poor communities, or does he stay in the gated community?
It's not. I don't think where he lives is important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's rich.
But I mean, like, yeah, Edward George Olmos, he's Latino. I think he's also black. I can't tell, but he identifies with the Latino community, and he is very vocal about this. He speaks up about. It's almost like we're having this conversation, and if you were in another chat and he was in that chat, he would be speaking about how the Latino community, we need to.
Well, let me ask y'all this: outside of the NOI, right? Who has actually done it? Who has actually ran people out neighborhoods, cleaned it up, and stopped it from coming back in a different area? See, I'm really thoughtful in the.
I don't think you can legally do that, Aaron. Because if you have to have weapons if the bad guys got weapons, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay, listen. This is what you're not understanding, right? When you talk to women, they say they want to hear from Dr. Umar Johnson. These are the type of men that they want to hear from. This is him. This is what he said.
Kids already, because she met men. She probably thought they was good. Some of them, they left her.
She knew they wasn't good.
You don't know that, bro.
She knew they wasn't good.
You're making assumptions about her.
If you look at the numbers, black men marry black women at an 87% rate, where black women marry outside of their race, or they marry outside at a 92%.
Black women do not. No. You're wrong.
That's percentages of.
You're wrong.
That's not that much.
Black women do not marry out the race more than black men.
I'm not saying that, but the percentages ain't that far off. That's
black women have one of the highest, fastest growing interracial marriage rates, but her interracial marriage rate pales in comparison to what black men have been doing interracially for 4 or 5 decades.
Black fathers are in the home more than any other group or race. So what that has no value?
It does have value, but we're going to put that up against the other statistic. 2/3 of our kids are being raised by the women. 2/3 of our kids are being raised by the women. And like I said, when I say being raised, I'm not saying it needs to be a father. I would like a father in that house, but I know it's not enough of us to go around. We are not even being accountable to the boys in the hood.
Okay.
No.
Umar needs to stop.
No. It's still more to that clip. I want you to know it starts. Hold on. It starts there.
That needs to be stopped.
I just want you to know it starts there. This is where he says we're not accountable to the boys in the hood. He specifically picked that area. Let's hear how he breaks it down.
And we're complaining about the women.
I argue with women
who are making babies with the irresponsible men that we didn't raise correctly. That's bullshit.
Now, we are responsible for women making babies with the irresponsible men that we allowed to be made. We let them raise. Right? No. Let him finish. I just want you to understand what he's talking about.
All right. That's whip ass weak man shit. Take responsibility for our shit. Stop scapegoating them.
Yeah, I could agree to that.
All I'm saying is look at all we can be doing better, man. Half the black boys in the 4th grade can't read. What black men doing about that systemically? Black boys are the most unemployed teenager in America. What black men doing about that? Pookie and Ray you kept talking about? We letting them raise right before our eyes, and then we want to criticize us for ending up with one when we should have made sure there were none.
So
you know what?
No, not yet. I just want to pay attention. He says there are men that don't have jobs, and if a woman deal with a guy that don't have jobs, it's our fault because we should have got them jobs. So that's just what he said. We got a little bit more on the.
I'm gonna dismantle this, man.
Listen, we all got choices. Just like if I choose to live a lifestyle,
dealing with individualism. I can't deal with
part
that.
of choices.
No, it's not. We have to deal with this systemically. Here's systemic factors at play. You totally divorce your analysis from any systemic factors at all. You ain't mentioned one. You can be talking about her and Pookie and Ray Ray with the kids. You ain't said shit about the systemics. That's exactly what white folks want you to do. That's what white folks want you to do.
I'm saying
there's
what I've done to your women and scapegoat her. I don't mind us holding the women accountable. I don't mind us holding the men accountable.
Right?
Yeah. But when we gonna hold the system accountable as well?
That's fair.
And if we're going to hold the system accountable, that also means we got to make our own systems too. Black men have not been manly in quite some time when it comes to raising boys. How would you want the women back? Take care of these damn boys. They run in the hood, killing people at will, flunking out of school, following the lead of the gangster rappers. There's a whole bunch of stuff we can do that ain't got nothing to do with the women, boys and men. Do you understand? Deal with the boys and the men. Leave her out of it and go straight to the boys.
Okay, he try to get people locked up. He try to get people locked up.
This is what I want to say. This is what I want to say. He's blaming the same generation for not raising the same generation, essentially. He's talking to the same generation of males. So we were supposed to raise our peers to be better men. That's number one. Secondly, he's saying that even though she didn't choose you to begin with, Black King, you know what I'm saying? She didn't choose you to begin with. You should take the time out of your day to fix her mistake and raise the child of the irresponsible male that she didn't know that he was irresponsible. He was just doing a bunch of hood booger shit. She had no idea. She was along with him for all of those rides where he was doing drive-bys and robberies and all of that. She was down for it. She wanted a soldier. She needed a soldier. Remember that Destiny's Child song? That era is where we come from.
Let me make the point. And I'll go to Mike because I know he wants to cook on this. Let me make the point. This is the Independence Day stream. It's about freedom, right? Even if we know that's not truly the thing, but that's what it's themed to. It's about freedom. It's about choice. And you know what I'm hearing this man say? Remove choice. These women have a choice to deal with them. Not if you take their choices away. So here's the thing. Do we want freedom? Do we want more choice? Look, we got too many choices. We can be on the phone. We can be on video games. We got too many options. Do we want less options in life or more? Do we want more choices or less?
Absolutely.
And what you're hearing people say is, I don't want the freedom to have all these choices. Take them away, please, because if I have the option to do it, I'm going to mess up. So please take these choices away or I'll blame somebody else for giving me these options, although I want freedom. This is the type of stuff that is being put out there. And I'm just like, how can people get away with this by saying, and this is the problem. He's not even the man that he wants the man to be. That's problem number one. And then problem number two, he ain't got no community. See, my guy, Sean Antonio come up here. He talk about the work that he do and the people that he rock with. He has a community. He got a group that he rock out with. I don't see no men around Dr. Umar Johnson. I don't trust a man that don't have no reputable man around him. Because all he does is create this narrative that can never be fixed. Like, let's be honest. Where I'm from, where I grew up at, they're starting to push Black people out to other neighborhoods. It's becoming gentrified. They're not getting rid of the people that made the neighborhoods bad. They're pushing them somewhere else to duplicate the process. Let me give you an example. Stockton, California. If you've heard of it, look it up, learn about it. It's one of the most dangerous places to be, okay? They ain't fixed nothing. So Dr. Umar has fixed no community at all. He's done absolutely nothing but speak about what should be done. And then when I challenge it, I go, is there anybody that actually fixes a community? And what I found is no. Only thing happens is, well, hold on. Yeah. You deal with these people here and you go find out it exists somewhere else. We have not got rid of anything. We just fix a location and shift a responsibility somewhere else until it's time to go deal with that situation. We have not eliminated it. So
I agree.
I don't understand why we really believe that's something that can be done. So when people say, I want solutions, there is none.
Well, in the terms of so I don't think that there is an actual solution to fix a degenerate, but because what they're actually talking about is a solution to fix what's broken, which has never happened. It's always technically leave what is broken and start over. That is the only thing that you've ever seen really happen.
Oh, come on, let him say hi. Nah. Bring him to the mic. Let him say hi. Come on now. Come on now. We need this. We need this. We need this.
Oh,
Y'all leave that Nigerian father alone before you get leave that Nigerian.
You see how well behaved those children are? How
yeah.
Trigger Mike
Because
directed them out the room and they just went out
that
the
is
room,
that
no
is
fuss, no muss.
very that speaks to my point, man. Dr. Umar is very disingenuous because he's asking you to fix problems even he himself made, because he made 2 baby mamas.
Ooh, wow. I didn't know that.
Actual. He did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, it's very disingenuous that he's asking black men to do that, but he's also skipping steps. That is an idiotic request, because mentorship like that he's talking about cannot replace fatherhood. It can't do it. Right?
Somebody
So,
raised my
I mean,
baby.
and if anybody has tried, you realize, God damn, it is almost a lost cause. I dedicated, you're doing the work for 100 to save 1. All right. And might even be neglecting your own children in the process. Right. So no, it's not scalable. The only thing that is an actual fix for this is fatherhood, is doing it right the first time. And unless women are going to give full custody over to every single one of their fathers, this is not a problem that even has a chance of being fixed. It's completely a disingenuous request.
Didn't you
can
see
we
my
can we
stream the
possibly
other day
frame the
when a woman said, "I'd rather be a mom than a wife"?
Yes, I've seen that.
Wow.
Why would she give a child over to you if that's her goal?
And they are creating children as trophies for that one reason. Well, this child is going to love me forever and or take care of me when I'm old. The good part is that everything they're doing, I don't mean to use the word, but I can't think of a better one, is sin, and they will be judged for it. I read an article just the other day that said children that come from single mother-led homes are refusing to take care of their mothers. So that is what they get, and that is what's going to happen systematically if they keep that behavior up. Children aren't dumb. They are going to grow up to learn every mistake you made against them. You did not prioritize creating a stable home for them. They won't prioritize creating one for you. It seems like poetic justice to me.
Can I speak to black male leadership and how and why, like, right now modern day leadership, it's not we're not looking at all the same person, because back in the 70s and the 60s when we had Martin and we had Malcolm, black male leadership was prevalent back then, and everybody had a program and can look at somebody that they can get behind, and they both were assassinated. Which means that whenever black people are trying to move forward and unify underneath a leadership, it is seen as a threat by this country. This country has its systems of dealing with what is a perceived threat and not an actual threat, when black people were actually on the road to self-improvement and self-sustainment. Martin was preaching integration because anytime we had something, our own cities, our own banks, our own businesses, there would be a white infrastructure, a white mob to come and burn down that city. We've had like 19 instances of this in this country. It
doesn't exist anymore.
Right. But hang on. So we don't. This is why we are here in an integrated society more than a segregated society in which all black communities are self-sustaining, have their own.
We are not. We are in a segregated society.
How do you define segregated? I mean, I have a white neighbor across the street. I mean,
do you associate with them?
Yeah, I associate with them. They're my neighbors.
And what you call yourself?
Wait. Let me give you an example. Most people don't even know their neighbors' names. They just live there. They know they have neighbors. They don't communicate. They don't have relationships. They're existing in the area. So we're not actually as integrated as we think we are. What we do is we have jobs that are integrated. We have schools that are integrated. We go to an area in which people can see each other and go, hey, Mike, good to see you, and then we leave and go to our segregated lives. America is very much segregated.
I would say like a segregated life means that I would imagine that a white person can live in segregation. They can grow up, be born into a white neighborhood, they can go to a white school, they can get to a white job, they can go to a white college. They can exist in America completely in segregation, not having to deal with any person of color. They have a system to do that. We do not.
Whoa. We have the exact option to do that.
There are no black. Okay, there are no.
We don't want to live with black people. Black people don't want to live with black people.
Hang on. You're skipping over my point. You're skipping over my point.
Go ahead.
My point is, white people can live a segregated life. Black people do not have that option.
No, they do have the option. They don't want to use it. That's not
so.
True.
You're saying so. Where in America in 50 states is there an all black neighborhood? Wait. Let me finish. Let me ask the question. Just let me ask the question. Where in America can a black boy be born, go to an all black school, get an all black job, go to an all black university or Ivy League college, work at a business or corporation where it's all black? Where can we live this segregation?
There's a city for sale right now. You can look it up. I'm not joking. I'm dead serious.
What does it have to do with my point? Where does this exist?
No, listen.
Because we don't want it. We don't want it.
To do it. There's a black billionaire that exists right now. There's a black billionaire man. There's a black billionaire woman. So we have representation in every field. Millionaire, billionaire, thousandaire, broke. We have representation everywhere. We have the power. We have the resources to do what we want to do. We don't want to do it. There's a city on sale right now. You can look it up and you can buy for a few M's. And then you can have all of that. You get to pick your mayor. You get to pick all your officials, all of that. You get to design. That's how it works. So it exists. We don't want to do it. Now, why we don't want to do it? That's a different question. We don't want to do it.
I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that at all. I don't think there's any place. I don't think there's any place where a black wait.
Right now?
No, I didn't say that. I don't say that. My point is we don't have segregation is not an option.
Yes, I literally just told you. Okay, if that's the case,
so you know somebody who's you know someone who's lived a segregated life. You know a black male who's lived a segregated life.
You're asking different questions. What can happen and what is happening, and I'm telling you, there's a city on sale. You get to pick your mayor.
Do you know a white person that's done that?
Yes.
Do you know a white person that's done that?
Okay, so when we go,
do you know a white person that's done that?
Well, let me answer your question, or are you gonna keep repeating it?
We can't say yes.
When we go to college, when any white person goes to college, right? There is a diversity in that college to which they get shell shocked. I've never been here before. I've never met Indians before. I've never met black people before. I've never met Chinese before. I've always lived in this neighborhood. I've always went to the school. There's all these small towns in America that are still majority white, in which they have no real diversity in them. One of them in Texas is called.
Where's the white college you're talking about? Where's the white college you're talking about? Because you said they can go to college with all white people too. And then what all white jobs
majority.
That they got?
Say it again.
No, fuck your majority. You said that they can be segregated.
Yes, they can.
You're speaking in abstracts. That's fucking stupid. Because you know it doesn't fucking exist. You know it doesn't exist, but you want to placate to some bullshit ass talking point that you want to put out there. That's bullshit. There's no way you can't even say all white anything. Motherfuckers, white people can't even say white power without you people like you always complaining about some old bullshit. White people can't even be proud to be white. Stop it. But that they can live in an all segregated. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm sorry.
Okay, wait.
White people can't be segregated either. I can go into any neighborhood that they have.
That's what I'm saying. That is bullshit.
Do the sea walk on their ground. I can do whatever I want. They don't have the option to do it. And the sad part is there are actual cities right now that you can buy up and build your schools. You can do all of that. We have the money to do it. We choose not to do it, and we get mad at other people who choose to do it.
Aaron,
just because we are not doing it does not mean we're
there's over 600 abandoned cities in the United States. So I don't want to hear the bullshit where black people can't do it. There's over 600 abandoned cities. Abandoned. That means no one's there but crickets and dust.
I don't know why people like being the victim so much. I don't know why we can't just acknowledge we are choosing not to do something. Why can't we just say, it's self-hate. It's self-hate. No, it's self-choice. Freedom. The things that we've asked for, they gave it to you. Oh, but they made us hate ourselves. and now we don't get together no more. No. If you know that they made you do it, that means you're aware of it. You can't blame nobody when awareness exists. We all know what they doing. We know what they doing. Man,
but Aaron, it's not a they thing. It's a we thing. We choose to do it. Because if you take the choice out of our hands, then we ain't free from the get-go. Thing that we say that we wanted the most, you might as well chalk that shit up as a loss. Because most black people complain about shit that they have the choice to do the opposite. They choose to do the shit that they want to. Exactly. So that's the problem I had. And Kermit the Frog gets on my nerve with that, oh, we was kings. We been oppressed all of our lives. If it wasn't for the white man, God, dog it. They find white supremacy and white systemic, and I hate that fucking word. I have grown to hate systemic word for the last 6 months. I'm tired of hearing it.
I do think the black community is doing better than most people think.
Oh, I agree with you on that. But the point is, those are the people that choose to do better. Those are the people that choose to do better.
A lot of stuff. Now I see people
going
to college.
It's all a choice. Let me give you an example, right? We want to make excuses for degeneracy. You don't have to be violent because you're poor. You don't. There are homeless black people that are not violent to nobody.
That is a fact.
So you like all these excuses, we put in these environments, we put in these conditions. It's not even the case. We choose to be violent to it because they want to do it. Not because the conditions, not because no white supremacy. No, it's a choice. And they want to enact violence on other people because they're upset at life. They're upset at life because they didn't get the same opportunity as somebody else parent gave them. Oh well.
Hey, Aaron, I lived in that environment. And I have to agree with you. The challenge, though, is, and this is where I look at it differently, at the risk of perhaps coming across as if I don't know my audience, I will say this: we still must try to get as many kids out of those environments as they are willing to come out. There, for every child or every circumstance where you're saying they don't want to make the right choice, there are others who do want to make the right choice, but they don't feel like they can. And they don't feel like
are you advocating going to the adoption agency and go and saving those children?
If it is reasonable for the person to do so, yeah. There are some people who do that.
If you making a request,
slow down.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that it is. Listen, I'm not taking the Umar Johnson approach. It's not a guilt trip. It is not. I'm not obligating. I'm not saying anything like that. But I'm saying is that I know family. In fact, their relatives. I have relatives that were adopted like that. I believe it was 2 generations ago. But that's my understanding. And so I think part of the problem is we're looking at it as like a zero-sum thing. We're saying, oh, nothing has changed or nothing has improved, but then we ignore the people in the black community who have elevated and who have prevailed. So how do we measure that? And so let's not ignore that. Let's at least acknowledge that there must be some measures of improvement that we can look back upon and say, oh, wait a minute. There was some change. Some people that were in the black community made the right choice despite the odds against them. There are others who made the right choice because there were people there to support them.
But you got to think about it like this: we do give them credit. Look at the LeBrons. Look at the all the people, the famous people in the world that have done better, including the ones that do better in financial areas. Most people don't know the black. Most people don't know any of the black goddamn scientists that actually work for NASA. There's a lot of things that we don't give credit to, and the people that we give credit, we don't give credit to, are the people that lean conservative, that are been smart to do the right thing, that big up their family, that big up, they do everything right. We don't look at those. We look at education as being white. We look at doing right as being white. So
some
what
of
are
us
you
do,
talking about?
Don't.
The thing about being a black is you're the most racist person that I've ever. Most people that are black are the biggest racists I've ever seen in my life. The biggest.
But see, that's the problem. You're saying we look at education as being white, and what I'm saying to you is that there's a large segment of black people, black kids that don't see it that way. So instead of us saying like a zero sum thing, we have to look at how much and how far. It is
But
too
we
much.
do.
I
We
will
do. But
acknowledge it's always.
the thing is,
I don't. I'm black and I don't. So now
we want everyone to go back and pick up the degenerates that don't do the right thing.
No, that's not what I'm advocating, though. I'm saying, again, we cannot keep thinking in extremes, absolutes, and zero sums. I'm going to have to maybe keep saying this. If there are 100 black kids in a community that we'll say the community as a whole is dysfunction, and let's say 50 of them, we would agree, are not interested in being helped. They are unreachable. They're maybe too aggressive, too violent, whatever you want to call it. But there's another 50, maybe 10 of them will make it without any problem. Another 20 may make it if we were to help, and another 20 may make it if we put a lot of effort into helping. Why do nothing at all? I'm saying why. Each one of us can do something if
hey, Dave, I know why. Because it'd be 100 more born. David, it'd be 100 more
so
born.
What?
There'd be 100 more born, 100 more born. 100 more born.
For infinity. For infinity.
Well,
I've had this conversation. I earlier, when I wasn't listening to my audience, I brought up this very point. You're bringing it up again. Is that there's an endless number of humans for all of eternity. Black people are no different. So there's 100 more that's born, but guess what? There's 100 more people that are advocating like me in the next generation too. So 50 years from now, there's going to be a guy like me who's saying, hey, why don't we go ahead and try to grab as many as we can? And then the next, and the next, and the next.
No,
okay, this is not something that is permanent.
Can I broach this one here?
Sometimes you get tired of singing kumbaya.
Uncle Tom, let me broach this for let me broach this for a minute. Please, let me broach this for a minute. First of all, I agree with you, David. If this was 1965, maybe 1975. But in 2023, you know what every kid has, even if they're in the hood or in the rich area? A cell phone. You know what we have today? It's called the internet. Anybody, and I mean anybody that wants to move up can if they want to and willing to put in the work. You want to play the kumbaya. Well, let's go save these kids. You didn't make these kids. Take care of your own home. There is no community where you can go and say, we're going to go, all of us together, put our money in, and we're going to save these kids. You cannot save
I didn't say
something.
that. I didn't
You know what I find? You know what I find very. You know what I always find damn near humorous in all of these conversations? It's the fact that we have all of these ideas, right? All of these things, experimental things that we want to try is, oh, maybe it's polyamory. Oh, maybe it's multiple men, one woman, multiple women, one man. Maybe the men that did get the opportunity to pass on their genetic lineage, maybe those men just weren't good fathers, and we should have the men that we made our second choice be. All of this experimental bullshit, other than maybe she shouldn't be giving the box away to the wrong dude in the first place. All of this other shit is what we dance around with. But the one thing that is a proven solution time and time again would be make better mating selections. We just don't want to do it. We don't.
But we seem to keep getting away from Aaron's point.
It's crazy.
Because his point was really simple. His point was really simple.
We're not doing as bad as we think we are.
I think
we done took it off into the weeds.
No, it's a joke to me when I hear people today talk about people who are in a bad situation. When I was born in 1965, there was 2 black millionaires in America. Now we have 3 billionaires, black billionaires in America. We have over 2 million millionaires in America. So if that's not saying that we have overcome and won, I'm sorry to say, brothers, you go back to 1970 and think that you're winning. You've already won. But everybody's so, oh my God, look what they're doing over there. Do your own home. Win in your own house. This black community thing is a trap that they're putting most of you young brothers into. There was never a black community. Your community is where you live, whether you live around blacks, white, Indians, or Chinese. That's your community. Your community is not your color. That is why we can never get anywhere as a group, because we're going to congregate on color. Brothers, we all have brothers and sisters that we don't get along with, that we don't even talk to. Now we're supposed to combine with strangers?
Well, that's a natural way of life. We always congratulate. Well, we always take communion with strangers. That's neither here nor there. This is a natural part of being a human. But I agree with you on that. All family ain't family, so I just I agree with you on that wholeheartedly. But
But
it is what it
but
is.
not all but not all strangers are irrelevant to us. So
That's a
I
fact.
think
That's why we don't. Why would we start
right.
to say
So
these hoes?
well, but again, it still comes down to the choice. Like Aaron said, we were debating the philosophy of choice, and so it kind of comes around full circle because all I'm advocating for is to say you reach out to those you choose to reach out. Okay, if you haven't, okay, let me put it to you this way. This is real easy. If those of you even in this chat, if you're not interested in doing it, then don't. If there are those who are interested, then you do what you can, and that is valuable. If you can mentor one child, then you mentor one child. If you can do a class, then you do a class or whatever it is. Okay, I certainly am grateful to the black men when I was growing up who did so. It made a difference. I may not be alive today were it not for their contribution.
I can agree with that. It's been plenty of times that most black men of nowadays actually give back, whether it's giving back and going back to coach a kid, going back to uh, mentor a kid in school. So we're not like you said, we're not looking back to those, but that's few far
Donations.
between. You know what I'm saying? Because I coach, so it ain't like I'm not reaching the kids in that way. I'm not gonna sit there and
Gotcha.
live for these. I'm not gonna live for these kids. I'm not gonna. That's not my job. Because like you will lose yourself helping others if you have your
There's that
own.
extreme, right? And I'm
I
not,
mean, it's not
but again,
extreme, but it's just
that's the
true. Because
problem. Those
I put more.
extremes come
If
up
you
and
do
they
that,
keep
you
coming
put
up.
more time. Okay, you put more time into other people's children than your own. So
Right.
you gotta think of it like that as
Is
well.
Umar advocating for extremes though? Is that what the issue is? He's advocating for us to go to such an extreme that we're
You see, it's
hurting
your
our own
job
well
as a black
Yes.
I
community.
don't give a fuck what he's advocating for.
Your
That's
I'm
an
job.
not
extreme.
responsible for anyone's kids besides my own. And if
That's
I
one.
Right.
choose
He,
to
he's
go,
saying you're not
Fans are
responsible for
smart,
someone's
man.
kids is an extreme.
He
yo,
Imagine if
specifically
everybody
said,
took care of their own. Would there be a problem?
That'd be a good thing.
Yo,
Yeah, but some people
yo,
don't.
No, 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 no. But you see those people that don't, you let them sink. Understand? Do you know why every community is
No, I
above
don't
us?
understand that.
Okay, let me explain to you then,
yeah,
since you
he
don't
don't
understand.
understand that because he got a
Oh,
soft
okay.
spot. David got a soft spot, and he had to get saved, and he was supposed to sink. That's that's where his
No,
soft spot lies. Yeah, wait,
there,
you don't say
you
no
made
because
a
you just now
mistake.
said,
You made
bro.
a mistake.
You just now said that
Other
if it wasn't for those
communities,
black
they
men,
work together to
David,
help each
let,
other
let Lee
out.
make his point
talking
before
about
you
talking,
interrupt.
bro. Like, go ahead, bro. Nah, go ahead, go ahead. I'm not about to do that.
Well, just people speaking on my behalf, that's not okay. But besides that, other communities that have succeeded, if you go talk to people in those communities, they will tell you, yeah, we all work together we help those amongst us that were challenged, had the most challenges. They may loan money, they may have watched each other's kids, they may have done all sorts of things that we're saying we shouldn't have to do. And I'm not saying that we should or shouldn't, but do not act like that those communities elevated themselves up in this kind of isolation that you're advocating for us. They didn't do it. Not Indian,
Yes,
not
they did.
Latino.
Oh, no, no,
No,
no,
they
no, no.
didn't.
Yeah,
They
yes,
I
all
think you're
right.
getting the. No, no, hold on. Yeah, you should
you
be done.
don't know
First
what you're
of
talking
all,
about. Yeah,
I
you
know a lot
definitely
of
need to be
people
done.
in the Indian community. You know what they take care of? Their own house. They might go and
Right.
worship together. They don't. They don't go and lift up Auntie Jenny's
They don't
kids.
go find the homeless Indian dude or the homeless Mexican,
They have
or the
programs
ones
with each
that's
other.
in the ones that they know. Because see, this what dudes like him forget. Again, I gotta bring this shit up like every show. There was a thing called slavery, right? And that slavery created a type of human race that is just retarded. Okay, so women will have babies for no fucking reason. Men will orgasm in women, dumb as hell, right? And that has gone on, and that's why we have the hoods. So that's going to happen. What you're basically saying is that other races, white people went and they went and tried to help the heroin addicts or some shit. No, they stuck to their family and they built up the people that they deemed worthy of that That's the focus. The people in the hoods are. It's always gonna be like that. I know y'all hate it and y'all try to compare yourself to every person that got melanin in them, but at the end of the day, those are not your people. Those are not your people. If like Harriet Tubman didn't go back and try to go into the whorehouse where they was starting out anime so she could have 40 slave babies and try to go save her. No, she was cool at that point. She already fucked up. That's what we got today. Those women in them hoods, them kids that you see that do all that dumb shit, and they try to you try to be like, let's go save them, bro. They already lost, fam. They already lost. The mom already used them. Oh, my baby gonna bring me up. She having a baby. She ain't got no money in the bank. She having a baby with a dude. He's 17. It's no reason why he should be worthy to have a baby with her, but she's still gonna have the baby. She gonna think about it 9 months, and then on the ninth month, be like, I don't want to do this, but the baby pushed out now. Like, bro, you cannot save the hoods, bro. You cannot save it. You gotta save you gotta save the people that think like you, that have the mindset like you, and that's no violence, okay? Peace, love, growth, growing together, building. Those are the people, and it's not based off of skin color. Go ahead.
Okay,
Most
so
black
Aaron,
people are
he
doing
said
good.
something really important. He said supposed to. I was supposed to fail, right? And remember we were talking about supposed to, that loaded word. So let's make some sense here. Even though me, and I'm not the only black man in this country that came out, you know, okay despite that. So I represent some of that population. Okay, even though a segment of the black population prevailed because of the very effort that you seem to not be in favor of, right? Here I am. And I'm saying to you is that other communities do work together. They are known for it, whether they are giving each other loans, whether they have programs in their communities, whether they have programs in their churches, like, Hindu churches. Yes,
Who gave you your first
they
job?
do. And in fact, you know
Who
what we
gave you
should
your
do? We
first
should
job?
have people from those communities come in here.
Who gave you your first
Have a
job?
person come, huh?
Who gave you your first job? Was it a white man or a black man?
I was 14 and my first job was working downtown next door to where my dad
Who?
lives
Not
at a
what?
pizza shop.
Who? What? He asked you who,
And the
not
guy
what.
was a Chaldean, so you would say he's a white guy.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
so all right, so since he was a white guy, so the first thing that you knew that someone took a chance on you was a white guy. The
Yes,
problem
it was
with
walking down. I was
black
14.
people in America, or whatever you want to call you motherfuckers, is y'all don't consider yourselves Americans. Most of you blackity blacks don't consider yourself Americans. You ain't got no
Amen.
other home to go to. You ain't got no other country to go to. Because if you did, most of you motherfuckers should be gone by now. I don't know why y'all haven't left yet. If you don't consider yourself American, you want to consider yourself something other than American, or you got to have an adjective in front of your fucking name, or should I say a pronoun in front of your name, like a Black American or African American. I'm going to call those y'all's pronouns from now on because you sound stupid, because most of y'all were born in Chicago, goddamn Atlanta, fucking Georgia, somewhere in Georgia, some bumsfuck Maryland or some bullshit like that. But you consider yourself something other than American. I don't give a fuck what they promised you were supposed to get. No, it's shit promised to your ass. That's y'all promise. Someone's supposed to help you up and call, please, I need you to coddle me until I get 30, and then maybe I'll do something good with my life. Stop that
Uncle Tom,
bullshit up.
What does all of that narrative have to do with what I'm talking about, though? It's like, I get what you're
David.
saying, but that's not related to what we're talking about.
Hold on, Dave. Let me read the super
I
chats
apologize.
and then I'll play the next clip because I think I know what people are really ultimately trying to get done. Gary Grant says Umar want you to be the cleanup man. That's a negative. I'm not doing it. Y'all can do it, but I'm not. Shout out to Rug Girl. She says happy 4th of July, Aaron. Happy 4th to you and your family. Hopefully everything's going well. Kingdom Minded says truth. Aaron, can you and Uncle Tom please do a breakdown for Vivek? I don't know who his Ramaswamy is because
He's a politician.
He's running for president.
Uncle Tom can set it up, and I go over to his channel, and we get it rocking over there because that's what he specializes in. So I definitely rock out with him on that. Limp wrist males led by a rabid pit bull female. AL says white middle class was built through welfare and FHA loans before the policies were reformed for us. That's fine. Unlikely is right. Let's drop the dead weight. I've been saying that too, but Lee was hitting some bars. Let's just be honest, right? This is the problem that I have, people. Lee hit it on the nail when he said people focus on their families, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the families, the last names of families is actually the people that we say are white power. The families, not no community. There ain't no community of any group of anybody that anybody is worried about. We worried about families, individuals. There's a false claim of a system, right? That nobody can identify, nobody can get rid of. We just say it because it sounds good and we've been saying it for so long. Well, I'm here to tell you this. We all have a choice. I can pull up right now and put on screen all the cities that's for sale. 3.8 million, $8 million here. They for sale. You go build up your own community there, but it won't be all of America. You get a segment, a small place. Like, you know what it is? You know, they have those, what are those called? The Yiddish people or the Omni people that don't have internet. They just live in that little. They are a small community. So if y'all go want small communities, what y'all trying to do is get all of the black community. That's the problem. It ain't
those Amish communities are real communities.
It ain't never enough.
Make good.
We don't never have a number of what y'all willing to do. We got millionaires, we got billionaires, we got thousands, we got it all. We got rich, we got poor, we got bums, we got everything that everybody else has. It just ain't everybody. And if I say something that's let them burn, forget about them, I'm bad. What about the good kids that's caught in the crossfire? Oh well. There's good, there's bad, there's evil, sometimes it ain't enough. And I know you don't like it. And I know it's not nice. I know it's not kind. But I hate to tell you, there are white families that can't be saved either. There are white people that think, oh, there are some good kids that's down in those trailer trash. But it is what it is. That's life. Everybody lets people go. And everybody helps some people that they can if they have the ability to do so. Not just having the money to do so, the ability to do so. And here's the truth. How many black people want to do something that they know ultimately is going to be for nothing? For example, most wealth is lost by the second generation. It's gone. How many of y'all want to build up all this money to just know it's going to be gone after 20 years or so? How many of y'all want to do that? How many of y'all want to build up these communities and know that they're going to be gone after about 10, 20 years of you building it up? Black people don't want to do nothing when they know failure is an option. Oh, we ain't getting married because what if the marriage don't work out? I don't want to do it. Forget it. Anything that you know definitively is going to have a bad outcome, we don't want to participate. Until we start saying that failing is good eventually, no change is going to happen. And that's just the honest God's truth. Because most communities know, yeah, I'm going to just do it for my lifetime. And after that, it's over. Because that's what's happening. They're not getting to carry this. These companies that have been around for 100 years, that is so beyond rare. It's almost a miracle that there are family businesses that are still around for 100 years. That stuff is so wild. Like, that's just not going to happen. But let me show you the video. This is ultimately what black people want to happen. This is the video here. This is ultimately what you guys want done. This is what y'all want. Listen to this, man. This is what y'all want.
You know, the Jews, in the Yiddish language, there's this word fargin. It's a beautiful word. Yes. They come at it differently, but this word fargin, here's what it means. It means that if we are in a community and you're doing something, even if somebody outside the community can do it better, cheaper, and faster, we buy from you. And when you get it wrong, we come to you. So you got this wrong, fix it. Then we buy again. That's us. It's called fargin. The reason that's important is because now you got to understand our psychology. So what do? You start something and you sell. We buy it. Then we go on social media and go, futhi phukile lento ayisebenzi nokusebenza. Sure. Bekacabanga ukuthi wenzani. Futhi nalamateki wakhe mana amosheka fast. Yeah. Futhi nalokudla kwakhe akusimnandi nekuyadura unnecessary. Then we're the same people that go, but why is black wealth not growing? Sure. Right.
What's up, that stupid Valiant?
I'm going to drop the link if you guys want to hear and read the subtitles, what he actually said. But let me give you the short version. We want black people to come to black people for businesses. We want to, if something breaks, come back to us. We want to buy by us, sell by us. We want to be our own mechanism. We want that. That's what black people want. But here's the sad part. Let me tell you what's about to hurt y'all feelings. See, y'all really want what other people are doing. Y'all want other people's culture to be your culture. But the truth of it, it ain't yours. It's theirs. So then y'all gonna be mad because it's gonna hurt even more. Y'all need to go to their culture and get with those people, but they don't want to accept you. See, they built something and they're gonna deny you interest so that they can preserve it and control it. And that's what frustrates black people. Damn, we want to do what they doing. They can we join y'all? Nah, we don't want y'all to mess it up. So see, y'all some sellouts, man. Y'all want to get with people that don't want to get with y'all. Yeah, because they found a system to keep y'all out of it because y'all gonna mess it up. At least even if y'all not, they believe y'all are, and they have the ability to keep you out of their system. And y'all are jealous, black people are jealous, that y'all can't create your own system that do the same thing that they do. Ultimately, what I'm saying is this. Black people feel like we ain't doing enough. We feel like we ain't doing enough because we don't have the power that we want other people to give away. We want to be black supremacists. See, we say white supremacy exists. Well, I mean, okay, so the only way that you feel black people are winning is what? If we become black supremacists, if it's our systems, if we're the ones in control. That's the only way you'll say we're actually winning. And that's what the truth is. That's what people are mad about. They want to be the supremacists that they want to get rid of. They just want to be in the positions of power. They want to be in the positions of control. So you just want to do unto people as you wish they have not done unto you. Ultimately, what you're going to hear people lie and say, no, we just want them to leave us alone. Well, let me give you the most powerful advice I could give you. And I normally don't give this, but I'm going to give it to you today. See, we are our environments. See, if you don't like where you work, you change the environment. If you don't like where you live, you change the environment. At the end of the day, we have the freedom to change our environments all on our own. If y'all don't like America, you can go somewhere else. See, most people don't go to a place and go, hey, is this Chuck E. Cheese? Hey, change that mouse. Get a rhinoceros instead. I want to change your environment. We want to fix people's environment in their own environment. That is insanity. You should not do that. Go to an environment, if you think it exists, that is conducive to the things that you want. But I'm guessing y'all don't want to do that. What y'all want to do is say, no, we were slaves for 500, 700, 900 years, so y'all owe us. Well, let me tell you how owing somebody works. They ain't never got to pay you back if they don't want to pay you back. And if you can't make them pay you back, which proven you can't make them pay you back, you ain't getting nothing. You ain't getting nothing. I'm tired of the complaining and the cries, okay? Change your environment if you want a different outcome. That is the power that you're given. That is the truth, unless you want to become a black supremacist and control the world. But ultimately, I think you guys would like that. If black people were the dominant people and controlled everything and they was in charge, we would have none of these complaints.
And then you're gonna get the one, nigga that's gonna be like, well, we gonna go to war with the government. You mean the people that control your water? Shut the fuck up.
The government got drones. No, it's like that, Aaron. I think we are part of the system. So we have a fantasy that we're not part of it, but we are Americans. So we don't think like the Jays because we think like Americans. We do what Americans do.
No. You gotta look at the community that we keep saying. Like in most of these major cities, they're ran by black folk from damn near top to fucking bottom. So you can see how the black community acts inside their own community because it's from the top.
Well,
I'm
Uncle
sorry.
Tom, I'm sorry to say, those are only liberal cities, though.
It don't matter. It's the black so-called black community. It's ran from top to bottom. You can call it liberal if you want to. It is what it is.
Hey, Mr. David, there are hundreds and hundreds of black men in those black communities trying to help out. So it's a myth. They not all of the black men is not abandoning it. Just people like me, I abandon the shit because I want my kids to be safe. It's not smart to leave my kids in a dangerous place. But there are hundreds of black men, teachers, coaches. Mm-hmm. They doing the work.
Yeah.
So it's a myth.
That's all I'm advocating for.
Yes. So personally, I don't think we're doing bad because I've seen worse. I don't think we're doing as bad. I think it's a myth.
Yeah, I'm not the one. Like, I'm not trying to make that value judgment. I guess I have a singular interest, and that is to work in a positive way with as many kids as I can, or with many kids as we can. Even though the cynicism and that ignorance occurs, and you might say, oh, well, you know what? They don't want to be saved. That cynicism starts coming in right around third grade for most kids. Okay. So there's a lot of possibility between, third grade and high school. And for me, it's worth it. For a lot of us, it would be worth it, would be rewarding, but we don't see it. And I just know not to operate in extremes. I know not to look at things with that kind of the cynical approach. I don't think that what you were saying really applied to me, and I don't think it meant to, or like the person that the group that I represent, whatever, the perspective that I represent, whether it be the Black supremacy or the complaining about reparations or the refusal to integrate. But Aaron, it sounds like you're advocating for assimilation and social Darwinism.
No, we already assimilated. That's what he was saying. And another thing, Aaron, we really can't help those kids because I can't go in and discipline them kids. I can't slam them if they do a swing at me. I got to listen to their parents. Their parents going to be override me. So it's like we really can't do much. Because kids, I'm kicking your butt. Then you swing and I slam them, I go to jail, right? If the parents say my kid got a scratch,
the point that I'm making, Lamar, is that the communities that we claiming that we want to be like are not doing the things that they're telling us to do. They're not going into communities, cleaning them up, getting all the most dangerous people out of there. They're not doing that.
Get out.
No, you actually can't find anybody that are doing what people are asking for Black people or Black men specifically to do. No one is doing it.
You're saying there's no Latino communities do this? There's no Arab communities do this?
Once again, what they're asking Black people do is to save the Black population. Now, there's a community in Washington, D.C. full of Black people that got money. So there's a community that exists. Does that solve the answer? The answer is no. We want more. And so the point that I'm saying is the request it continuously to be is more, not that it doesn't exist. So the claim is we want more people, more of the population. I'm saying nobody's doing that. Nobody's done it and nobody can do it. It's not possible. So what I'm saying is guys like Umar Johnson, his job now is to perpetuate a thought process that we have to save some community and save some people, which there is actually no way to do it. And that his ideas that he says, they sound phenomenal. He can't implement them. We have the resources for it. He can't. If he's so right, and if there's so many people that actually should do this stuff, why aren't they doing it? And the only answer is self-hate. It's not the answer. They don't want to. People don't. Go ahead.
No, I didn't know you were done. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. It's
and the Hispanic community in South Dallas. I know some real hood Hispanic communities. I know what the third generation gang members, grandfather, father, then the son. So this fantasy that the Hispanics hood is doing better, that's a myth too. I never saw first I met a grandfather that was a gang member was from my Hispanic friend. It was inherited, passed down and passed down. So
but
what we're talking about.
Here's the difference, Lamar. There is the Hispanic gang community. There's even the Oriental gang community. You know what the majority of the other people do? They shun them. They don't allow them in their community, even though that's the third generation. That third generation, that's they are out there. Us Black people, even though we know I might have a gang member in my family or a drug dealer, I ain't not sending them to prison. No, because they're in my family. We allow that. Other communities, they don't allow that. You're a scumbag, you're a dirtbag, you out. They don't even look at you. So you can talk about the J community and the white community and all these other communities. But the difference, what they don't do that we do, they throw away their garbage. We try to clean it up.
That is probably that's the most that makes the most sense to me. Yeah. And the issue is that we're fighting against that, which I can see the frustration, or I can see the like, screw it, let's just walk away. I totally get that now. But that's only because we are far too often absorbing that. I don't know if it's out of a sense of too much compassion or if it's out of a sense of helplessness. So now it becomes a larger sociological issue, which I don't think is even scope of this conversation of how do we break that cycle? What is it? Don't stop
We
stop
don't. We
snitches,
let people
snitches get
endure
stitches,
Well,
the
and all that stuff.
Haiti's handling that right
endure
now. I'm telling you
their
that right now because
decisions.
they taking care of their gang culture right now in Haiti.
Who?
You
Yeah.
can't. I dare you to go up there and act like you're a gay man. The whole community beating you to death.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear
And
about what happened? Did you guys hear what happened in El Salvador?
Damn, El Salvador. My friend El Salvador. No.
Yeah, the president. He went. I don't know what to call it. They call him a dictator now because he went and said, "Fuck it. If you even look like a gang member, you're going to prison for X amount of years." So about 50,000 people are up in the prison, and he's like, "You guys want to eat?
As it should.
Don't do no gang shit."
The entire people
You know what he did that was better than anything?
But most people just want to live, man.
He made their
Most people
crime
just want to
rate
live and get
cut
along.
down 75% just by doing that.
I know, but they coming here.
75%.
They coming to America. Welcome to America.
No, they're not coming to America. What happened was they came to America, the last generation, and they got a lot of them deported, and then they ended up there trying to do the same shit. And then that's when he cracked down. Because before that, he was just like, I think he was like some hedge fund guy, and he was like 27. He was really young, and he didn't realize the gravity of this. So he was like, oh, it was like Starsky and Hutch. He was like, oh, it's this bad? He's like, okay, state of emergency, boom. And so he put an end to it. And the only issue now we're having, this is the part that I find offensive, is that these like so-called civil rights organizations are complaining about the authoritarian nature of it. That's it. Because Mexico was in a civil war, they just won't admit it. You know, like, have you ever heard of La Sombra, the shadows? Those are the community members that not only go in and try to help, help their community through this, but they go gang hunting. They go hunting for gang members and they assassinate them. They're called La Sombra.
But we don't do that here.
I understand that, and that's like that dividing line. So there's two things where I'm listening and I'm understanding. Okay, so we're not willing to vigilante, and we're not. There's too many of us that enable the gangs or enable that behavior by being too conciliatory. And I've seen that. I've experienced that where it's like, well, this poor kid, he's struggling or whatnot. Well, wait a minute. So even on a philosophical level, he's now oppressing another black kid that isn't doing that, and that gets to me personally. So that becomes a matter. But if we all don't do anything, whether it's even to protect those kids like me, who wasn't into a gang and who was being oppressed by other gangs, or being oppressed by gangs rather, then what? Because a lot of kids are like that. Like they're in the hood and they're being oppressed by what I would consider to be sellouts, gang members, gang culture, that whole notion of it. It's
gotta move.
So shun it, cut it off.
You have
10
Don't
years
let it
old.
live around you.
You have
Everyone wants to speak. Go ahead.
You have a loyalty to your family. Hey family. Hey, by the way, I'm gonna move us into the hood, so that way I can show them what a good family look like and put my family at risk. It's idiotic. You don't have a invested interest in people who are not going or aligning in the way you see life, in the way you do things. It just makes absolutely no sense at all for you to have your own family, put them in a situation where it's safe, and then go. But the right thing to do is go and help the people that are the most in need. The problem is, it's not your job to help the people the most in need. And the people that are most in need, the truth is, rich people should help middle class people. That's the truth.
But Aaron, who's advocating for that though?
I'm advocating for it.
No, I mean, who's advocating for a person like in a safe neighborhood to move into a danger? I haven't heard anyone ever advocate for that.
A lot of
people. Okay, got it. Okay, no, I'm sorry.
People move close to the
I
family
just
members that
think
are in the hood, just so they feel a sense of support.
Yeah. How do
It's the
y'all
most
call
idiotic
people
thing
sellouts?
because they themselves are not supported.
If you want a solution, follow the Dubai blueprint.
There is no solution because you're using
Say
a
they want
solution
a
in a
solution.
country that don't have the same laws as us. Give a real
Right. You
solution.
can't use that. You can't do that.
There is no solution, but give a real one that can actually be applied.
I could tell you one
You're right.
that would stop this in within a year. Put stop and frisk in every single big city by law. If you think this guy's a criminal, stop and frisk him. He got no recourse. I watched in the 80s and the 90s when Rudy Giuliani came into New York, when you couldn't go to New York or go to Central Park without having mugging fees. Like you're going to get mugged. He brought in stop and frisk. The crime rate went down 85%. But then we have the bleeding hearts. Oh, you're infringing on people's rights. But they don't care about the rights of regular people. I don't know if you all realize that now. Regular people that go to work and try to do something, they don't care about you. They care about the criminals and the crooks and the degenerates. That's why you have to take care of your family. Forget the rest of them because they'll just draw you down in the sewage with them. Ghetto used to mean get out. But now people are repping the ghetto. Look how they brainwash people.
Gary, how about you coming from work and you got a suit and tie on? We think you're a mobster, so we're gonna kick your door in, go search your whole house while your kids are there.
And if you're not a mobster, I apologize to you and I move on to the next door.
What about they put guns at your head? Like I got tired of people getting stopped putting guns on my head. That's why I moved out of the country.
Yeah.
I said, okay, I'm gonna get what's gonna happen? They'll catch me on a bad day.
Well,
when I'm in Texas, I got mine, they got theirs. That's
So
why I had to get out.
the point that Gary's making is that you don't get safety without some violations. Like if you want to be in a safe community, I have to do things that impede on your freedom. I have to do things that you're not going to be happy with. Yes, I might make a mistake. Hey, look kind of. Why do you think I look kind of weird? I just got a feeling. And if I'm wrong, have a good day, sir.
Aaron, those mistakes are dangerous to themselves. Those
like
mistakes.
Listen to what I said, right? Because you guys are responding emotionally. I'm gonna try this again. Gary is simply saying, if you want to get rid of crime, if you want to drive down violence, we have to do things that infringe upon your freedom, that make you uncomfortable because I'm judging you and I might be wrong, and you can't get mad about it.
That was my point.
And
that's the truth, but we don't like it.
Can I ask a panel a
it's
question?
not the laws of people that implement the law. The law is.
Can I ask a panel a question? Can I ask a panel a question?
Okay,
would you sacrifice your freedom to have more safety by like having more of a surveillance society where they watch everything and have cameras everywhere? Would you rather that type of society
the countries that you're
I would.
Yes.
Actually, in a way, we are. Hold on. Okay, we already do. Everybody got a camera phone. We just saw old girl get mollywopped by dude at the stop and go or wherever the fuck the pizza shack. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got a camera nowadays. Imagine if we didn't have that deterrent and things progressed gun wise in every other way, and we didn't have everybody walking around with a camera in their pocket.
That was the 80s.
That was the 80s. Some gruesome shit went down in that Reagan era. All right, so like we already have done that, okay? Like we've done that to a certain degree. It's just that it's at the point now is where niggas feel like they get clout for doing stupid shit on camera. That's how bad it is. Niggas will do dumb shit. Hey, let's fake rob this gun store and type shit. Like everybody got a camera, bro. We're under surveillance, but niggas ain't moving like we're under surveillance. Niggas don't care. Niggas don't give a fuck.
The government need more cameras, not the individual, because the individual's not going to snitch. But it's funny, sometimes I'm in Japan, these people, they like the bad guys. You can see these cameras everywhere, so it's like a movie. They go from this neighborhood to this alley to this room. They always get caught because there's cameras everywhere. So, yes, we should put more surveillance. That's better than getting stopped and put guns in your head.
you're. Oh, let me read these super chats. You're basically agreeing that we have to lose some of our rights in order for us to be safer. Happy Intrinsic says, "Happy 4th of July, Aaron. You and your family and everyone on the panel. Happy 4th. Happy Intrinsic. We appreciate it." Lindsay says, "Do you want inclusion or exclusion? Do you want something in the middle? What do black men and black women want?" That is probably the golden question.
I wonder
we're not a
how.
monolith. So because we're not a monolith, everybody wants something different. The majority of black people that made it out the hood want to stay away from violent people. I tell you that now. I'm trying to get out of here.
Just yours.
And we want to mind our business and do what's
Word.
best for us and our family. That's the general thing that those people want. People in the hood, some of them want to be able to get away with crimes. Some of them want to be able to get the people out of the hood that's in the hood with them. So it's not a monolith. There is no actual complete answer to your question because black people don't even know the answer. That's why they got mad at Ice Cube. Timeout says, nah, black people celebrate it. Look at the music awards. Of course, it's not only music awards, they make money with it. Supergirl, shout out to Supergirl. Well, that's kind of cool. Facts, Aaron, no different than having to take off your shoes at the airport post 9/11. Inconvenient but necessary. That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to lose a little bit of freedom in order for people to be more safe, but I know most people are not willing to do that because they're gonna say they're gonna violate other things if you let them do this and that.
But the key,
I'm okay with it. It just we could do it different ways. We could do more surveillance. We could do a lot of different ways before it's stopping individuals and pulling guns out. And I'm not done with that because it's going to end badly.
I think surveillance
goes back to
no.
This goes back to the level of exchange.
Look at any major city you live in. It's been the same street that they're doing the same crime at the same time every day since 1967.
Oh, you're so right, brother.
Chicago, Memphis, Phoenix. It's the same street. I could show up in San Francisco like Aaron. I want some crack, I want a prostitute, and I want heroin. He can tell me which street it's on, and I can get it within an hour.
Yeah, that's capital. That's capital.
Same thing. It's not going to change. Then if they gentrify or revitalize, it moves 2 blocks over, and it's the same thing. So, I mean, they know what's going to happen. They know who's going to do it. It's that dude right over there. He's selling it to that dude over there. Every city. In Miami.
So you're saying
Memphis, Detroit, DC. Southeast DC, 16th Street, same thing. So you can put a camera on it, but you already know what's going to happen. Am I right?
So you're saying overall it hasn't reduced, or are you just saying it's the same and it's just moved? Because it seems like in certain areas it's reduced.
I'm saying if people really wanted a solution to a problem, if the problem was about being solved, it would have been solved. Someone's going to sell crack. Somebody at the same time in the city that you live on the same street. And they did it 10 years ago.
And it's a part of
putting the camera up there going to do. Now he sold it for $20 instead of $15.
Hold on one sec. Shout out to Big Bad Bull. He said sponsor slot take over GBG gang in the building. Shout out to Big Bad Bull. GBG gang full effect. I think ultimately Citizen Lewis up here because he mad at me because I seen him going off in the chat a little bit. He missed me too. He's like, I gotta get in this.
I've been.
Yeah, I heard him talking crazy. He was talking crazy to me too.
Lee, you actually on black people, man. Lee, come on here, y'all. Every time Lee get on the phone.
No, Lee, we throw a while. I like Lee.
No. But
I fuck with him sometimes.
Lou, the problem that I'm having is that as I really sit here and break it down, black people don't really have no problem.
It's not that bad.
They don't. The black people doing well, doing just fine. That's just the truth. And the ones that ain't, unfortunately, they ain't. Why can't we just let that be? Why do we have to continue to create a narrative for Dr. Umar Johnson to go and make all these speeches and stuff about tell us about the problem and he know he can't fix it. He know he ain't got no resources to fix it. We know he ain't got no man around him that can fix it. We know we got Robert Smith that got the money. We know we got Oprah got the money. We know there's cities that's on sale for like $1 million, 5, 3 million, 8 million. Buy that whole city, put black people in it, build out the hospitals. We know we can do it. We've seen on Instagram a picture of all black doctors, all black women nurses, like 20 of them graduating class. We have them, put them in. We know it exists.
No, it exists. You're right.
Men like Umar, who keeps broadcasting that black men have a problem, is doing the same thing that the traditional media is doing when they keep broadcasting crime-ridden areas in black neighborhoods. It's the same kind of messaging. I agree with Aaron. Black people don't have a problem. There's just a poor problem. Poor people are just
different class.
Yeah, it's a classism problem, really. More than
it's also mixed with a mentality that the slave mentality of like the having babies part. The having babies part is really the super crazy shit that like women who are smart and logical that are in the black community, whatever, that are fine, will defend those women and be like,
no, you guys are wrong. I'm gonna let Lou go right after this because everybody talked to him. It's Lou's turn. This is the real truth. The richest people in the world don't give a damn about you broke people, about you poor people. But you know what they do though? They know psychology. And they feed it to y'all. Y'all know what y'all so sensitive about? Children. See, the children is what get y'all heart wrenched up. And you know why? Y'all used to be children. Y'all couldn't get the Jordans and the Maya, all the goods. Y'all couldn't have it. So y'all resonate with children. So y'all think children are innocent, pure, and need to be protected. I'm not saying that they don't. I'm saying rich people don't give goddamn care about your children. And what they do is they prey on your humanity to focus on children. So what they did is we all know they're going to be poor people, right? We know they're going to be children that born into poor families, right? Our heart's going to hurt. Oh, what about the children? Rich people running the bag up, getting on yachts while y'all sitting here crying with your middle class money, your low class money, talk about what about the children? They don't care. They do not care. They convinced us to care. Think about that. They have the most resources. They have the most capabilities to change life for the poorest people, and the ones with the least amount of resources care the most. How does that make sense?
Aaron, the middle class and poor people don't care either. If you
don't
give $1 million, you'll never hear from them again.
You're right about that, dude. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
If they had the option, they wouldn't care. They'd be disappear. They'd be on an island. Like, oh man, it's y'all problem.
Go ahead, Lou. It's on you.
That's true.
What's up? Now I was tapped in. I was listening. So, somebody brought up Dr. Umar. I mean, you asked about Dr. Umar. I mean, Dr. Umar, he's just a saboteur. He's just a scammer. I mean, I don't really take him serious at all. Like, he don't speak for black people. To be honest, we really can't have an all black solution whatsoever. Like that's why, like, when people do this, like. The only one I'm with is reparations. That's the only one I rock with. I don't care.
I have no issue with reparations.
That's the only. I mean, look. I might not be totally with it. I mean, I might not be out protesting, but I'm not against it. I'm not against it.
Yeah,
I'm black.
I'm not necessarily.
I'm not be against reparations, but
yeah, I'm not against it either. Just like I'm not against a billionaire knocking on my door, handing me $1 billion. I'm not against that either. Now, does that mean I'm going to wait and hope that a billionaire does?
No, but it actually the billionaires actually taking billions from us and through government subsidies.
Billionaires are not taking billions from us. Let me give you the example.
Yes, they are. Just like Elon.
Let me give you the example. You're wearing a hat, right?
Yeah, Nike.
Why don't you make it yourself?
Exactly.
I don't have little kids in Taiwan. I mean,
no. Stitch it up yourself.
You don't know. I could have stolen this. What's that?
Stitch it up yourself. Buy the materials and put it together yourself. Stop outsourcing your own capabilities to other people.
FUBU.
FUBU. The funny thing about I don't want to do that, Aaron. What are you talking about?
You don't want to do that, right? And so the billionaires realize you don't want to do it. They created a system and you pay them for something you don't want to do. How is that wrong?
It's not necessarily wrong, but I was just saying you were saying about a billionaire coming to your house giving you $1 billion. I said no, it actually works the other way. They take billions from
you said billionaires take our money.
They do.
And that's where Aaron disagreed.
Do they provide a service for that money?
They earn our
Now,
money.
our infrastructure that we put in together. Yes, Gary. What's up,
No,
Gary?
no,
I
no,
ain't
no,
seen
no.
you.
They
Gary, I ain't
wait,
seen
wait,
you in a
wait,
minute. Gary, what's
hold
up
on,
with you, Gary?
Lou.
How you doing, Lou?
They pay
What's
us
up,
for
Ray?
that infrastructure that you're talking about.
You also have the ability to contribute to the American infrastructure by creating a business that you could create a mining business right now and outsource your mining business that's based in America and set up a mining in like Guyana or South America and ship the
Right, yeah,
material
we get rich.
and mine the
Yeah,
materials back out of the ground, send it to a person who can actually make products out of that material. You can do all that stuff that costs money though.
Oh,
That
I can
costs
go and start a mining company in Africa and mine it out and do that. I can do that right now. That's what you're saying, Kate? We all can
I'm
do
just
that.
saying, like you can.
If you got the money, Lou,
Go ahead, go ahead.
if you can afford to buy the mine, you can go do that.
No, that's cool. I mean, I don't really want to get into that. I know how y'all get. I know. You know, Aaron. If you rich, you right. So I don't want to. Well, Aaron,
Damn, Aaron.
See, Aaron learned. That's why I like this young fella. Because when you got money, you got rights. You know what I don't notice since I got money? I don't notice racism. I mean, I don't notice prejudice because I have money.
Lou,
Understand?
I don't believe that if you rich, you right. What I believe is if a rich person tell me to be quiet, I'ma shut up. If a rich person say I know more,
why?
I'm gonna shut up and listen.
I'm gonna tell you why. It's not a winning battle because I understand how life works, and I plan the game of life. See, y'all want to change the rules and change the game because y'all victims, and y'all don't want to see. The only way you change the game is to be the power structure, right? That's the thing that Umar actually has right. We need to be the power structure. We need to control. We need to control all that stuff. The schools, the education system, the doctors, the hospitals, the groceries. We need to control the farming. We need to control all of those power sources. That's very true. But until we become the power source, you have to understand that I don't make the rules. So the rules is this: rich people run things, and rich people are smarter than the people that don't run things, whether we like it or not. That's just the truth. So if a rich person come on here and say, "Look here, little homie, you ain't getting no money. You don't know nothing. I get money. Shut up." I'm like, "You got it." I'm not gonna be prideful and egotistical to be like, "Nah, your money don't make me." And just because
What
you
you
get
bragging for, Aaron? What are you bragging for?
I'm a human being. I think that's people wasting their time. Now, now the argument is 2 + 2 is 4, then we can have a mathematical argument all day. I don't care how much money you got. Math is math. But outside of that, when we talk about results, actual things that happen, you need to be quiet. Now, that's why I like to hang with broke people like myself, because then we all broke and ain't nobody one up in these.
Ain't nobody gonna tell you to be quiet.
Yeah, we just brokety brokes. So that's the problem. Man, listen, y'all gonna learn y'all lesson about that with these rich people.
Yo, and this idea of shaming rich people just because they have money is kind of illogical, because if you're trying to pursue wealth, what are you gonna pursue wealth? Let's say you get rich, you're gonna go against the rich people until you get rich, and then what? You're gonna change stance, and now you're gonna look down on the people who you passed up, and you're more wealthy than, and look at them like they're taking your resources now. So it kind of makes no sense when you attack people with wealth and resources.
No, it makes sense. It's the battle of the haves and the have-nots. The problem is when you understand that that's not going to do nothing for you, you move on, you adjust, you change. Let me give you an example, right?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Me telling rich people, hey, just because you're rich don't mean you're better than me, is a waste of time. You know why? Because everything around us says they are. Every girl that you try to get, whenever that money come through, we say money change, money make a dance, bands make a dance, right? The neighborhood you living in, hey, it ain't safe here. Well, I bought the whole neighborhood. You safe now. Like, they can do so much more than you. They move more to more. Huh?
I don't necessarily know about that because Jeff Bezos' wife divorced his ass, and now she with a math teacher.
No, she's divorced.
I did a whole show on that. She divorced him too.
Yep.
She divorced the teacher?
Yes.
That's it.
So she just a dick hopper.
No, I'm trying.
No, she's rich.
She's a rich one though.
You're a rich dick hopper, yeah. Okay.
like
Touche.
Jeff Bezos.
I give you that one.
And Aaron, I have a suggestion for you. Stop hanging with your broke friends. Try to find a couple of rich friends, and then you can get in with them and get rich. Then you ain't got to see them broke friends. I ain't broke friends. I don't have them anymore.
Listen, hey, broke people more fun. Nobody complains
I
more
wasn't
than
saying I
broke
don't
people.
want people to get
Broke
money.
people are the funnest people on the planet. They learn. Look, they
I don't want that
dance.
to be
They
misconstrued.
create artwork. They have the most time to do creative stuff. Broke people are the best and most fun and creative people on the planet. They just not the most productive. And
Well,
so
they're the best at doing nothing.
yeah, they
I
pretty
like the
good at it,
middle
though.
class that y'all
They
say
got ideals, though.
disappeared. I like chilling with the middle class that y'all say disappeared. That won't go buy it. They won't live in a condo in Brickell because that's being rich, but they own a house in like Alapata or something like that. You know,
No,
like that guy.
You in Miami, Lee, that's right. Yeah, you
Lee, actually,
No,
that's
but
the
like
most
that's
dangerous.
anywhere. Think about it. Any one of
Lee,
y'all cities.
that is the most dangerous place to be, Lee. Let me change your mind right now. Don't want the middle class. Either be broke or be rich, but pick one. Do not want to be middle class because those people are the biggest slaves we have in this country because they are the ones that get taxed the most and they do the most work in this country. Nobody works harder than the middle class. Nobody pay more taxes than the middle class.
That is a farce. There, I got to correct you there, Aaron, with that, with the taxes.
No.
Okay.
They got 9 to 5s. They really can't be my friend because they don't got the time to be my friend.
Okay.
Because I don't have a job no more. I work like strictly from home now. So I'm not about to.
So you won. You're a winner.
I'm not about to.
Yeah, I work from home too, but
that's winning, brothers. Imagine that you ain't got to go report to the factory or do none of this. You can make your.
Gary Grant, hold on one sec. Gary Grant, you want to attack my taxes argument, but let's be clear. Make sure you speak to the actual rates of taxes, not to how much in totality.
I only deal with how much. I don't care if you get taxed at a higher rate.
Gary Grant, that won't matter as much because if you have the most money, in totality you pay the most. But Warren Buffett says his secretary paid more in taxes than he does because he doesn't look at it as totality. He look at it in percentages, right? Which I would concede to him as that's the proper way to look at it. To that you say?
I say that's the okie doke. First of all, the richest people in America, for every single state, all 50 of them that you have,
pay the most taxes.
Pay more than half of the taxes.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Okay, the richest people in America account for 10% of the people in America. So how can the middle class be paying more than them?
If
you want to go by percentage.
No.
Gary.
They still pay,
I think you guys should look at it as working class.
Percentages, though, Gary. Yes, of course, in totality, they pay more, but it's still a lot of meat on that.
No. But what?
Can y'all look at it as like a working class society? Like the working class is the one that's paying the bulk of the.
No.
Is doing all the work, and
what Gary is saying is he's right, but how I'm explaining it is completely different. It ain't just a monetary tax; it's a physical labor tax. It's a mental labor tax.
It's a commuting tax.
It's literally everything rides and dies with the middle class. We ride you like a horse, pay you the least amount of money to get and poor people get the most benefits. They get the most benefits, and middle class people think they're doing better than poor, so they stay there and realize they're actually the most slave people in America. Do not stay in middle class. Fight every tooth and nail to get to the upper class, or be at the bottom class.
You got corporate welfare too. You got like Trump. I think he put like 2 goats on his golf course.
On his land, yes.
They consider like farmland. I mean, like, bro, it's like when you got certain type of money, bro, you get
citizen copy off.
Okay, let me ask you something, Lou. Let me ask you a question, brother. Was that within the rules of the game?
You're right, yeah.
Are you 2 ghosts, Lou?
So that's the whole deal. Like, don't hate a man for playing the game by the rules and winning.
Hey, man, I'm just saying, bro. I was just pointing out the point, Gary, that rich people get welfare benefits too. That's all I was saying.
No, they just have more lawyers that they know what to write off, so they get to keep more of their money. That's all. That's the only difference. You got to go to H&R Block. This guy's got 3, 4, 5 different accountants looking over and going through every rule that they can get a penny back because they don't want to give the government their money. Yes, you're right that the middle class, they eat from them, but most middle class. What's middle class in America now? 100 grand?
Nah, that's like upper middle. I don't know. You're right with inflation. I'm not sure.
It depends what state you live.
I have to look at the at the index. I'm not too sure, but I would say 100K.
How you living?
Don't get
let's
caught
say
up.
75 or
Don't get caught up on salary. Get caught up on what you can keep. Right?
Yeah, you're right, Aaron. It's really you're right. It really should be
Damn, bars.
It
Write
should
that
be
shit down, Lou.
Look at Lamar. You funny.
Write that shit down.
Nah, yeah. You probably gotta look at net worth. Though I agree, Aaron. Instead of income, because if you making 130 in San Francisco, that's like equivalent to like 85 in like Austin, Texas, or something. So it's like you can't really use income. That's why I don't like when they compare our incomes, because most black people live in the South. So like our shit's definitely skewed to like, all the Indians live in, all the Indians live in San Fran. So of course they shit's gonna look way higher. It's gonna look way higher than our shit if you got all these black people living in Mississippi, Georgia.
Because they're the most productive group when it comes to money.
Why is India so trash though, Aaron? Why is India such?
It's a very simple answer. It's a very.
I've been to India
because they're in poverty.
I haven't been there.
That shit is shitty.
Yeah, but that's the point.
Government.
The way they're
so much people.
And I went in 2017, and they were doing a currency exchange. Like they were switching out their currencies.
Mm-hmm.
Like they like nobody was paying taxes, so you had to bring all your old currency to get the new currency. And if you couldn't prove that you made it through legal means, they taxed it. Yeah, exactly. They taxed it at 200%. Is that what you do, Aaron? You like in finance, right? Aren't you like in money or something?
I just sleep on.
Oh, my bad. You ain't gotta tell it. My bad. You good. My bad.
I'm a nobody. I'm a YouTuber. I'm trying to make a way. So here's the thing, though, right? We have the best system set up for you to get rich out of nowhere. We have the best system.
Yeah, capitalism.
Right? And no, other places have capitalism. We have the best system. That means we have the best culture for it. We have the most freedom to access it than anywhere else. That don't mean we're the best culture. That don't mean we have the best system in place for people to get rich. And that's the problem that people don't understand. When you're in other countries, they don't have a system set up for people to get rich like that. You born into money. That's why people like they was born into that money. Their life was already set from the jump. In America, you don't necessarily have a set life because everybody come on here and they talk about this stupid generational wealth stuff. I can't stand that conversation because we all know what happens after a little bit of time, right? We know where that generational wealth goes, right? Back down to zero.
So and it's subjective. It's like, is it a house? Is it 20 million? Is it 100? I mean, what is it? Like nobody can.
Aaron, when you think about it, America's an amalgamation of different countries. Like India, a lot of people don't go to India. Most Indians are just native Indians. But America's in a melting pot with different companies, different countries go to America and make money in America. You know what I'm saying?
But see, that goes to my point, Lou. Those Indians that do so well here, they ain't going back to India and fixing it. They ain't fix nothing.
No,
it's
not.
still
Juices.
Wait. But check this out. Apple is now moving a lot of their resources to where? India.
Resources are their call center because they do a lot of people move their call center.
Listen.
India got a lot of good engineers, so they might as well. They might as well.
Engineers from America, though, they don't go to India.
They come from India. They get educated first, fundamentally in India. Then they come to America for the higher education. My bad, Aaron.
Companies start to move resources to areas, it starts to populate more. So, like, let me give you the short example, right? Do you know when people immigrate to this country, they probably be broke for a long time. They save every single penny. They nickel and dime all the way until they can give their kids something, and their life insurance kick in after death, and the kids get to pay off, and then life is good for them. They just sacrifice. Sacrifice. See, nobody here in our community wants to be the sacrifice. They want to do both. I want to be rich and leave money to my children. No, you need to set up some policies in place, save as much as you can, live a very small to modest life, and then give to your children. Somebody has to be the sacrificial lamb. But we don't want to actually do that. We want to be successful, rich, and able to leave money. Most people are not doing that. We're trying to do something that nobody else is really doing. And that's why we're the most unsuccessful at it. How many people are saying their parents literally set them up for success? It's not us. We're actually saying our parents set us back.
You ain't wrong about that, boy. You right about that, boy.
They didn't probably 10 mil, but I mean they were.
Charlie Murphy laugh.
Listen, brother. We have to overcompensate for the position our parents put us in. That's true. Because they didn't make the sacrifice.
I mean, well, I mean,
that's what ultimately has to happen.
They was getting their shit too. I mean, they was getting.
No, we got to make excuses.
I forgot where I'm at. You can't talk.
We got to make excuses. For example, our
Yeah, I
parents.
know. Right? Yeah, I know. We can't talk about shit. That's real. Yeah, we can't talk about like your granddaddy getting his house eminent domain and a highway.
Well, here's the thing. We got to
Oh man, why do you do that, Lou?
one off.
I know we can't talk about it.
You know what I mean? Like, why would you? Like, why do you guys bring up stuff from before you were born?
Gary, because the ramifications are still today. You got highways.
No, it's not, man. Brothers, come on, let's get real. We don't even have real problems now. All the problems that you have today are all made up. Let's get real.
Gary, let's get real. Look at San Francisco in like the 50s and 60s where black people were living there. That shit's a highway now. That shit's gone. All them black neighborhoods that ain't no generational wealth. Your shit's a highway. So you can't say talking about the past. Nigga, it's still here.
No, it's not. First of all, when you all talk about this generational wealth, Aaron has already informed you. Most generational wealth only lasts 2 generations. So all this big talking point is a waste of time. All the new rich people, guess what? 85% of the rich people of today all made it for themselves. They didn't get it from the previous generation.
And their recent, the recent generation.
I had family that had wealth, and a lot of their wealth was lost in like 3 generations.
The rich people today, most of them made their riches in like the last 2 generations. It wasn't like from 5 generations ago. They're because of technology.
Got $1,000 phone.
You're on mute there, Aaron.
When your family has wealth, you don't even get it. You be like, I got an uncle that got some bread. I got a great grandmother that had. Yeah. You ain't get it. We ain't get it. We just know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that said our cousin has some money or what. You know, it's like we ain't getting that stuff.
It's hard to argue that. I gotta give you that.
You're not getting it. Like, can you imagine? Think about this. Imagine understanding as men, we have the toughest life, right? Women don't like to hear it, but we have the toughest life. That's why women are saying men are the leaders. If they wanted to do the stuff that they are asking men to do, they would do it. But they rather us do it because they know it's hard. So we have the toughest life, right? Compound that with racial issues, systemic issues, historical issues, mind control, all these things, right? And we starting from the bottom. And then we're getting judged from starting at the bottom.
That's what I agree with. Yeah, if you look at, we went from the least 99% illiteracy to now we like the most illiterate group of black people to ever be in America, and you got millionaires, billionaires. Our shit.
But here's the reason for that.
We're making strides. It's just that we comparing ourselves to white people.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right?
Have never stopped moving forward. So
let's talk about
something. Always gonna look fucking bad.
Wait. Let's talk about something that's uncomfortable. Why the hell do we need to be literate? See, like
you need to know how to read and write.
Wait.
No, he's right. A spell check.
Let me break it down for you, right? That is another form of control, right? Let me give you the example. You know, back in the day, right? If you fix cars, you was known as the guy that fixed cars. You ain't had to be smart. All you had to do was be kind and helpful. You probably could. Granddaddy could not read past the 6th grade level, but he bought the whole block up. I ain't know much, but I knew I buy some land, and now I was the landowner. A lot of these people are not well-studied people, wealth of knowledge, and they just do simple things. We've gotten so far that you need to be well-rounded. Yeah, that is John the Baptist. John the Baptist is getting money right now, so excuse him.
My bad,
but that's the problem. We selling this dream that you got to be educated for what? You just need to be a kind person and make your life work for you. If you, go ahead.
I just want to butt that because I know somebody gonna jump in. Well, that's a little disingenuous because that granddaddy back then, a house was like $3,000, and like when old people say they went to school and work at the same time. If you do the inflation index, the minimum wage then was like $40 an hour, so they were making bread. I mean, it wasn't like necessarily.
I went to school and worked at the same time.
So your argument
is, if Citizen Lou ain't all about excuses, I swear to Jesus, you act like they didn't have it. Get the fuck out of here! That was the biggest excuse I've ever heard.
You're making a lot of excuses, on, man. This is what it sounds like.
I worked full time and went to school full time.
Oh, y'all know that shit real. All them old ass that was talking about back in my day. Fuck all that.
What are you doing now to? What are you doing now to bring up wealth in your family?
Oh, my bad, Kay.
No, what are you doing now, Lou, to
don't
make sure? Okay,
He got that $1,000 phone.
Yeah.
Nike
but
hat.
here's the problem. Lou,
Gucci glasses.
Lou, listen. Hold on, guys. Listen. Think about it. We've set up society where some of the people with the most money are some dumb people. Now, I'm not talking about billionaires, exclude the billionaires, because they are way smarter than everybody. I've already made that rule. Me and you argue about the Elon, and you don't think we're not doing that today. A lot of people with a lot of money ain't that smart. You see TikTok people dancing, here go 2 million.
Aaron, you capping right now.
I'm capping?
OnlyFans girls.
You are capping. I'm gonna tell you why you arguing so disingenuous.
Oh, go ahead.
You don't have. I think what you're trying to say is if what you're trying to say is we don't need all the degrees, but you do have to be literate. You do have to be. You do have
comprehension, Aaron.
Hold on. You have to have some some level of comprehension reading skills, because a lot of times people
can't read.
Okay,
that's a fact.
If you can't listen,
John the Baptist. Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said. We know the mechanic. He the best mechanic in town. We don't care if he can read. Can you fix my car? So as long as you have
but the problem with your narrative is this. Okay, if you can't read, if you accumulate anything, but you don't know how to protect it, if somebody give you a piece of paper and you sign it without reading it, they can take everything you built up. Yeah.
Put the X on it.
So illiterate people can get taken advantage of, is what John is trying to say.
And illiterate people get taken. It's people, man. Y'all so. Man,
no, Aaron, I'm not even arguing. I'm just trying to clarify.
Some of the most educated people are the brokest people here. Got the most student loan debt. Signed the worst deals. Like, are you serious? Y'all claiming literacy?
Yes, I am serious. I am serious because what's happening?
Aaron, it's because they need.
What's happening today? What's happening today?
Even John the Baptist. Listen, John the Baptist is a liberal, so even he understands that his liberal talking points is we need to give these dumb motherfuckers excuses. It's okay to be a mechanic and be the best mechanic on the block. As long as you know how. Listen, the thing about hold on. The thing about millionaires and billionaires and all them, they know to put a good team around them to make sure they keep their wealth and make sure they continue to keep growing. Just saying, they ain't the smartest motherfuckers. They just know how to get the best team.
Amen, Uncle Tom.
That's why I don't listen to shit entertainers say.
But the point is,
I don't have my glasses, honey.
You got to be able to check. You got to be able to check the people that you hire too. I'm not saying you got to be the smartest person in the room. You got to be the smartest person in the room, but you got to be able to check behind the people that's actually that you hire to protect you. So you need some literate.
I just want to say that real quick.
That just means you can't comprehend.
I understand John's point, what he's trying to say, but in
John's
society,
full of shit. John's a liberal.
In today's society, it really don't matter.
John is not a liberal.
You just need to hire. You just have to have the money to hire.
It's literally just the ability to read and write. It's not that. Yeah. It's not even comprehension. Actually,
I think it's comprehension.
Nothing about critical thinking. Nothing of that. Problem solving.
That's what it is. That's what I'm saying. Is comprehension. It's reading comprehension. You got to be able to read.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I read the laws, your ordinances, and your rights. And your fucking.
Get the fuck out of here. Most niggas don't know no laws, no ordinances. Stop playing. If that was the case, then 99% of the black community is illiterate.
Now we more.
You gotta say shit like that, bro.
Okay, hold on. You need it's like a building block, right? You need reading comprehension skills just to be able to be. You need to be able to literate and comprehension skills just to be able to critically think. I think all those things that go hand in hand.
No, you think they do, but that's not actually true, though.
Okay,
it's not
go ahead,
true.
Dan.
When you talk about literacy, it's literally reading and writing. That's
correct.
It is. It don't necessarily mean you dumb. It just means you're not literate in reading and writing.
You can read and write, correct.
You can still be a smart guy. You can still be a smart guy and be able to identify the world around you. So what I'm saying is historically,
I agree with that.
That has happened. We've had people that have just been, he ain't the smartest folk in the world, but boy, that electrician right there, boy, he can't even read manuals of but he the best electrician. I'm saying we allow them to put all these thoughts out here and say you got to be good with money now. You got to be you have to have emotional intelligence. All these things they throwing out there, adding and piling on
all that bullshit.
What you need to do to be a good person is actually hurting. Because if you go back,
not a good person.
And I want to say this too, Aaron. You kind of another thing too, bro. Mechanic and like electrician. That's not like if I'm talking about literacy. And you
those good jobs, dude.
Yeah, those are skilled, highly skilled proficients.
That's my point.
But you ain't gotta go to college to get them. You just gotta go to a trade school.
But Tom, you gotta read that manual, don't
and
you?
And then hold on, you don't even gotta go to trade school. You can just learn from your father.
But Aaron, I could argue that the people who build the materials, the people who
if you learn everything you got from the people that are close to you that are all electricians and you've been doing electrician all your life, no, you don't need to read no manual because you already know what it is from motherfucking working. Stop playing with me.
People,
you can teach monkeys to motherfucking do electricity work.
Listen,
that's called family.
Listen. All you need is this out that truck. You see right here, this be the transmission here. You see this? This be transmission here. When it get on hot like this, you go ahead and do it like that. Like you don't
Aaron, you're forgetting about you are forgetting about the people. Can I say this? Yeah. You're forgetting about the people who have to build the actual transmission, the materials that they engineer the actual parts. You know, the people who are educated enough to build systems to mine the materials out of the ground so they can send it to another smart individual that knows how to process the materials that turn it into these hammers and nails. You need like the higher you're talking about the people who use the tools, but the people who actually develop the tools and the technology, you need education. You need education to build systems.
It's a different set of people.
If
you do.
This ain't got nothing to do with what was said. Y'all adding a whole bunch of stuff that we didn't initially talk about.
Yes, the mechanics don't have to learn how to read and write because it's just a trade. But if you wanna limit yourself just to be a mechanic,
hey, the trade,
and you don't want to be
the trade is not just instructions and manuals. You have to know how to read.
You kind of limit yourself.
The trade is not just dumb niggas get in and just get to work. That's not trade. Y'all really.
I don't look at it like that.
Y'all saying that? That's what I said. I never said that.
If I'm talking about literacy and you said you brought up a mechanic like they can't fucking read or something, that's what I was.
Yeah, they have to know how to read. To read instructions, you have to know how to read.
That's what I said. You gotta know how to read a manual. You gotta go to.
No, you don't. And that's the problem. You're wrong. You don't actually have to know how to read a manual to be good on fixing cars. You don't, and you know that's true. You want to be. You don't have to be.
Okay,
but the people that's training them to do so have to be the people that's training the people to learn how to build the cars have to be.
Aaron is right. I see the point that he's making.
The grandpas can teach him.
Hold on. I see what Aaron is saying. Aaron is saying you don't have to be smart to actually do the skill of being a mechanic because there are people mechanically inclined who understand how stuff works just by looking at it. So that part I get what Aaron is saying. I totally agree with that. And Aaron, he was 100% right when he said that. What I was saying though is you need critical thinking skills and literacy in order sometimes to protect yourself from things that you build up. But what Aaron is true is I get what he's saying. He's 100% right. To be a mechanic, you just have to be mechanically inclined, understand how things work. You don't have to read it to be able to do that. I get what you're saying, Aaron.
What they did was, right, hold on, let me catch up on these super chats. AO said, I got all these degrees and I drive Uber. Shout out to AO. He do got a bunch of degrees. All he do is go to school. He a habitual student, okay? Flora says, you guys don't even care about other black men having access to trades, but you bumping gums all day on YouTube. Thank you, Flora. We really appreciate your intelligence and your insight. You are a phenomenal person. You add so much to the conversation. Sway said, yo, the level of disrespect. I'm trying to show you how they the ones been disrespectful. Aaron, we do have code books for safety. I never said y'all don't. But here's the thing. This is why it's so important all I have to do is tell you what the codes are. You don't have to read it. Now, if there's nobody there to tell you, then you're right. You're probably going to have to learn from somebody that can read. But if I tell you, yo, these are the rules, these are violations, these are code, you ain't got to read it. I told you. So it doesn't require reading as much as y'all want to claim that it does.
So you're saying reading is never going to come up?
So, Aaron, do you agree with this statement that if you don't know how to read, it kind of it limits your progression in society? So you can't really go to the next level of that field.
If you're just stuck on the trades
level.
If you don't know how to read, you're going to have a skill set that can offset your inability to read and write at normal levels. That's it.
Yeah, but then that just puts a cap on a
Aaron,
person's success.
At some point, having reading skills is gonna come up in the equation.
See that's your problem. Like y'all like to assume all this stuff at some point. No, it don't.
At the base of Aaron's argument, at the base of his argument,
I get what Aaron's saying, but
I get what he's saying.
It's
but
just wild. It's a cool perspective, but
yeah, like I see what you're saying, Aaron. You don't need a bunch of education. You can still make money, be successful. I see what you're getting at, but I don't know. I think it's a bit misconstruing because electricians, you gotta have like they want you to have like algebra coming out of high school.
What, electrician? You have to get electrocuted if you don't know how to read instructions.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Man, you
old people say it all the time. Baby, read this for me.
Hold on. Y'all still missing it. Y'all still missing it because even people who've been building houses for years and building and supplying electricity to a house. If you understand how currents, and I don't know all the technology to it because I'm not an electrician, but if you understand the basic concepts of how electricity passes through a house from the power line to your house and how it goes from your house to the power box and throughout the house, then what Aaron is saying, you're correct. You do not even know how to read to do this stuff. If you understand how the system itself works.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when the system has to upgrade and it takes when innovation happens, because it happens in technology all the time? Yeah, you have to train the new group of workers that's coming in to. Y'all thinking about individual and how yourself.
You're still doing what I just did because I was doing the same thing. You're fast forwarding past Aaron's main point. Aaron's. If you take him at his main argument, he is right. You can do a lot of jobs that do not require reading as a skill. Electrician, truck driver, mechanic, whatever.
Electrician.
I met a whole lot of old people that would tell you to pass their glasses. Honey, I can't read.
You need to read.
I left my glasses.
You need to know how to read. Having an illiterate workforce is so bad, man. That's what I'm saying. That's not.
There are a lot of. I know a lot. I met a lot of people. This how come I know Aaron is right. This how come I know Aaron is right.
That's not good for society.
It may not be good. It may not be good how y'all think.
You're gonna get electrocuted. I'm sorry.
This how come I know Aaron is right, because I know a lot of men in my life growing up who had very, very limited reading skills, couldn't read past a third grade level, but if you gave them a car or wiring around the house, they can do it way better than a lot of people with education. That's just common. I don't know how they know it, but they knew it. That's why. But now, what I will say, what I was trying to say, and I will understand Aaron's point. But what I was trying to do, I was trying to fast forward past Aaron's point, because if you want to protect what you earn, you may need to read more. But to actually do the job itself and be successful at it, reading is not required.
Yeah, so we'd have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, what you said, you got to prove your disagreement. You can't just say I agree to disagree. You got to prove it.
I've said it. I've said it like 300 times. Y'all keep. I've said it. That
it's good people that can read for you. All you have to do is act like you left your glasses. No, just act like you left your glasses.
That's
Lamar. Now you're
dependent. Lamar, now you're dependent on other people. You depend on other people to read your.
Yes, it is, Aaron.
Yeah, I depend on other people. Yeah, that's what I do.
Hey, don't come up here losing an argument.
I ain't losing no arguments, boy.
Don't lose.
Damn, that's why I hate old niggas too. I'm gonna straight on this shit.
I said, and you don't have the context.
So if I go to an electric supply house and I need to differentiate between all different types of screws, nuts, bolts, and different types of materials, how would I know that outside of them sourcing and categorizing from different part numbers?
Thank you.
Very simple, sir. You've been trained to do so, because I work in logistics. You ain't got to be a smart person. No, one screw is different from the next screw.
No, you're not trained to know every different size wire and every different screw and every different.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Just no basic reading.
Hold on, Sway. I give you a lot of leeway, but I'm gonna tell you like this: who was doing electrician before they wrote the book?
The problem is that niggas who doing electrical, they didn't even have a code book until the 70s.
They did have electricity before they wrote the book. Stop it,
bro. They didn't even have a code book until the 70s.
Physicists, and they were highly educated people. The people
like you're talking about being an electrician and math. If you're talking about hooking up your receptacle, maybe not. But if you're talking about creating a power plant and then and branching out into all these different power lines to homes, it's going to take a level of reading.
Basic,
regardless of how small you might think that is, you're going to have to know how to read to be an electrician. That's why you need a high school diploma.
Okay. So you're telling me right now, if I was to take, let's just say I was to take my son along with me on my job every day for the next 10, hold on.
How would you
For the
read
next
customers
10 years,
on the tablet?
and
How
him
would you
not
know
knowing how to read, and all he does is follow behind me.
What address to go to?
What's that?
How would you know what address to go to if they sent you a job?
Because you got numbers.
Man,
Huh?
Like I said,
you gotta know how to read.
You asking different questions that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, because you said you can't be an electrician. They won't hire
I'm saying any trade you can do. But listen, if you have a person, because listen, even to be a doctor, they didn't even they didn't have no fucking school for them to be a doctor. They followed along other doctors before they started the school. So that was before any of that. So we'll stop. We can't be disingenuous and we can't fucking do something without being able to read. You can't. All you gotta do is be able to follow along and do what they tell us to do right now is to be a robot. That's what these schools are set up for you to do, is be robots. So
when a surgeon comes out and he's talking about all these big words that happen to your loved one, like the problem is blah blah blah, and all these big words they're using to describe.
Again, there were surgeons that followed other surgeons that there were not fucking actual doctors at one point in time.
And I said it in the chat as well. If you want to produce,
there's no way you can be an illiterate doctor.
You are insane.
If you want to produce a mass number of electricians,
you're arguing
you're going to need to be able to read.
doctors.
Unless you have Aaron going around teaching everybody, I don't see how you're going to do it.
At some point, y'all gotta stop arguing to be right and actually think about the point Aaron was making.
This man just said there's illiterate doctors, and doctors do not have to be literate.
Bro, that ain't what the fuck I said. What I fucking clearly said is, at one point in time, surgeons followed other surgeons that they didn't go to school to be a doctor.
And those surgeons were trash. And those surgeons were trash.
No, they. Oh God.
He said they were
okay,
trash.
y'all don't argue. Y'all have to stop arguing to be right and start arguing to other.
You're talking about somebody was good with their hands. Come on, y'all want this peace.
Because at the base of his argument, he is right. You don't have to know how to read to be able to change a tire, and you still can be successful changing tires, making money. You
will not be making money. You know why? You know why you won't be making money? Because you're gonna be just like your dude I know on the block who can fix anything on your car. But guess what? How much you gonna pay him? $20.
Now you gonna pay that nigga a pack of Newports, some Bud Light, a goddamn ride to the stove.
To red soda water.
He's not enterprise. He's not independent.
Y'all won't do anything, man.
Other niggas' money. That's the niggas y'all want to build. Y'all want to build some dumbass nigga. He right. Cool.
Wow.
Y'all would rather get the illiterate nigga that probably gonna fuck
How
your shit
smart
up.
do y'all think y'all are? How smart do y'all think y'all are when y'all arguing points that was never presented?
No.
By the way, y'all arguing points that was never made that nobody ever that y'all.
You think I give a fuck if this being recorded?
Money is reading different things.
I don't give a fuck, Keisha.
Aaron, I get what you're saying. Aaron, I get what you said, but this is your fault. This is your fault.
Look, John the Baptist is mad because he gets.
I agree with that.
What I said, he knows that I'm right, and he knows y'all adding stuff that ain't got nothing to do with what I said.
Adding money, counting.
But Aaron, only thing I said, this is how we got on it, because I was talking about being literate. You know, black people more literate today than ever was, and you said, well, you could be a mechanic, and you ain't gotta. Like you use that as a rebuttal, so you can't say.
I don't care about mechanics. Don't bring electricians into this though.
And I'm still right.
and I brought up that y'all bringing up the trade as if you don't really
getting hired.
Literacy. That's how we got on. It wasn't necessarily a straw man. I was just trying to see why you brought up mechanics and the trades, like to rebuttal to my shit about being.
The whole
literate.
point is this, right? Because I got to do all the thinking around here. I got all these nerds around me, all these mathematicians. I got to do all the thinking, right? I've been trying to establish baselines with y'all, but unless I talk to y'all like a 2-year-old, it's going to be hard. So let me try this, right? There was a time, I'm going to do what I do, right? There was a time where blacks was like, we could be lawyers. And they said, all right, we going to become lawyers. And they said, what the heck going on? Where all these black lawyers come from? Oh, they said they want to be lawyers, so now they lawyers. Oh, hell no. Hey, set the bar committee up. We can't have that. Set the bar committee up. We got to excuse them and find ways to exclude them, right? So when we was back there being mechanics, they said, oh, now if you want to be a mechanic, you got to be able to read code. It's a
Don't tell me
requirement.
you playing the bliggity black card now, man, saying I ain't never ever seen you go this low where you trying to pull the bliggity black card and saying they oppressed us with all these safety and code regulations because niggas was falling off the top of buildings with no harness on.
You missing the argument, Sway. You missing the argument. You missing the argument, Sway. You missing the argument. That's not what he's saying.
God strike us now that you have to get drug tested.
He's not even using the black card thing. He's actually giving an example in history.
Aaron's bliggity right now. I heard him.
He's not. Just listen. Okay.
You don't have to cover up for him, John. Let him speak for himself.
No,
He a big boy.
The problem is,
John, you don't have to put Christ into everybody. Let Aaron speak for himself.
Y'all had the excuse where he always trying to boss the old heads, right? He don't have respect for the OGs. I do. That's his problem.
No, he won me. He won me on that side. I'm like,
he won you on his side.
Yeah, he changed me.
Is
that a book?
I converted.
Is that a book? Who?
I converted.
All right, so let's go back.
You see, it's closed, so you know them niggas ain't read that shit, so it don't matter.
It seemed like the only people that understand what's going on is me, John the Baptist, and Uncle Tom, and my guy Gary Grant. Everybody else seeming like y'all a little confused.
What the fuck this nigga got?
So we gonna try this again, right?
Oh yeah, let's put them books out.
That's too big.
Book off. Let's go, nigga. Book off.
Here to argue with Aaron. That's the only reason I came up here.
Listen, I can't read, so I'm the perfect example for this conversation. I can't read nothing he showed me in those books. He's a waste of time.
Do I need to go get my code book?
Why the book so damn big, dude?
Aaron, I'll read you my code book. It'll be 358 pages long, but each page has
you don't have to read me the code book, Sway. All I do is follow you around. You tell me what things are.
No. Because I can't have you following me. I need to send you.
I'm an electrician too.
No, see, you added different.
No, I'm not. Bro, you just trying to be elite.
Hold on.
I can't have you just looking underneath my armpit every day. No, you go on your own at some point.
You don't want me to be underneath your armpit, but I could.
No, you can't.
You just proved Aaron's point.
If you are illiterate, you always need someone.
You just proved Aaron's point, Sway. Because you just said if I read to you, some people can't read, but they can hear and they can process. So therefore, if you read a manual to somebody, they can memorize everything you just said and understand it by you reading.
What can a illiterate person do?
Are you
there
crazy?
Are people.
How many times you gotta listen to a song?
There are people. Guys, listen for a second. There are literally people in the world. There are people in the world. There are people in the world who cannot read, but they do have photographic memory. If you read something to them, they can recite it back to you and know it better than you can know it because they are gifted.
And what's the percentage of the population that has photographic memory?
I don't know the percentage of people. I will tell you this.
You know it's less than 1%, sir.
No, it's not. Because whatever.
Can I ask John a question?
Hold on 1 second. I don't know what the percentage of people are dyslexic is, but if you're dyslexic, this is a form of people who struggle with reading. But they have their mind work in such a way that they can process stuff, but they couldn't read it. But if you tell it to them, they can cite it back to you better than you read it.
Okay, what does a person with no literacy
whatever the percentage of people.
First you acknowledge that John the Baptist is right, and then you go on.
Oh, I'm not acknowledging that because
John the Baptist wrong. Why are you making fun of mental people, bro?
That's not right.
First of all, I'm not making fun of nobody. I'm only stating the facts of how dyslexia works.
All right, so what does a person do that's responsible for a job and new challenges arise, and that person can't read or write?
No, you added elements we never discussed.
Read and write is literacy.
That's pointless.
He was talking about grandpa.
Ever made that claim, so I don't have to substantiate it because that wasn't the claim. That's not the claim. Let me give you another example.
Yeah,
all right, Freshman, hold on, guys, relax for a second. Hold on. Freshman says, "Stop yelling, guys. Unlikely is clearly hungover." Oh, I didn't know he'd been drinking. I did not know he'd been drinking. Now, Donnell Hawkins says, "I can't read a sheet of music, but I can play just about every instrument. I can't see to read."
That's not the same shit, though.
It is the same. It is the same.
Y'all the smart ones, though, right? Y'all the smart ones. This stuff is insane.
Aaron, this is all your fault. I swear this is your fault.
No, it's mine too. It's mine too.
I'm gonna read the super chat because I have an ability to read simple words. Okay, I can't see to read the instruction manuals, but I did all the plumbing and electrical work in my home.
That is such
read mine earlier. Yeah, read mine earlier.
Yeah, you want your $20. There's a guy named Johnny on the block. It's supposed to be Jenny. He can't read or write, but he can work on cars. He will fix your transmission for $20. That's a Fendi. That 20. And listen,
he good with money though.
We need a guy like that ain't necessarily the professional ones that'll fix our problem for the low. Y'all know.
No.
Y'all know.
No. Those are the same people whose jobs are gonna get automated because they're tasking. So I'm making a new point. That's what I don't
first you acknowledge the first point, and then you go on to a new point. You don't get to go over and be like, "Yeah, you wrong," but then don't acknowledge right.
I'm not acknowledging.
Yeah, he can count money though.
I'm not agreeing to disagree. I don't do that shit.
No, well, I agree with Aaron.
Doris says, Aaron, you're absolutely right. If Doris said I'm right, y'all wrong. Ain't nobody going against Miss Doris.
I'm not even trying to be right or wrong here.
Yeah, I mean,
wrong, Doris.
I guess
Aaron is not wrong. Y'all just listen to argue. If you listen to understand the base of his argument, he's right. Because I came in doing the same thing. I wanted to advance the argument to where if you want to start a business, protect your business, you need to know how to read. But at the base of his argument, if you're just trying to establish that a person can change a tire, whatever the case is, at the basic element, they can do it without picking up a book to ever read it.
But John, you got to go back to how we got on this. I brought up about us, being more literate.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I saw it happen.
My point. How the fuck is it irrelevant?
No. He extrapolated from
Aaron think that's what makes an electrician.
He extrapolated from your argument to create another statement.
We don't even know what electrical work is or entails. Changing receptacle is what makes an electrician.
You might be able to do the basics or something, but you will never be proficient at it.
I can't believe it.
No, you can't be proficient at it.
Boy, you're gonna
be proficient at it all.
When new problems arise, what is that literate person going to do? They're going to have to wait till somebody that can read.
No. That's false because I'm gonna tell you why that's false. I'm gonna tell you why that's false.
Don't use anecdotal evidence of somebody you know who can't read.
I'm not using anecdotal. I'm telling you how the world.
You did earlier. You said like a few people who can't read and they fix something for each other.
No, I'm not even talking about people I know. I'm talking about if you take the percentage of people are dyslexic, it's not anecdotal. There's a lot of people are dyslexic who can't read or read at all.
But they just read different, but it's just a little bit harder for them.
Correct. Okay, because they read. Because they read different. Because their brain works different. They process information different. They can come to problems and solutions without reading. Some of y'all, because you're not dyslexic, you've been taught to read and write. You process information by reading and writing. But people who are dyslexic process information different. They process information by going through it and doing it. So they can figure stuff out by doing it. Most people can't do that. They need a book to read.
Okay.
People
brains if you don't know how to read, you won't be proficient at it.
No, you can be proficient at it. Because they can solve problems.
Right, so let me ask a question.
Okay, hold on, because they can solve problems. They can solve problems by solutions by looking at it. You need a book to read. They can look at it.
Let me ask you a question, John. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So if let's say you're an electrician, right? And you can't read. So you've been following around the master electrician for 2 years, right? Then all of a sudden you go out on your own. And then all of a sudden you run into a problem that you've never seen the master electrician do. How are you going to solve that problem?
Because people who are dyslexic, they can process information, they can look at something.
That has nothing to do with dyslexia. You don't know what you're talking about.
Pull up
I
YouTube.
do know what I'm talking about. I do know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, pull up YouTube.
Because there are people. Okay, there are some people need a book to figure stuff out. That's exact. Okay, if y'all have y'all ever watched Doogie Howser? Not Doogie Howser. What's the other show that came on? The kid that was autistic. God, it wasn't Doogie. It was another doctor show that came on a few years ago. That's basically it's a bunch of people. It's a bunch of people.
This, man.
Yeah, that's
Yo, y'all heard of Richard Branson?
Yeah, you talking about Virgin Airlines?
Yeah, he is dyslexic. He had to learn how to read.
Conversation. Warning.
He had to learn how to read.
Oh God, y'all really think that everybody learns the same way. This is false.
I never said everybody learns the same way, but you have to be able to. No one said you have to learn the same way. What we're saying is you have to know how to. You have to have certain skills.
No, you don't. You don't know how to read. You don't know how to read.
You will be broke if you don't.
No, you will not. Now, the problem, if you want to extrapolate like I did, because I did the same thing. I took Aaron's argument, I began to extrapolate. Well, if you want to build wealth and all this other stuff, it might behoove you to learn how to read. But that's not. Aaron wasn't arguing if you want to be wealthy or rich. He was arguing. The only point he was arguing was if you can change a tire, you don't have to be able to read to change a tire.
Man.
You can sit there and look. You can sit there and look at the tire and change it.
In 1932.
No, he brought up the mechanical.
He said
trade.
mechanic first. He just can't change it. He said mechanic first.
1932.
That's how I got on it because I was talking about he was using a trade as if I don't. This shit is wrong.
Most people that go to MIT are dyslexic. They have struggles.
What stats you got to prove?
But they know how to read. They know how to read.
Compare changing the tire.
Most people at MIT are not dyslexic. What are you talking about?
I just came up with
most people
You're making a bad like apples and oranges.
Yes.
So crazy.
A lot of people that go into engineering at MIT, they are dyslexic.
What stats you got to prove? What's that? What the fuck is you talking?
That sounds stupid as hell.
It makes sense, bro.
You gotta know at least basic reading skills. At
Bro,
least.
that was crazy, John. Like, what you talking about? You just saying stuff now, bro.
I'm just saying stuff. I'll be quiet.
Bro, what stats you got to back that up?
I don't have stats in front.
How can you prove
I'm not. Okay. I'm not for sure the percentages, but they say a lot of dyslexia students go to MIT. Now, the stats on it behind it, I don't know. I can't remember stats because I'm not that person that remember all these stats. But if you don't believe me, just start researching, start looking at it. That's all I can tell you.
I can guarantee you right now, it's not a sizable amount of people who are dyslexic.
Hey, I want all y'all niggas that can't.
Happy first to the brothers.
The people who are
hold on a second there. Happy first to the brothers. Please, thank you for having me.
Oh, shout out to Gary Grant. He said, bro, thank you for having me. Happy 4th to your family. Big ups to the people on the panel. Thank you, Gary Grant. Appreciate you, bro. That's it, man. Y'all didn't ruin the conversation with all y'all extra additives and all. What if? Let's add this element. What if somebody leave you at the workplace and they not there to help you, nose moles? Like
that happened to me.
That's how they sound.
What are you talking about?
I can't read the man.
That happened to me.
How did they big it for me? I don't know how to read. That's how it sounds.
Listen, when you add elements to make your point, we all can do it. Let's just say this guy is 30 years being an electrician and he never learned how to read. He just been through every single problem you can imagine.
I'm surprised he ain't electrocuted by now.
Right? See, no.
He got real lucky.
You know what? We moving on.
Yeah,
he's still alive.
We moving on. I'm not arguing. No, we're not arguing no more blackity blacks right now. We moving on. We moving on.
You're living on the edge.
Yeah, we moving on. We moving on.
What we got?
Aaron, I get your point. But it's still your fault.
We know you get his point, but y'all wrong, so it don't matter.
Really wrong.
Sway young pup. You lucky squad. Otherwise, I would have to discipline you. But I can't display my brother in public. Can't do it. Let's move on to the next video.
How do we become economically free as Africans and Ghanaians?
Well, one of the first things is we have to realize that the only people that's going to have our back is the African Americans. Wow. We have got to go get our cousins, our siblings, because that's the only hope we have. Mm-hmm. Has China not been to Africa?
Yes.
Has America not been to Africa? Yeah. Has Europe, Dutch? Has not every nation, every race been to Africa? And what have they done? They have come and they have gone back.
Facts, yes.
Everything that you do with them, they take back eventually to their nation and prosper their people. The African American has no nation. He has no home. This is his home. That's your only hope for economic viability, which is why it's very important that we grow with the diaspora, because they're the only one that can come here, put money in you, and not take it anywhere. They have nowhere to take it to.
How do we be?
I'm not going back. Yeah, with y'all.
Are African Americans the saviors of Africa?
Well, yeah, when you think about it, because y'all got the most money out of any blacks in the world. So
no,
We're not the savior
not
of
Africans.
nobody. We are Americans.
They saved themselves.
They gotta go save themselves. Bro. They trying to
booty
scratching.
told us to
Think
slip.
about what was said before y'all just blurt anything insane.
we got the most money.
I mean,
so.
he ain't really say nothing though. He just basically tried to make it seem like we them and they us, but it's scientific proof to prove.
Oh
that
shit! My African brother trigger Mike.
There was already millions of people here when they came
off
here.
the screen, bro.
Even
Nigeria,
back when Manamusa came here, there was bad people here. Those are the
Trigger
people
Mike,
that
you
they
going
really
back to Nigeria to help
took
people?
their
Let's
land
ask the
and
African.
enslaved those
forever.
people.
Let's
Like,
ask the African on the
they didn't
panel.
bring a bunch
Are
of
you gonna go
Africans
back
up
to
here. That's
Nigeria where
patent,
your
bro.
people come from
It's a
and
lie
save
that
those
they
people?
told everybody.
He gonna go back with
Just
all
to
his
try to
American
connect all
dollars.
of us. This melanin bullshit, bro.
Y'all talking at the same
Shit
time.
out there.
I don't know if y'all know.
I'm from
Hey,
America.
let's ask Trigger Mike.
This is my land right here.
Hey, Trigger Mike, take that cheating ass, trash ass hat off, man.
Well, yeah, that Shiki
Nah,
yet.
bro.
Talking
Nah,
about they
bro.
have no culture. They
Yeah,
have
that
no
Shiki
Nah,
yet, nigga.
seriously. You see what it is?
Nah,
You know
that
what
shit
the
ain't
champ
right.
looks
That
like?
shit ain't-
Hey ass,
Yeah,
Nigeria
bro.
ass.
Hey, Acuna got something for that ass this year. Don't worry about
Guys,
it.
that's not. Stay focused, all right? Shout out to
My
Whoopi
bad. I'm
Rock. She
sorry.
says
Yeah,
Bill Gates didn't
my
go to
Negro,
school.
my
and he
Negro
finished.
DNA, my Negro DNA. I'm sorry.
Whoopi Rock, Bill Gates did go to school. He just didn't finish. He did go to school, and he's quite literate. He's not the example for this conversation, but
He was good at math too.
nevertheless, he didn't get that degree. That's true.
He dropped out his senior year. He dropped out his
LeBron
senior
the
year.
best bet y'all
All
got.
right, guys, focus on the video. Think about what was said, take it in, and really break it down.
Run it back.
Is it? You said play it again?
Mm-hmm.
No, it was impactful. Yeah, it was impactful.
I'll
Play
play it again.
Shut your old
He
booty
say
scratching
nothing,
mother.
bro. Oh my god.
Become economically free as Africans and Ghanaians.
Well, one of the first things is we have to realize that the only people that's going to have our back is the African Americans. We have got to go get our cousins, our siblings, because that's the only hope we have. Has China not been to Africa?
Yes.
Has America not been to Africa?
Yeah.
Has Europe, Dutch? Has not every nation, every race been to Africa? And what have they done? They have come and they have gone back.
Facts, yes.
Everything that you do with them, they take back eventually to their nation and prosper their people. The African American has no nation. He has no home. This is his home. That's your only hope for economic viability, which is why it's very important that we grow with the diaspora, because they're the only one that can come here, put money in you, and not take it anywhere. They have nowhere to take it to.
How do we?
Well, I'm American, so.
Man, that nigga want us to go
Yo,
there.
bro. Yo, how you gonna say they have no home? This is their home. What the?
Hey, let the
fuck?
African speak. Let Trigger Mike speak because
bro.
you know what it is.
Man, if we coming over there, we taking they shit.
Yo, so
bro, it's
let me just
I am.
I mean,
Chill, this
this-
guy.
Grow up and let
Chill,
Trigger
chill,
Mike have a
chill.
serious
Let Trigger Mike
conversation.
I mean,
about
this,
game.
I came up because this is a opportunity for some very intellectual conversation. All right, what that dude was saying is actually true, and don't look at it at all. Don't even look at African Americans at all. He made a very good point when he said, "Look at what other people do from other countries. Don't worry about African Americans. Don't worry about Africans." He basically said, "Go to the Chinese. They come to America to create a funnel and access through this democracy to go back to where they're from and prosper. And now that they created that funnel, they can move freely between both areas.
So his
That's
people-
all he's saying.
he's
So
talking to-
the interesting thing
He
about
talking to you. He ain't talking to Aaron.
Yo, you gotta let me finish, bro. I know this is a very contentious topic, and it's going to percolate your ancestral cells. I know, but you gotta let me finish. All right. The only difference between every other group of people on Earth, between the ones that have American after their name, so Chinese American, Indian American, Asian American, is that they don't hate their people from where they're from, and they don't believe those people hate them either. That's it.
You not our
What
people.
you actually heard, hold on.
You got a point.
What you actually heard,
Just listen. Just let them listen. Just listen.
what you actually heard was proof that Africans don't really hate you. They don't. They're looking at it like you have been told to hate or find divisive rhetoric between you and the people that look like you and your ancestral home. When you go there, them people will embrace you. Half of all famous people that are black now live in Ghana. Why the fuck do you think that is? O'Shea Duke Jackson lives in Ghana, but Africans hate black people. Come on,
the diversity conversation.
These
Come
the
on.
same niggas that said
Those are not our people, bro.
What are you talking about, bro? They're not our people.
Those are not our people, though, bro. What
No,
the
he just
hell?
said that.
And O'Shea is O'Shea is
Why y'all say that's not your people? If you took a DNA test, you would be.
That's
it would show you that they're
100%,
your
bro.
people.
Not our people, dog. I don't give
No,
a
there
fuck.
are African Americans from Africa.
Hold on.
The same way after two generations,
Who is
English
your
was
people?
here in America
Lee.
didn't associate
The
themselves with English.
indigenous
Who is your
people-
people?
Okay, look, the
Who
indigenous,
is your people?
real simple.
What was the whole
indigenous
point
people
of the
that were already
Revolutionary
here.
War?
Why do you do this? Why you
Millions
do
of
this?
people.
Why you allow this to happen, Aaron?
Hold
Why
on,
do you
y'all. Hold on,
always
y'all.
do this?
The indigenous people that were already here. Do you mean the Native Americans?
How
Those
do
are
you
your
think the
people.
Revolutionary War happened?
Lee, just the little bit of hair that I can see growing out your head, those ain't your fucking people, bro.
All right, bro. You don't
Take
know
a
shit,
DNA
bro.
test.
You don't know
Those
shit.
are-
So look, all you do
Take
is
a
like to
DNA
insult
test.
me.
That nigga
But
in that
look,
video was
I'm
talking
asking
It's
you
not
this question
no.
now.
I
No, it
promise
is
you
an
that's not
insult.
an
It is
insult.
an insult.
Talking to
Whatever.
you,
That's not an
bro.
insult.
It is an insult. To me, it is. Hold up. No, let me respond. I can't respond.
Have the conversation, but stop yelling at the same time.
All right.
I'm trying to really hear because it's an interesting point that he's making. Whether you want to go to Africa or not, listen to what he said and respond to that. Please go ahead.
I think it's a good idea, but like for the
That's
people
it.
that want to
No,
go back.
let Trigger finish talking. Let Trigger finish
Wait. I was
talking.
responding to him though.
Yeah, go ahead.
because he
Go
said-
ahead.
he said that these are my people.
Lee was
Lee was the one that
All
had
right,
to
now
say
look,
it.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Have you been to Wyoming, PA? Have you been to areas in the north where the mountains were?
No.
Okay. So now I'm asking you another question. Have you ever been to inside of the Seminole tribes in Florida?
No.
Okay. So the Seminoles are a Floridian Indian tribe that were able to fight back against the American, and now they own their property. And now, just for being a Seminole, once they become, I think 16, they start getting $5,000 a month, and then it goes up from there. They're on it, right? Because they own the casinos, they own the land and everything. And I've been inside their circles, and I'm telling you, they look like me.
They're mixed.
No.
You don't even know what you do.
All right, bro, wait. I'm not talking to you right now.
You don't know what a word Seminole means.
They don't look.
What
like
does the word
you.
Seminole mean?
They don't
mean black. Doesn't it mean Blackfoot?
They look like
It means
they look
maroon.
Like, they look like
Maroon.
Aaron. They look
Seminole
like
means
certain
maroon.
people that I see, and they're all different skin tones. But they look just like what you claiming the black people are. They're not white. They have this tone of like brownness to them.
They're mixed.
And they do the same thing. They got
So
tattoos.
I see what you're saying.
They-
I see what
they're
you're
not
saying.
pump faking,
Lee,
gangbanging stuff,
but
some of them.
Lee, you're
And-
skipping history. Those
not, bro. I'm
people,
telling you.
those people didn't originate from themselves. They are a subculture.
Thank you. They're mixed.
Yeah, but people were already here.
No.
And what I'm telling you
No.
is, if you go to yes, they were. If you go to Wyoming, PA, where the hills are, where they fought the Indians, there is literally still, and this is why I love Jersey, because Jersey and shit keep that culture. It's not down here like that. They still have the battle tanks. They preserve the areas where the battles were. They'll have a sign talking about the Indians that they fought in the name of the Indians and the tribes that were here that they had to conquer to get to take this land.
Indigenous people,
I'm telling y'all, it was
indigenous
people here
people,
already. And then
indigenous
when I look
people-
at dudes who are from Africa, and I'm about to finish right here, they look different. than certain people in America. Now, am I saying
So
that
you look just
all
like
of
Idris
us?
Elba, man. Stop it,
I
man.
just
Stop.
think it's a mixture, bro. And then we all try to put ourselves in one pot. I think that they enslaved some of them and they enslaved some Africans, and I think we can agree. And bro, they enslaved some of them while they conquered their land, which they obviously did, and
So,
they already had some African slaves, and they
So
just mixed that
a
shit.
lot of
Okay, so hold on, Trip,
let me just say this one part,
hold on
John.
1
Let me
second,
say
Trip.
this one
No,
part.
man, because y'all not hitting the
Because
topic.
Africa
I would
is
never think I'm
massive.
from Africa.
And this is the craziest part about Africa is massive. And for some reason, every time people compare themselves to Africans, they compare themselves to
Light-skinned
Africans that look
Africans.
like me. But Saharan Africans look
African.
a lot different from sub-Saharan Africans. So what African are you comparing yourself to? Because the Indians that you talking about look like Ethiopians to me.
Before you do that,
Trip,
before you
to
do
the
that,
ones
let me
that
say
have
this.
Anike
Find
headlines.
me the African Kevin Durant.
Because Lee, what you just did, Lee, I'm not even gonna Lee. I think you may be right. Let's just go with
No,
what
he's
you're
not.
right.
Stop it. He's not.
Oh God, just listen
No,
for a second.
come on, chill.
Just listen for
Mr.
a
John
second.
gonna talk now.
Just give Lee. I'm gonna just say you're right. But what are you saying different than what the video is saying? Even if you think that you're not from Africa, he's not talking to you. But those people who think they are from Africa, he's talking to people who think they're from Africa. Not people who don't want to claim Africa, but those who claim it. What do you say to those who claim it? How does that thought disagree with the video?
Well, it doesn't. For those who want to claim it, but what he does is he say African Americans, and when you put us in a pot like that, and a lot of us who are melanated, we just want to be American. But when you do this African American shit, it's like he's just trying to put us all in one pot. So that's all I was just saying. It's like, yo, we not all from Africa.
And I
and that's just so disingenuous, like to the history of America.
The point of the video.
I can't tell me that they didn't enslave some of the Indians and just blend them in with the Africans.
Let's say you're right. Then he's not talking to those who think they're American Indians. Okay, forget that then. But now for those who are descendants of African Americans right now, he's speaking to them. Those people identify as African American.
Hey, my suggestion
is the message for those who are African American, is that a true message or a false message?
Okay, so is he talking about people that originated from Africa, like, and they actually have like remnants of it? Well, then yeah,
he said
I think it's a false message.
It's my turn to speak. It's my turn to speak.
Okay, go ahead, Jamaican.
All right,
guys.
Oh my God, can I
guys?
speak?
Okay, relax. Relax. I'm gonna have to take the lead here because y'all drive me crazy. All right, listen. What I found is this, right? Because I know a decent amount of Africans, right? More Nigerians than others, but decent amount, right? What I found is they are very fond of me, right? They call me brother. They're kind. They're considerate. They like to talk. What I found is that they just don't like degenerates. They don't like those particular people, right? So I've been told, and other black people have experienced, you're not like them. And other people get offended. What you mean I'm not like them? And all these conversations. I know what they mean. They mean you're not like how the image of what they say black people are, rowdy, ghetto, You're not that. And it's not a defensive thing because that's their observing thing. But it's true what they say. So when you break down just what they're saying, African Americans or people that think they're African Americans say, we have no home. Where are we supposed to go, right? That's just the claim. Whether it's true or not, whether you want to make the claim, we was here before Christopher Columbus came.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
All right, let's finish.
Jamaican, let me finish.
Can y'all just listen? Can y'all just listen? Can y'all just listen?
Take a DNA test. Take a DNA test.
Just listen.
I'm taking
Learn to listen.
Come on, Aaron, was getting his shit off.
I'm gonna have to obviously go quicker to the point because building ain't gonna work right now.
Can I slide something in real quick?
Go ahead, Trick.
So right now, I want y'all to look up a place called Lekki. It's in Victoria's Island in Lagos, Nigeria. Okay, and my cousin is a realtor in that area. She makes buku bread, and she said the land developers are building more residences than the average Nigerian person can afford. And she kept saying that in the group chat, the family group chat. So one day I just asked, well, who are they building them for? She said, Americans, dummy. This is to attract our people back home. Our people are attracted to luxury here, are we not? So they are building the most luxurious things to make you a part of their economy the same way that Ghana did. That's it. Y'all think these people hate you. They are literally building, sweating to build things to attract you back home.
Like
they want our money. What are you talking about?
That's not look.
There's
That's
nothing
not
wrong
look.
with wanting our money. Everybody wants money.
America wants your money too. No matter where you go, no matter where you go in society, no matter where you go, no matter what part of the country, no matter what part of the world you go to, they gonna want you because of your money. Nobody doesn't want.
Let me correct that though. Let me correct that because somebody said it a minute ago. Black, what do you call y'all? Foundational Black Americans are the richest, arguably, historically, the most impactful, the things that you've done in sports. Do y'all not realize that Black people are all over the world, but yet the example of what Black people can do and the dominance that you could create is the Black American. So they don't just want your money, they want your intellect, they want your access, they want your prowess.
Be able to control the image and change the narrative. And think about how powerful that actually could be. Think about it like let's not look at it like a divisive thing, right? Let's not look at it like that. Take for what he said, because I'm gonna put myself in a situation. Damn, if I go to Africa and I start buying some stuff and I start making money over there, I ain't gonna be thinking I need to bring the money back to America. I'm thinking, hey, I might should build some more stuff out here. I might need to bring a business out here. I wouldn't think I need to bring a business back to America. Everybody else is gonna think, hey, we came here, we taking whatever we made here, and they extract. He's saying they're likely to build here. And I think he's 100% correct. I think he's 100% correct. I'm not saying that we should do it. I'm not saying that we have to do it. I think if I take for what he said, it's very, very powerful. And I think there's truth to it. Because if we decide to go there, take our resources in America and start building there, start creating there, I don't think we're going to extract. I think we're going to build. And I think most other people extract. So I think if we look at it in the context in which it was presented to us, just because we don't want to do it because we think they're our enemy and we think they don't like us, I've learned that they don't like the degenerates that selling up the name and what we actually probably truly are, because they're the dominant imagery of us. I think that's really the problem. Anybody that's a good person, treat people well, they don't really give a damn what color you is for the most part. So I just want to have the conversation there. Okay, now if y'all say F them, we better than them, you know what I mean? Then say that. But if you listen to his point, he's right.
I think Africa got a lot of opportunity. I got friends that went to Ghana and other places, and I chose to go to Japan because I'm a traveler. But yes, it's a great opportunity that other countries, say China and even white Americans, a lot of people going over to Africa to make money. It's a great opportunity.
Can you answer this?
Yeah.
And I understand Africa's a continent. I understand. But can you answer me this? Is there any other place in the world besides Africa that we could go to and feel like we are part of the majority? Like we are
not the majority. Hell no. You crazy?
It's an important psychological thing, right?
No, it's a good thing what he's saying. It's just that the selling point, I think he's selling it halfway. But what Lee is talking about, when some people think that we owe them or that we don't have a place to go, we do have a place in America. So that's what Lee fighting. He said, "Look, I'm here. I do have a place to go." So it's a good sell pitch for investment. I just think when you said they don't have no place to go, I think that's
listen. We have
right. Yeah, it's like, and then wait. Let me just say something to that. Y'all say that they like us, but he just disrespected us and said we got nowhere to, that we have no, like, listen to what he said. He basically tried to come for us.
Lee.
That's what they do. They try to come for us. Like,
stop.
Who's coming for you? Who's coming for you?
The majority of Black Americans don't believe this is their home. Regardless of how you may individually feel and the minority of us feel, the majority of us don't feel that America is their home.
Wait,
what?
No,
That's
like
bad.
Bro,
that's so
Aaron,
No,
Aaron,
I'm looking for investment in Africa right now myself.
You know what? It's because Black Lives Matter isn't popping right now because that's all I
Y'all
heard.
don't like the truth.
hold on,
That's
man.
all
That's
I
not.
heard a few years ago.
Yeah, but okay, you heard a lot. But the whole point is
Not
you can't
only
talk about
listen
the
to
United.
like
You
the
can't,
the
you can't talk
profane
about the United States of
black
America
people,
without
bro.
black people. This is our home. We got
People
generations
who
buried
got
into the
homes and
church.
So,
shit, they like this is my
citizen,
I mean,
country.
not
They
only
got
are
a
you right, not only
flag
are you
outside
right,
their house.
but
Like,
and I
remember
don't.
that. Yeah,
I don't even hold on. Let me just say this real quick,
yeah.
Sugar Mike. I don't even necessarily disagree with going to Africa.
Yeah.
I think that like Marcus Garvey had this thing going on where he was trying to build the ship line, the Black Star Line, get everybody black, but that put a lot of black people in the wrong mindset because the KKK was around that time promoting it like take y'all ass back to Africa type shit. So
Yeah.
So it's a lot of black people not really trying to leave America because they put in blood, sweat, and tears. You look at the like all like three amendments are made for us specifically. So it's like we were here at the inception of America. It just is what it is. So I don't understand. I mean,
a lot of
doing
us know
business.
we were here first, bro. God damn,
I
they keep trying to make
will
seem like
say,
most
I
people
will
think
say
that
this,
we
bro.
from
I'm gonna say
Africa.
this
That's
something to
not the
drop off.
case.
I'm gonna say this something to drop off. Aaron, this is your fault. You keep inviting people up that don't want to listen. They don't
Aaron
have
just
critical
way
listen.
on the
They don't have
west side where they didn't. That's not where
they don't have.
first
Hold
term of
on, bro.
approach was.
Hold on, bro.
So
Hold on, bro.
he has none of that information of all the stuff I see. All the
You
all
put
the
some
Indians.
hey, respect what John the Baptist is saying. Dang.
My bad.
Aaron,
He's talking to you.
This is your fault, Aaron, because you bring people up who don't have critical thinking skills or don't want to hear what anybody else got to say. They only know what they want to say and what they want to think. And because you have these kind of people up on your platforms, you will never have a productive conversation. I'm out, bro. I gotta go get my workout in.
Well, go ahead, Big John.
Dang, that was a heavy insult right there.
Yeah, let me say
Well, you
this is
didn't say the
because
name, so.
citizen, whenever we talk about this particular thing, please remember it's not about leaving your home. The Chinese Americans don't leave necessarily. The Middle Eastern Americans don't leave. They do a bulk of their work here. They raise their children here. They go back to make sure they're, you know what, this is what really has to gain. There is a lot to gain for Africans with what he said, and there's a lot to gain for African Americans or Black Americans or whatever, y'all want to be called. So what Africa has to gain is access, your access. What Americans have to gain is your values. You want to know where your values were lost? Go back there and find them.
Could somebody please go look up that town
Okay,
called?
so if you want to know why your women are tripping,
the town
and why they don't listen,
Africa
and what
called
men need to
Lekki that he
see,
was talking about, it looks like Baltimore. It looks like the super hood.
Lee, you are
He
triggered.
said
Like
that
you
they
acting
were
like a
building
woman
it up,
now, bro.
I'm not acting like a woman, bro. I'm just
Yes,
saying,
you
like,
are.
you just fed us some BS. You said that they building up Lekki, and I just looked it up, and it looks like a trash city, just like every other city in Africa.
Okay, great.
Like,
great.
so y'all make stuff up, man. Y'all
Did you
just
get
say
it out?
things.
In fact, do me a favor. Call up one of your Seminoles right now and let us know your number in their tribe. Please do that.
What that got to do with anything? What that got
Since
to do with
you're a
anything?
Seminole, let us see
said
your
I was a
Seminole
Seminole,
registration
bro.
cards
You
right
just want
now.
me to
Let's see
be.
it.
You just want me to be a part of that weak culture that y'all got
Because
out
your
there in
hair
Africa.
looks like mine,
Because
nigga.
yo,
You ain't
look,
no damn
every
Seminole.
other country. All right, bro. Whatever. Every other country is built up except Africa. Africa's a fucking shithole, just like Haiti is. Both of those places are shitholes, straight like that. And you men like you try to push me into those places because you want me to be a shithole just like you. But there was already people here that they had to fight, and I keep telling y'all that. And Aaron is on the west side, where that's not their point of attack. They attack from the north. So the New York, where you see all the battle, you still got they still got the goddamn battle things and all the stories. I see that shit. I see that they had to fight off a nation of people that were already fucking here, and y'all want me to just erase that shit because our tones look the same. I look nothing like you. I look nothing like you.
I got you.
But you want me to be like you, and then I'm emotional because I want to remember those people, and you want to forget them.
You are emotional, though. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You are emotional.
Oh damn, he got you up out of there.
Let's talk about why Africa
Hey,
isn't prosperous. Can we do that?
Bumpkin, I got a question. How do you find these spaces, Bumpkin? Like,
It's the wrong
how do
conversation.
people find like these spaces? Like, what do y'all see?
No, that's gonna derail the conversation.
No, let me answer it. Let me answer it.
I mean, he derailed it by coming up.
I want
He
to talk
derailed it
about
by
the
coming
video
up.
clip.
Yeah, I derailed it by just
He
showing
derailed
up. You're
here.
right.
He derailed
You're
already.
right. You're right. There's a direct funnel from chaotic truth to these spaces. I'll say that.
Oh, okay. That makes perfect sense. Oh, okay. It wasn't derailed. He answered it. We on.
Yeah. Can we talk about why Africa?
No, the next black person first. Come on,
so
dude.
bad?
Yeah, you wasn't.
Hey,
Yeah.
I got something to say.
What up, Manny?
What up? Unlikely was actually right. Why is there this pressure to put the people who've succeeded in this society, in this system that we call the United States? Why is there pressure on us to pull our resources together when ain't nobody help us get here? When I left a bad environment, niggas in the hood wasn't sending me money for college to help me with my rent. Niggas wasn't putting money on my meal plan. They'll put money on books. But when you do the right thing and you leave certain environments, motherfuckers are not there helping you succeed.
Facts.
So why the fuck would I work this hard to get where I am and then turn around and give my money away?
What are you talking
to build a society, to build a community? My community is as far as my dollar goes. So get the fuck out of bad environments with stupid ass people that have handouts and work on yourself and build up. That's how you build up your community, your legacy for your family. Fuck these other people.
Wait, we talking about Africa? We talking about the hood now?
Yo, yeah, they talking about going back to Africa. Okay, if
Why would I
everybody else
take my
wanna do it,
resources?
let
Why
them
would I
do
work
that
this
shit,
hard
bro.
in life to then turn around and give it away to somebody else and try to build up in Africa? You know how long that's going to take? We can't even build up in the United States. Why the hell would I take all my shit to Africa?
Yo,
Manic,
Lou, I just looked up that city, Lekki, Nigeria.
I'm gonna
It looks
drop
like
the rest of the
me
day
then,
on your
fam.
head,
Drop the
nigga.
bag. You think that
I'm gonna
scared me?
drop the rest of
Drop
the day
that
on
shit
your
off
head,
on my
bro.
boy Aaron. I looked up the city, Lekki.
You got on
Look
a
it
pink
up while
tank
you
top.
sitting here.
Chill,
He
bro. Please
capping,
chill.
bruh. I
Lee's
looked it
right.
up.
Listen
It
to
looks
him.
like a shithole. He wants us to
Okay.
go back to a shithole when we already here in America, the greatest country in the world, bro. We good
you
on
are
that,
lying.
fam.
You are lying.
Bruh,
You are lying.
I'm lying. Yo, do I really gotta
You are
grab my
lying.
phone
All
and
of
point
Africa
this
is not a
city
shithole.
out,
That's what you've
fam?
been sold.
Bruh, I ain't say all of Africa. Yeah, it's
All of
pockets
you
here.
said
but
all of Africa is a shithole. You
I
just said the
I
shit.
literally said the city Lekki,
You said it, but
Nigeria, that he spoke of.
here's the
It
shit.
looks like a shithole, bruh.
All right, let me let you finish. Since
Like,
this is
damn,
your
bruh.
show, the Lee
Like,
show. Go ahead.
get your story together. Stop telling us lies to try to get us to go back to save some people we don't even fuck with, bro. Keep that shit to yourself, fam. If you want to go do that, you go do that. I'm from here. Again, I'm from New Jersey. I seen it. The history sits up in the city of them fighting people who are already here. And I'm not calling them Indians. They were melanated people. Is history that Mansa Musa came here before Columbus was here. But y'all want to erase that and say we supposed to go. He like, yo, they have no home. They this thing, and then I'm not supposed to feel away, bro. Fuck him. Fuck that, all that tether shit. Fuck all that shit from over there. We here. You like it here, I like it here. You happy here, I'm happy here. That's it. You ain't going back. You ain't going back. I ain't going back.
Hey, yo, Trigger. Why are we going out our way to say unlikely? Let him burn Hill. It ain't there's everybody's not worth saving. Some people you just gotta let die. Rest in peace. Let Lee stay. Ain't nobody been in their back to save nobody that doesn't want to be saved. So the way I said, fuck them. It's all good. It's still love.
Not only are you right, this is the craziest shit ever. Everything you're talking about, Lee, is built on a false narrative. So let me, I let you talk, Lee. I fucking let you talk. Because if I was in front of you, I'd slap the shit out of you. Shut the fuck up.
You would never slap
Shut
me,
up.
dog. You would never
Shut
slap
up.
me.
These are empty threats on the internet, man. You don't.
Nah, now I'm not shutting up.
This is the shit that gets people in trouble. Because everybody that says they slap somebody in person never actually
I will
does it.
do anything
That energy is not the same when you
You
online.
got hit with an ad hominem. I ain't say nothing to you. You said something
Yo,
to me crazy
I let
like that.
you
So now,
talk and I
okay,
sat
and I was about to shut
back.
up, but you ain't have to say if
Shut
you
the
was in front
fuck
of me or
up, Lee.
slap me. This big man, like this black big man shit, like you do realize that you got like you can't even run a mile, fam. You can't even get a whole mile out without stopping. But you talking about you gonna beat somebody up. You overweight by some odd pounds. Stop the tough guy shit. Go ahead and talk. You ain't gotta disrespect me.
Damn.
So to what Manic said, this is all created off a false narrative. Nobody, not one person said, go back and build a community. That's what people keep hearing. Because you said make money. I said make money. You want to make money here? Well, shit. If I go invest there, like there's a market there, like there's opportunity for people to build that look like you and you won't be isolated out your own markets, that shit is no limits there. Don't act, because I got money and you fucking got money. Don't act like you are limitless here. I'm limited here. You're limited here. So you can build business here, but there is a place where you can go tax-free, even in some cases, and do your damn thing. All I'm saying, and what that dude was saying is, why don't you ask the question, well, shit, if Africa can make money, if the China man can make money there, if the Russian man can make money there, if the Indian man can make money there, why the people who look like the people there can't make money there? Ain't nobody talking about building no damn community. That's up to the people there. But you can make money there. Y'all changed the whole narrative. Y'all in y'all fucking feelings.
No, let me just say something.
No.
It's not about. It's not about changing the narrative.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Trigger. That's my point. Fuck them. If they don't want to make money, if they financially literate, fuck them.
I don't want to help niggas in the hood here. Why the fuck would I be talking about building a community there? Fuck everybody that don't want to make money.
No. Check. Here's the thing. All they have to do is Google how much a dollar is worth in Africa compared to the dollar here. And if they don't understand that basic math, I say fucking leave them here. It's all good. It's still love. But fuck it. Don't save it. Can't save everybody. I can learn that the hard way.
Problem with the internet. It's 100,000 advisors, but no actual solutions. People can talk about solutions, but what are the steps? Trigger Mike, please tell us the steps how to do this in Africa, step by step.
So not only is there real estate opportunity there, there's banking, and I would say some sort of stock. Now, the one thing that I am
100%.
Not only the one thing I actually am talking about, this is why I said values lost. Men are talking about passport, bro, and all that other shit, but when black men actually want black women. So if you want a woman to build a family with, I would say go back there and see what your actual values are, your ancestral values are. Stop using European concepts and all of this new family type shit to build a family that you want. You have a place you can go where families are still together at the 95% rate, right? Everything that we've lost here can be gained back there with the people who actually fuck with you, with the people who actually look like you and want to welcome you back.
So Trigger Mike, I asked you a very specific question. What's step one? You said there's banks and real estates, but you start talking about some other stuff.
I can give you my cousin's number.
What is step one?
Step one, I would say anybody with $20,000 to invest, get a property there, Airbnb that shit.
What's the other
Get a property. Hold on. Get a property where? What country? What country are we talking about specifically? And what are the
Nigeria
labor laws there?
right now? I only have info for Nigeria and Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana.
60.
There's Nigeria,
Ghana,
lowest Kenya.
Is 63% booked throughout the year.
Okay, hold on. He was talking. You said something about an Airbnb property.
Airbnb, 63%. Her lowest booking, 63% of the year. Her property is booked. Every client she has that she has sold a property to. So I would say people here understand real estate real well. Same thing works there. It works the same over there.
Well, you got
what are the laws when it comes to investing your money in taxes?
Capital gains. I would say better because let me ask my dad because he has to change his money over. So exchange rate differs. You know what I mean? So you're gonna take a hit. You're definitely going to take a hit like right now.
But see, the problem.
So hold on. How much of a down payment do you have to put on the property, and what location is this going to be in a community, or is this going to be on the outskirts, just purchasing land? Like where? What? This is the steps I'm talking about.
Yeah, the land laws are nowhere near as regulated, and they do build companies now that are basically funnels. So like land development companies, I would not say go through any personal person. Go through a land developer where you can see that they have done multiple of those properties. And I would say about 10K, you can get yourself a really good, attractive property near a waterfront there through a developer.
10K for a full build or just a lot?
For to start the financing on a build.
To start
meaning
the financing.
They will purchase your lot for about 10K. They will permitting and to solidify your lot there, it has to be the foundation built. So for 10K, you can get all of that done to save your lot. Some people do that small part and don't build on it for years.
Okay. So 10K can get you a property in Africa in a trustworthy, once you do your research with a trustworthy developer. And that property is then worth how much when it's finished? And how much does it take to complete? Approximately. I know it's going to all vary between what type of property you get and the size and whatnot, but like for a small property that's, rents at a 60% rate, Airbnb.
Okay.
What are we looking at? What type of numbers are we looking
my
at?
dad just bought 2. Let me hit him on WhatsApp real quick. I'm gonna get back to
Nah, why he's saying
this is
that,
a good conversation to actually have, because at the end of the day, we can all talk about, just get some money and just throw it on a property. Let's just buy it. But you got to talk about all the things. There's labor laws in countries. I know people who've personally bought property in countries and just lost all of their money, hundreds of $1,000s.
And I get it, but I'm gonna
you have to be very careful where you're putting your money.
And if you're talking about
that, I do agree with.
And if I agree with, but man, let me add to this because I've been saying it for almost a year. If you go to the particular YouTube channel for What Am I, he has advertised almost 30 different real estate companies that do top of multiple projects. The cheapest product I've seen in Ghana only costs about 40 to 50 grand for either a 3 or 4 bedroom house. Like either want to keep it or you want to rent it more. You want to rent it out. What he was saying totally correct. I only know about 3 companies that do the same exact price, start about 10K. You find out actually they buy your lot and they build it over time. As long as you keep paying periodically, it takes them between 6 months to get to complete the project. But they're not only building your home, they're building multiple projects. I've said it several times before. I've been showing information several times. Go to What Am I At? It's a YouTube channel, and you go through at least a year and a half. You may find about maybe 15 to 20 real estate companies that are doing that right now, not only in Nigeria, but also in Ghana, also in Kenya, and other African countries as well. Besides real estate, there are restaurant businesses that are also booming as well fashion and liquor. It's not a one-time thing. That's not something that has been new. It's been going on for almost 11 years. The only problem is people are not well informed what's been going on. Me, I got an uncle who worked in the former government in Nigeria, who used to work in Nigeria, everyone who knows Nitel. My uncle used to work there one time, so he let me know what's going on in and out. So every now and then when I ask questions, I ask if I want to open an IT business, what are the risks doing over there? He's not better off doing in Ghana than in Nigeria due to political issues. I get it and I understand it. But it's not something that you will miss out. As long as you do your research, you find the right company to invest, chances is you can make a lot of money.
And how stable is the economy?
I got a question real quick.
One of the ways to assess the stability of the economy is U.S. banks that do business with that particular currency. So I know Kenya, South African rand; those are stronger economies when it comes to government and their agreements with the U.S. government. So when you want to look at a lot of bigger banks will not deal with countries that just have an unstabilized government. They won't convert their currency. They won't acquire for you. So that's an initial way to assess it. That's what I would say to your initial question, man. Because I know that's where
I want to respond to the video real quick. So I mean, if we go to Africa, are they going to stop coming to America?
That was a joke.
I would ask this: when they come to
America,
America,
I'm just serious.
Hold on, citizen. Hold on.
That's a good question.
When they come to America, do they stop going to Africa?
They go. I'm just asking about. Are
They do what that guy in the video was telling you to do. Create a funnel where you make money here, you can take money back, make money there. My father owns a dealership in Africa. He owns a water factory in Africa. All of that shit got my name on it. I can go make money there. I can make money here. That is all I'm saying.
And that been going on since the early 80s. That's the funny thing about it.
So Trigger Mike ultimately is saying we need to open an underground tunnel to each other. Instead of staying away from each other, he's saying open the tunnel up.
I got friends making money over there also. And I just made a video telling them, come over here, get the loot, get some bag, go back over there.
Mark Johnson messed this up.
I'll give a perfect example.
Build a community. In fact, think about it this way, because everybody's talking about the same thing. If everybody here, from the dude that you respect most, just came back off a plane, be like, who going? I'm paying. We all going to go get a bag in Africa. Who the fuck coming? Y'all dudes will be on the plane. Y'all be on the plane.
I don't think
Nah,
it
y'all
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
Depends on the
I
bag.
said, listen,
Hold
I'm
on,
I
getting the
said,
bag
hold on,
here.
dude,
trigger. Hold
I
on.
said,
That's
dude
that's
that
that's
you
I don't
respect.
know, man.
Hold on,
A
trigger.
dude that you respect, because when we talk about community, so it's all money related. So if a dude was like, look, I live on the beach, I got girls, we clubbing every night. If he creates a life for you and a picture for you to do the same thing you doing here over there, you going, you capping. You're not if you're not going, but you
Can't
going.
do that. There is no New
You're
York
going.
in Africa. There is no place like
I'm sorry.
Miami in
There's no what?
Africa. And
There's
again,
no what?
there is
There's
no
no
New
New
Please
York.
do
York
some
that
research, bro. Now you
there
sound
is
ignorant.
no New York that is
Now you
there is
sound. Do your
no
research, bro.
Africa that has there's
Hold
no
on, man.
New
Hold on,
York
man. Hold
in Africa. There
That's
is
a
no
shame.
Miami in Africa. There's no Cali in Africa. There's no Atlanta. Aaron, could you please pull up Lekki, Nigeria, and just drop down anywhere on the Google map and prove to these people that this man is trying to throw you into
Just
a
so you
burning
know.
Well,
fucking
that's not
building?
even. Well, no, that's not even the
Like,
problem,
bro, what the
though.
hell?
Hold on.
Like,
Hold on.
give
Yeah,
us a city so we can drop down anywhere in the map,
Let me
and we
stop
should
you
be
there.
able to
Let
see
me
a
stop you
built-up
there.
city,
Hold on.
right?
Let me stop you there. As an IT specialist, you're messed up on that. Google
Yeah,
Maps
bro.
don't do their research or their scanning there as
Oh, no.
common
Do
as it
some
do over here in
research.
the US. But I fully understand that. Because I've done the same thing too. Now, what you don't know is the up-to-date picture that been taking place already in Africa. Like I said, if you want to get information, I told you, go to Watermeyer. He's on
All right, so
ground,
give me an area.
documenting these
Give
things.
me an area right now that can compete with New York, because he just said I'm crazy when I said there's no area that can
Yeah,
compete with.
you are kind of
Because
crazy.
look,
So what?
give me
So
a
hold on.
city then in Africa. Stop
Hold
calling
on.
me crazy. Just
Let
give
me
me a
get a
city, bro. What the
clarification.
hell?
Let me
See these
get
dudes, they shake their head, but
clarification
they
on
can't give
your.
me a fucking city.
Let me get clarification on your question. Compete how? With money,
I'm
banks?
talking about no. I made it mad simple. I said there
With
is
population.
no city, because look, you said that if we had a homie that was like, yo, we're gonna go get a bag in New York, in Africa, we all gonna go. And dudes were shaking their head no, because I'd rather be in New York. I could get a bag there too. I'd rather be in Atlanta. I'd rather be somewhere where we actually have paved streets.
The most expensive place to live in the United States, that where $100,000 equals out to $32,000, is New York.
It's New
You
York.
can't
I
get
know.
the same bag in New York
Bro,
that you
I
can
go where
in
you
Africa.
live before I go to Africa. That's what
Statistically,
I'm
you
saying.
can't.
Wherever you at, and
You're
wherever
telling
you
lies
at,
to
I
people.
go there.
Don't go waste your money. New Yorkers are moving to Texas. Californians are moving to Texas. Don't go to New York.
I'll go to
get a bag.
Texas before
That is
Africa.
where,
You're still
that
making
is
my
where your
point.
money goes to
You
die.
don't even understand what I'm saying.
You lying
I'll
to
go to
people, bro.
wherever you are in Texas, right where you stay. I'll live there before I live in Africa. Do you get what I'm saying? I'll live where you live before I live in
And
Africa.
just like Chris said, we don't care.
Why are you not getting
Go
it?
to your Seminole land and
Okay,
be with
but
them.
my
We don't
whole
care.
point is this.
Trigger, please let
Yeah, let it.
Unlikely rest
Yo,
in
you know what's
peace.
crazy? You know what's so crazy is that they saying all this, but they not there. They in fucking America with me. Man, shut the fuck up, bro. You guys
Let
stupid.
you have
They
to
not
let
there.
the
So
you have to let the
Chris, why you here? Why you here?
so
Go to
you have
Africa.
brother number one. I was born and raised there. That's number one. No, all right, no,
I'm making
no,
an
stop.
argument for us, and you sitting here
Hey,
taking his
stop.
side.
I got
He's saying
this.
go back to Africa.
No,
Go
number
to
one,
Africa. Then.
number one. You need to go in. I'll go to hell if I will go to hell if I say that sentence. So I'm gonna keep that to myself.
Africa,
That's number one. How you this black and this much of a white? Never mind. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
No, but
Don't even worry about it.
my genuine question is okay, not me. I'm not buying anyone in Africa. But why would you look at Africa, right? Where you're saying the minimum investment's $10,000, right? When you can go to Highland Park, Detroit, you can get a house. Yeah. Keep in mind, in bad shape. It's in bad shape, but you can get a house. Go on Google right now, look it up for $2,500, a 4-bedroom house. I just saw it the other day. I'm just saying, there's investments right here in America.
That's what I'm
We're not saying, Bumpkin. We're not saying that.
He asked an intellectual question. At some point, Lee, like, let the intellectuals, like, this is a good question he asked.
Chill with
Stop
your
being a
insults,
bitch on the panel.
Stop, bro. You built like a bitch.
No, come on,
you
man.
got nipples and titties and a belly like a bitch, but you calling me, but you saying like, bro, stop with the insults. Come on, dog. Stop the shit,
answer your question, Bumpkin. All right. Some of these like cities in America where I think people are now looking for investment opportunities that won't be depleted by inflation. Because even though you can get properties, you now need people that are going to pay for them. Everything that is happening in the American labor market should be scary to the American investor. Because what we're actually going through right now is a soft recession. You won't feel it like 08, right? That was when the housing crash was, where where there's no jobs for the people that want them. Now we have too many jobs and not enough people to fill them because people think they're too good for those jobs or they don't think they pay enough. The people who are going to be impacted by this soft recession are people who own assets. You won't be able to move them, right? So now people are going to look for investments where people are actually having money and the markets are growing, which is places like Africa, Thailand, Colombia. Like people are looking for more international investments because of the landscape that's growing there. America, I'm gonna say, as far as the dollar value is concerned, it's hit its like critical mass. It's done all it can do, and we're gonna like hit a crash at some point, which is why I probably wouldn't invest in American real estate at this moment. I was supposed to buy a new house so my mother-in-law can move in. I don't want to have negative equity on it, so I'm not gonna do it for like another 2 years.
So I'm looking. I'm hold on. I'm looking at this right now, just so people think I'm capping. If you have $1,305.74 USD, you take that to Nigeria, it's a million. Now $1 million in Nigeria is considerably not enough money. So that's an investment in of itself because the value of their money is going to increase. So that was said, that basic level of financial literacy, if you don't understand it, that's perfectly fine. You're good here. I still rock with you. But just if somebody's trying to give you a handout, trying to save you, but you want to stay in a burning house, hey, it is what it is. I tried. As a hero,
So
one thing you have to realize is you can't save everybody, and that's cool. Every investment is not for everybody, and you just got to live with
So
that.
Christopher, that's an excellent point. You know, your money, you translate US dollar to a foreign currency, you're going to have more. That makes sense. But what you're doing also, you're neglecting the fact that your quality of life is going to be completely changed.
No. They're not telling you to stay there. See what Trigger Mike is saying. Okay. Open up a connection there, right? And he's not saying you got to live there. He's not saying you might want to stay there 2 months of the year. Who knows? He's saying, but there's investment there. These people may, and like I said, this is an important thing, right? Because we talk about emotions all the time. Black people never feel like they at home. Now, especially in a majority sense, I understand the minority of us be like, nah, America, like we good. But the majority of Black Americans don't necessarily feel that way. They've been saying this ain't our country, where we from. We don't know where we from. We don't know our history, all this type of stuff. I'm not saying what's right. I'm just saying if you listen to what they're saying, he's saying these are our brothers. I don't know if it's true. I'm not arguing that. But I would argue this. You have a better chance to look like the people in Africa than anywhere else on the planet. That's all I'm saying.
No, this is where hold on. No, Christopher, you've been saying a lot of things, and you always say the same thing. Like
I've been saying a lot. Oh wow, keep going.
You've been saying a lot, but a lot of nothing. So
okay, keep going.
I just want to comment on that. Like people not feeling home. If you were born and raised in the United States and you don't feel at home, that's a personal problem.
Duh.
I agree with that.
First and foremost.
You just said a person nothing right there.
I'm disagreeing with you, but you know what I'm talking about, though. I'm not disagreeing with you, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know there's some people who are going to complain, but listen, that's what happens in a capitalistic society. There's going to be winners and losers. The people who are losing are going to constantly complain in this society. When you are a winner in a capitalistic society, when you are a winner in any system, you're going to have less complaints. Yes, is everything going to be perfect? No, but when you're winning, you're winning. And when you're losing, you're losing. You're going to make excuses. You're going to try to come up with reasons and rationales why you can't win instead of looking at yourself and actually making the changes required to actually get better results in life.
Y'all,
thank you for improving.
Let me just say something. I like Trigger Mike's idea with investing in property. My only question is, how do we do it? So I would love for Trigger Mike, because I know he has his own platform in his YouTube and channels. Give us the steps so we can evaluate them and find out like, how legit is this? Because now, if y'all go on the internet and type in how to get money, a billion.
I already know that. You're right, man. I already know where you're going with it. I get it. You're not about to get the answers there. I know.
I'm glad you mentioned. I put in a bunch of links.
He has some information, but he has to follow up with people.
That's cool. I respect it.
And that's fair. But hold on one second. In the meantime, I do want to catch up on these super chats. Gary Grant says, which country in Africa does he want us to help? It's a good question. we gonna pick the top ones. That's what I would do.
Help your fucking self. Jesus Christ.
Hold on. Time out said, I swear Aaron be cooking
probably
up
the best
streams
shit you said all
to
day.
trigger people.
You just
No, I
repeated.
don't.
Oh, I'm about to go in. I'm
Hold
going
on,
for
guys.
me.
Hold on. Let me run through the super chats.
right?
Relax. Let me run through the super chats, right? I swear Aaron be cooking up streams to trigger people. I don't know how people are going to respond to half these videos. I really, really don't. He be off cam rubbing his hands like this topic video is going to put them in their feelings. I be on camera 98% of the time. I only get off to use the bathroom or try to get some more water, okay? So I do not do that. Sharon said, Bumpkin, who? This convo not for you. That's convo's messed up. I sense a little bit of racism in there. O says, Aaron, you can send used school buses and equipment to Gambia. Yeah, he know about it. To other places and to build a big bag. I always tell my brothers, I even can get them a wife. They better listen to Trigger Mike.
You know that the guys, Aaron, don't.
Oh, nope, nobody say nothing. I'm gonna read the super chats, and then we can talk at it. I don't want to do it. Quentin says, Happy 4th of July to everyone except Jabba. That's kind of messed up. You gonna do my guy Jabba like that, Quentin? I guess you must have had a good show. Trigger Mike said, and when Trigger Mike get mad, it take me all the way back to when Cody had him steaming. Shout out to Reese. He says, I suggest all you Pocahontas ninjas take DNA tests, and I and my father taking multiple, and they line up with history. I'm 88% African, 12% British. Stop the cap. We don't believe you. You Jamaican. Sophisticated Jerk said, bring the American Lee back. Deborah says, please don't listen to people telling you to invest in Ghana and Nigeria because they are the two most corrupt countries in West Africa. Look it up.
Damn.
Dang. Okay, then that was strong. Trugio says, hey, yo, Aaron, please make sure Flora's out of the chat for today. She tripping. Yeah, that's cold-blooded. Trig, the question is, are you black first or American first? Because Americans are getting over on Africa. Blacks aren't. Whoa. That was a strong statement right there. You will still be on an American tax scale in Egypt. They take my taxes same as here. My bank account is linked to my U.S. bank account. Easy way in is a wife. Oh, easy way in is to get a wife. Got you. So you get a wife from another country. That's how you can kind of get tied in. Okay, I got you. JB says, Aaron, are they talking about Lagos, Nigeria, though? No, I did a stream on that. We got to be careful with the scammers there because they are the scamming university of universities. So that is true. Shots sent to Citizen Lou. Lou says, I don't stand down from nobody. And Truckee said, I'm bored. Lee, you need to chill out. Lee, show some love. Big dog, relax. Don't trip. You good, sir? Clips say, you guys are definitely speaking to the wrong crowd in this space. They would rather spend money to put you off the panel than invest money in Africa. I don't know if that's true, but it might be.
We got disposable income, though. I mean,
Don't start. You also have to look at the infrastructure and the future forecast. They are focusing severe. They are forecasting severe water shortages in 2025. Well, then we better get that water plant like Trigger Mike Pops did. Trigger Yell said, you better tap out, Citizen Lou. Better tap out. Citizen said, Lou, not gonna be me, you hater. Donald Trump, aka Walter the Reader, says, stop arguing with this Akata. And I don't know what that means, so I apologize if that is a bad word.
That's like the ER. That's like the N word ER.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's way worse than that.
I just had a feeling it
Yeah,
might
he said it's worse than that. Oh, okay, it's worse than that.
Lee,
I would say ask them. They ask them.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Lee, you are wrong, brother. They are already a bunch of unicorn companies worth $1 billion. That's what a unicorn in Africa. Example given in Kenya's Silicon Valley. And that's another form. Kenya's currency is strong enough to be, like I said, that's one way you can gauge it. Trucker says, Lee, come on, Lee, relax for a second and just listen to the big dogs, okay? JB says, Lee, look up Silicon Savannah. Kenya is becoming a new Silicon Valley. I personally know venture capitalists who are investing in companies there now. Look, y'all gonna get into Africa before it's too late. Y'all gonna be left behind.
Everything in New Silicon Valley. They say everything. They say Mexico, New.
That is true. They do say everything's in New Silicon Valley. They say Silicon Valley is in Detroit. So that's true. All right. Walter says Western Empire is on the verge of collapse. Westerners are the only ones that can't see it, and there's a flag from a country that I can't identify.
Nigeria. Nigeria.
That's the
Damn.
Nigerian flag. Okay.
Chicken Mike didn't know that one.
I said Nigeria.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
No,
I'm just messing with
kind of small. It was
Nah,
kind of small.
my
I'm
mic
just
broke
messing
over
with y'all.
here.
What the-
It was
My
kind of
mic
small. I
broke.
couldn't see it. Trucker Yo said, Citizen Luke, calm down, bro. It's all fun.
Yeah, we cool. We made peace.
Yeah. Trucker Yo just be
Yeah,
messing with
Trucker
y'all.
Yo cool. We cool people.
Even some of y'all heavy hitters in the UAE private equity scene have been turning their attention to Africa, Kenya, and Ghana in particular. See, Kenya keep coming up, and I know the South
Yo,
Africa.
Nairobi is popping. My cousin just came from there. I was like, what?
Hey, we got and look, unless you're gonna get those hyper airplanes, those hypersonic airplanes to get us there faster, we ain't doing 26
Hey,
hours.
I'm with you on that.
We're not doing 26 hours in there. I've already
I'm with you.
It's not. We better invest in those hypersonic airplanes. Trucker Yo says
Agreed.
home over there is about 200K. It's probably worth $1 million over there. I'll take that million. I told y'all Aaron just taking his anger out on y'all because of all the kids he keep trying to hide. I didn't do nothing. GBGville says run that. GBG gang in a building. All right. Now, I want to say realistically, we might have to invest some money into some of these places because if you pay attention, okay, let's talk about this part, Bannock, right? Because I understand the strong part, and you and Lee you guys are like the strong sitting here. F y'all, it's America till I die. DI. All right. What about the emotional component of feeling like you belong somewhere? I'm not saying that is the place, but hypothetically, let's say that a lot of our people. Go ahead.
No, I hear you. And I would actually argue the opposite point. Imagine my American black ass going to Africa. I'm not going to be seen as an African. I'm going to be seen as an outsider because my customs, everything I grew up on, the society and culture in which I was raised is American. It's in my blood. So when I go over there, I'm a lick. Like you think they're going to look at somebody that's actually from Africa and then look at me and give me the best deal? No, I'm going to be
that part,
the white person.
No, I get that part, but a lot of people leave. They've been in their country for 30 years and they leave and come over here and start from scratch. You don't think that they're lick?
No, because when they come from a country that's under like duress and they're coming from a bad situation, they understand the opportunities that they didn't have there. So when they come here, they work harder. And Trigger Mike knows that. That's why his pops got all this investments and all this business know-how, because he came over here hungry.
No, but I will say this, man, you're kind of wrong because when you go anywhere, this is why they want. That's why I said this is why they're asking you. When you, as an American, especially one who's astute, well-read, educated, and has experience in the fields that you do, you're not a lick. They're actually they admire you for all that you've done in the land where everybody makes it. So you create the rules. You say yes or no to the deal. You say I'm not doing it unless I get this at this price, that at that price. Find me somebody who will give it to me at this price. You are the world's best negotiator. It's not you being a lick. You get to say yes or no. And let me tell you another thing. Simply because you have the word American, you are the person nobody wants to touch, harm, or anything because they think the American military coming after you if they do. So you're the most protected person in the world in those markets. In Ghana and Nigeria, in the areas like that they're building up for you to tour, for where the tourism is up, they have you protected by armed guard, bro. That's what they think about you. Yeah. You just have to experience it for yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I would agree.
Hold on.
Let me just give Trigger Mike his credit because he's absolutely right. When you do have money and you're going into business, you have that leverage and that negotiations. But I would definitely disagree on you as far as protection, because with being American, motherfuckers get kidnapped all the time, and not just in Africa, anywhere because there's opportunities. It's not about being scared; it's about being aware.
What I will say,
know exactly where you're going.
The knuckleheads who usually get kidnapped, or I will say, stray a little too far from those touristy spots that I'm talking about. That's pretty much the common thing anywhere. Mexico, you just thinking about the.
I want to see the real Mexico. I want to see the real Nigeria. All right, go ahead.
I went to Puerto Vallarta 2 years ago, and literally every time he was driving, I'd be like, "How much longer till we get there? What are these side streets you taking, bro?" Like I literally I don't look like y'all. I don't speak y'all language, but no, on some real stuff, the cartels beef with
they have black people in Mexico. They got black people in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
They're actually like Caribbean. So
Yeah,
that's
we're
why
everywhere.
that girl got murked or her brother got murked because they went into town just to go to a nail salon and they thought they were a rival cartel member. That's why I'm like, yo, you can't.
Triple Mike. I think it was something else with that. They drove from South Carolina all the way to that border town in a van, and Buddy had like body armor on. I don't know, man. I think they was moving. I think they was.
It was a drug, man. We already know what time it is.
Let me just say something around the concept before the conversation goes too far. I feel like at the end of the day, I'm going to go back to the point of winners and losers, right? So you have a system. Wherever you go, you're going to be joining a new system. And yes, maybe there's a new system that you can, that you're better fit to, have success. But in most cases, if you're a winner in one system, you're going to learn how to maneuver and adjust and adapt to be a winner in another system. If you're a loser in one system, you're likely going to be a loser in a new system that you don't even understand, that don't have the basis of understanding. So it's like when I hear this ideology of like, hey, man, we're not doing great here, we should just go back to Africa and then invest and then make money. And it's like, if you can't do that here,
that's a good point. But you know what I heard when he said
What are we
that?
talking about the losers for?
that's the people who hate the system.
I will say this though. So
winners are making money out this shit. I love
man, that's why I said Manic is actually
winning.
very dangerous. Manic is very dangerous for the average black man because he's that black man that made it and is extremely critical. The average man does not have the opportunity to prowess the academic knowledge and the ability to execute like you do, like I do. So when we talk about, you're right though. If it's not even that people aren't succeeding, they don't have the access or ability to try. So everything in America, the average man is priced out of. He's priced out of it. So to make an investment, my parents wanted to buy a Chick-fil-A here and put me, like for me,
Chick-fil-A,
right? And they waited too long because I had all the Christian principle, you know what I mean? 2-parent house. They do a whole interview on your ass. By the time they waited 5-6 years, the original investment went up from like 30 to 250. And my dad was like not liquid 250 at the time. He's like, God damn. So it priced him out of the investment. So now they're creating new restaurants, new things, and what is it called? Subdivisions all over Africa where there are working class people. So you say, if I can't get a Chick-fil-A here in America because I got to be 250 liquid, but in Africa they say I got to be 10 liquid, and this place takes all of its principles from Chick-fil-A. I'm gonna invest 10K in this new Chick-fil-A in Africa. Like it's gonna give opportunity to people who would not get it here. Let's be honest.
Okay,
hey, I don't know too many people that's 250 liquid.
There's one more video I want to play. All right, so let me get to that video real quick.
Leave those losers, Manic.
Hold on, guys. Relax a little bit. When they see the blue passport, you the big dog. I don't even wait in the line at the immigration building. The plane waiting for me.
Hey, check this out. My bad. When they see that black passport, it's a whole different ball game.
The niggas talking shit about traveling.
Y'all, man. I can't stand y'all. John the Baptist said, listening doesn't mean you agree. We listen to learn different points of views to critically think. That's if you have the ability to critically think. I want to play this video real quick, though, for y'all. And I have not heard it, so I don't know what it's going to say, but somebody told me to.
Hey, is that patriarchy in the back? I'll drop down for my nigga patriarchy.
You ain't got to drop down. I'm gonna bring him up in 1 sec. I got a lot of stuff I got a lot of stuff on my screen right now, so you have to bear with me. I'm shifting him back and forth in a lot of different areas, so he can relax in a second while I introduce his video and I'll pull him up. But listen to this video.
Putin says Africa is a cemetery for Africans. When an y'all listen to this shit. When an African becomes rich, his bank accounts are in Switzerland. He travels to France for medical treatment. He invests in Germany. He buys from Dubai. He consumes Chinese. He prays in Rome or Mecca. His children study in Europe. He travels to Canada, USA, and Europe for tourism. If he dies, he will be buried in his native country. Africa is just a cemetery for Africans. How could a cemetery be developed?
Oh, poor. Yeah, we already know.
Hold on. I've been quiet for a while. Let me think on this.
Angle that he's getting.
Let me think on this because
he's basically. I feel like he's basically speaking.
Hold on. Let me speak on this.
I mean, we all need to feel sorry.
Can I speak on this, guy? I've been quiet long enough. Thank you. I've heard that narrative long enough. The only problem with that
Only
now,
black people
because
have
like
these
the people,
conversations.
unlikely, when I give you a chance to think, I will keep quiet. But please respect me. I'm not into that back and forth. I'm a father and a grandfather. I don't got time for that. As I was saying, I've heard that narrative several
Barely hear
times
what you
over
say.
because of respect yourself as a man, not like a girl. Please respect yourself. As I was saying, I've heard that narrative several times before in the past. And the way that narrative may sound true because we have people who are robbing the country blind. I mean, a public official who are stealing from the country, doing no such thing. Now, as of late, that thing happened changed around because they realize a lot of companies want to invest in Africa for their resources. So that was true in the yesteryear, but not true now. Simple fact, we got lithium in our backyard in Nigeria, and Elon Musk want to mine it, but he cannot get it there unless someone allowed him to do so. The Chinese have invested over $218 billion all across Africa. You're trying to compete with it with only $65 billion, and they're getting pushed back for that reason. They don't want to get kicked out for the market because I hate to say this. 95% of your electronics come from the minerals from our country. If you had to get it through Russian or China, you're screwed. To prevent that from happening, they want to have a business located in Africa to avoid the cost going up the roof. Let's be honest about that. As the IT guys, when people say all kind of nonsense, I don't think you understand. I put a bunch of links in the back chat. The last thing I put in there was my classmate who went to the same high school, took his father car dealership and made it to a manufacturing plant. He got 5 locations in Nigeria that manufacture car, truck, SUVs, and buses. Fully black owned. Not European owned, not Chinese owned, fully black owned. These are things that are taking place in Africa that many people don't even know about. As I tried to promote that thing throughout last year, I know there's a lot of highly ignorant people who don't
You live in
do
Africa?
proper research. I live in Nigeria for 7 years. I'm a Canadian-born Nigerian, yes. I've been
Okay,
there.
you see. No, I said, do you live there now?
I live in Brooklyn right now. I got property in Nigeria. You can laugh all you want.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. Just keep going. He doesn't get it. Keep going. Keep going.
Unlike you, if I want to leave and make money over there, I can do that, but you can't. You can laugh all you want.
Wait, but you said
but
you're not.
Hold on a second. But the reason why you can do that is because of Europeans and
That's
Asians.
hilarious.
You didn't hear what Sugar Mike said and Christopher said? People come out here, make their money here, put it over there.
But the thing is, the reason why you can do that is hold on a second, Lee. The reason why you can do that. The reason why you can do that is Europeans and Asians.
You just said if I could.
So, for example, like people are only going to invest when they know that there's an environment that is safe for them to return. Like, I'm not being disrespectful, but West Africans don't have a frontier or a pioneer spirit. For example, like Afghanistan. Who can go into the middle of a war zone where they're not from, settle that down, make deals with the people there? Like the Chinese are doing that right now in Afghanistan. Like, do you have the ability to go into a place where you're the only one there and nobody looks like you, speaks the language like you or whatnot, and then do business in that place? The only people that I've seen as of recent that can go into an area where nobody speaks their language, where nobody looks like them, settle there, make deals, and then create an environment where other people can then invest into that is Europeans and Asians.
Well, I will say this though, Eric. Irish, Russian, and Chinese have all already done what you're saying in Nigeria, especially simply because the primary language in Nigeria is English. So they already do business in English.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is this. Is there a group of Nigerians that are going into, I don't know, let's say, can you go to the moon and get resources from the moon and make an environment on the moon that people can live in?
Actually, yes.
Okay.
And they've been doing that for a while.
Hold on.
Okay,
the weird part about that, Eric, is you're literally talking about the one group of black people that are everywhere in the world.
On the moon.
No, what I mean, like Nigerian people are everywhere.
You're in the sea?
No, you know what I mean. In every country.
Are you on Antarctica right now?
No, bro.
Okay, so you get what I'm
That's
saying.
what we're doing,
You get what I'm saying.
That's
You
what
get
we're
what I'm
doing.
saying. You don't have a frontier spirit.
Okay, I see what you're
Anybody can go somewhere where everything is safe.
Oh, okay, I
But
see.
are you building things at the bottom of the sea? Are you going to Antarctica? Are you going to the moon? The only people that I've seen that do that are Europeans or Asians.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so remember, you're telling me it's funny. This is exactly what's going to happen in America. Of course, Nigeria is good now because it's built up. But Nigerians never knew what was underneath them. They never had a use for the things around them until whites and Asians came there and created a need for the things around them.
Yeah, that's a common.
It's the same. Yeah. It's like the same thing with like when you see Nigerians in America, we are getting jobs and we are going to school. Okay, like bro, like you're saying I had sex with Pamela Anderson Lee way after Tommy Lee was there first.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. That is a long-standing criticism of African people in general: iron ore, coal, gold, diamonds, all that shit. But it's really just that need is the spawn of all creation, and everybody else needs that from Africa. So they came to source it there.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just like, yeah, of course, Nigeria now or whoever now. It's
Yeah.
What's the next frontier? Space.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The ocean.
I actually wanted to come up just to say, like, some of the things you guys are talking about is already being done. Like, there's a channel called Check and Effect. He's actually in Nigeria right now, just recording all the areas there that he's seen. I personally haven't been back home in like 17 years. I want to go back home. That was my ambition regarding getting a job and going to school and all that. But it's just one of those things where it's like both sides could benefit from it long term. I understand the strife in regards to what we're dealing with now. Africans have in the mindset that you guys are below us, so we're doing this. It's clearly because you guys did the work before, but I feel like we're always at that relationship. What's up?
How can we benefit? I mean, it's clear like what we see going on in France right now. It's clear like the Africans' attitudes towards Europeans and people that are different than them. It's not an embracing attitude.
Yeah, I mean, for us it is. I mean, you got to understand, like Nigeria in and of itself has over 200.
For you it is. But as an American, why would I like? I don't get it.
Because we're not just Americans to them. To them, we're African Americans, and we kind of owe them something. That's what it is. That's the conversation that they kind of make. That's the conversation that guy made on the video we watched.
You need to sue your drug.
They don't have a home. They don't have a home. They don't have a culture.
Who doesn't have a home?
Trigger Mike was just saying we need to get. It's better to get around people that look like us, that will relate to us. So right,
Americans.
that's a part of it.
I have a
no. I'm talking about like Africans and then Americans. They're using that as like a reason to why we should go back. Why, like because you just asked. What's the benefit of it?
Right. So I'm just curious. Like, are you guys kind of aware of like the European influence in America?
Yeah, I like Europeans. I speak a European. This is what I don't. What I think is happening is like there's some superiority with Africans now. Like like you have like a superior, and you're kind of anti-European too, because the Europeans gave y'all everything, including your names, including the borders of your country, including your schools, including your roads. And it's like there's this like large it's everybody beat up on Europeans now. And I just like until I see a system, whether it be trial by jury, until I see a society that was created that didn't come from Arabs, that didn't come from Europeans, that was Afrocentric, that I want to live in, I can't throw Europeans under the bus.
That's fair, but you also have to get close to Africans in and of themselves.
Why do I have to like? That's like telling me
perspective. I'm not trying to.
Your ancestors.
Stop. Hold on a second. Stop. What is your different perspective? Stop, Lee. What is your different perspective giving me? This is what I'm saying. Like,
what do you mean? What do you mean? Could you ask that question again?
Why do I need to get close to you? I don't need to go. What is there that what do you have that I want?
So would that be the situation of you're not part of the group I'm talking about?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, what do you have that I want? See, this is why Europeans and Asians will win, because hold on a second. The stance that they operate from, you don't operate from. It is, what do I have that these other people want? It's business. This whole, I need to bow to Africa because Africa's something great. What is Africa giving to me?
Okay, but you realize most of the resources, well, I wouldn't say most. There's a few resources within
the resources that I paid for.
Can I finish? There's some resources within tech that is highly
that I paid for.
What do you mean you paid
what African tech company is coming over to America hiring people?
I said resources.
What resources are you giving me that I did not pay for?
Raw materials.
What? The same raw material that you'll give the Chinese when we're the ones that have done the most for you.
I mean, I'm not against the idea of
we've given more foreign aid. We could have been on Mars by now.
Relationship again, but I mean,
Chris, you're not gonna hit them with people don't need to be saved now.
Like, this is what I'm saying.
I never came from that perspective.
Right?
I think it's very strange.
We're having a conversation, and I'm trying to give you a different perspective.
To me. But my perspective is this. Okay, you have a problem with European countries and Western countries.
I didn't say
but
that.
No, it's evident. Oh, it's very evident.
But that was an assumption, though, because I never said that within this conversation.
Do you know how much money the United States has given to your entire continent?
I'm for that. I have a British background. So
I'm not for that. I am not for that. I'm not for that at all.
Not for it. I'm saying I support the idea you're presenting, which is to say that you guys have done.
But why? But then why would you start doing deals with Asian countries when it was America and all these other European nations that did everything? You hate European nations and you hate Western countries.
No, but can we say there's a few cultural differences that makes whenever we get in front of America or Europe that essentially turns Africa off in regards to you guys don't really feel
Europe and America have done more for you than you've done for them. That's a fact.
So Eric, that's not necessarily true.
Then let's have the combo.
Hold on, let's have the combo. So
let's have the combo.
Please understand that, well, and maybe because the people aren't necessarily boots on ground in Africa, aid, as you can see, always comes with a price. They're paying for something.
It doesn't matter.
They're taking their resources out that ground, bro. They're gonna get their money's worth whenever they send aid.
You didn't even know that first off, you weren't taking any resources out the ground because all of the technology to extract the resources. First off, you made a deal for those resources, and number two, you didn't have any system of like property rights before Europeans got there. You were the Western African version of the Native Americans. You didn't have any system of property right. You didn't even know what it was until somebody came up with a use.
I'm not arguing any of that. Africa has been beholden to the European system and their influence for a long historical ass time.
If that's what you no, that's not what I would say. I would say Europe has carried Africa for a very long point in time.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
Okay,
but you said that
Thank
something
you, Eric,
about bowing
coming
to
up
Africa.
here.
So that's the same argument Lee's making. It's not about bowing to Africa for anything.
No, I'm not bowing anything. I'm just saying that I think that I don't understand why there's so much dislike from African nations from Europeans and Western nations. Like I don't get it.
I try to explain to you that's just different cultural norms, and in regards to how they sit in front of them and they disregard some of the concerns they have.
Yeah,
so
China and the Arabs have treated you so well.
I'm not saying
don't disregard them.
Either. I never said I'm for that either. I'm just saying I gave you a response to what you asked, right? Why does that exist? It's that cloud of how the cultural norms are different.
I got a question.
There's this
for
big
patriarchy.
ideology. Excuse me. There's this big ideology out there that Europe somehow did y'all wrong. And
right.
like this That's not true. That is not true. Colonization. Colonization benefited Africa.
That's not fully true because the idea of what happened is after slavery, that's when the relationship became toxic. Because you got to remember, we did business with the olden whites, the olden Europeans. The younger generation, they were looking for more. Just like right now, Silicon Valley, we're always looking for more. It's the iteration of society.
What do you mean?
Looking for something different. And looking for something different, Spain instituted Portugal to go get slaves because naturally we have this dynamic of servitude within the
exactly. It was on me crazy. Not her say it is different.
Who ended slavery? And can you remind me who ended slavery in Nigeria?
In Nigeria?
Who ended slavery in the Western Africa? It was the white man. It was the white people. White people ended slavery.
There's a dynamic behind it that people don't talk about. And
it's not a dynamic. White people.
It's a different angle. It's a different angle.
The way you were doing things. It's funny because it's so funny to me because the only reason you know it's wrong is because you have a European mindset that told you it was wrong. Europeans largely ended slavery in Western Africa. That's just a fact.
I'm not sure about that.
That's absolutely true. Look at who ended slavery in Nigeria. Look at who ended slavery in Nigeria.
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure about that?
Yeah.
What about the child? What about the child sacrifices, the cannibalism, the witch doctors? Who ended all that? Who ended all of that?
That's an interesting point, but then we'll go.
Wow, shit, y'all was doing. Okay. Wow, shit, y'all was doing.
Yeah, but
I got a very, very basic question. I'll direct it to Trigger Mike first.
Go back to Africa, Chris.
Which country is better, the United States or Nigeria?
Hey, Rocker, I'm about to fire your ass up.
It's always going to be better because of the melting point dynamic that brings out this multiple ideas.
Go back to Africa.
It's always going to be better.
Don't tell them that. We
hey,
need
Trigger Mike. what country is better, the United States
Likely,
or Nigeria?
they like me everywhere. They like
the U.S.
They like me everywhere. They
U.S.
Okay.
We're on the same. Christopher J.
We need Chris here.
Whatever
Chris,
the hell that means.
All right, forget
which
you,
country
Eric.
is better? What country is better in your opinion, Nigeria or the United States?
U.S.
Okay. Patriarchy.
But they try to compare cities in Africa to cities like New York.
Yeah, it's not a comparison. But go ahead.
It was making mad crazy statements here, and now you hear Eric.
All right,
they don't have any pride parades in Nigeria, so I gotta go with everybody quiet. Nobody got nothing to say.
So hold on, Patriarchy. Which country do you say?
They ain't got no Cardi B in Nigeria though.
They look like
but like now they got nothing to say. They was coming at me crazy though, but it's all good.
Lee, take off.
Lee, I know you're glad to have a friend.
On your neck.
I know you're glad to have
Lee
a friend.
Wearing a Looney. Are you wearing a Looney Tunes shirt right now? Listen, for right now, I would say the United States. For right now, that may not be the case 100 years from now. Okay. Nigeria is growing. Nigeria is growing. I'm not going to sit up here and diminish their financial success that they're experiencing right now. They're probably one of the only countries on that western part that could be 100% self-sufficient. I don't disagree with that, but
Eric, here's what we're all saying. Just make an investment. You don't have to live there. You can rest your head here. Just send your money to Africa, flip it, and bring it back. You can be a millionaire in Africa within months.
The thing is,
time out. You can be a millionaire in Africa within less than a year versus you guys here who are in your 30s and you barely make six figures. What the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about cost of living. I mean, I don't know much about I don't know much about foreign investment or whatever in Africa. That's not my I don't work for like Goldman Sachs, but there are people who invest. You know, I mean, I don't know much about it.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Do not leave money on the table. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. And I would agree with you 100% on that point. If there's opportunities to invest, and we can just share that information. The problem, like I said, that going back to the beginning, I have is that the information is just so much information out there that 90% of it is misinformation or half truths.
So Manic, that actually is the moneymaker then, right? Whoever is the one that can acquire that information, incorporate a company around either getting that information, being the informed people, and finding clientele to match them is where the money is based upon what you're saying.
Yeah. No, it's also Nigerians are starting to do well in the United States. I I can't deny that either.
Starting.
Right?
Most foreigners do well.
Well,
in
the thing
United
is,
States.
hold on a second. Well, the thing is, it's all about. Hold on a second. It's all about the key to the second and third generations. The first generation usually does well. Second or third drop the ball. The thing about them is, I think that they've progressed in my lifetime in certain industries. I can say that. I know that you. I didn't know. I don't think that there was this many doing this well 20 years ago.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about the generational thing because I mean, but it's really just it's what all immigrants do. They leave. So when we talk about this, the reason why we're here, like even that question was disingenuous. What country is better? You escape whatever the hell is going on in that home country, whatever. Because if it's corruption going on, the honest citizens can't get $1. They can't build anything, within that corruption. So you go, what world market can I create myself? And nobody's going to give me much hassle. Most people are going to choose America. You have the business, you have the ability to make it here and they don't even need citizenship. That's the part. You come here. My father, I have no problem telling you, was a cab driver and a pizza delivery dude for years. That's how most of our dads start.
To be some pushback on that though. You see what DeSantis is doing for like they're starting to be like, hey, we might need to change.
Well, the thing is, but the thing is this. So number one, let me just say this: we don't share a border with Nigeria, so we get a lot of exceptional people from these other countries, right? It would be different if we shared a border with them and they could just run across a line.
That's a good point.
So the Nigerians that we're getting here, a lot of times are very exceptional, student visas, things like that. Same thing with like Asians as well. So we're not necessarily getting, whereas the people from south of the border, they can just run across the line like they've been doing the last 30 years.
It's the country that allowed it because just like Patriarchy said,
he's right.
Student visa, the number one country with the most people in institutions is Nigerians.
But we benefit from the good and the bad though. And we're not take rate of ones. We just get the lowest job. We still gonna use you. Like I mean,
well, the thing is, it makes it bad because we don't start to have questions about certain things like why are our school system failing, right? If it was up to us, if we couldn't bust people in, we would have to force our school systems to get better if we wanted to compete on the world stage. Also, the issues with reproduction, right? If we didn't allow so many immigrants in the last 30 years, we would have a baby. We literally be back in pandemic baby crisis. We have a baby crisis. And some of these laws that we have now about equality amongst certain genders would definitely change.
That is a fact because look, the funny thing is not only is he said 100% correct, they don't really have a problem with immigration. They have a problem with the amount of flow of one group of people coming in. If they could create a funnel for people from Europe to come in and all of that, as much as the Mexicans are coming in, you wouldn't hear shit about it. It's only one group running across the border to get in here.
Yeah, I mean, we literally had our third or fourth largest state in the country change its demographics, which is absolutely insane.
Like simply
like the state of Texas is absolutely that's an invasion. That's not immigration. That is being completely invaded. And for me, it's funny.
That's fair. That's fair.
People will say, well, the Irish in the 1910s or whatever. But we've had more people come into America over the last 30 years from south of the border than we ever had during those early 1900s days.
Indeed.
But I mean, I don't know. It's not. I can't do nothing about it. I can't. There's nothing I can do. I make my observations when I can.
Yeah, because
and y'all need to stop setting France on fire too. By the way, tell Burna Boy and his cousins to chill out over there.
What happened? What happened in France? Is it because of the riot?
A kid got shot and they rioted, but even before that, they extended the retirement age. The parliament did.
Well, I was for them rioting for that, right?
Yeah, I was with that. Yeah, because
retirement age. Yeah, yes. Are you serious?
Yes, yes, Aaron. Because they extended.
What did they extend it to?
I believe it.
67.
What was it, Aaron? It was like I'm not sure.
I don't know. It was minimal.
It was enough to riot.
These stupid corporations and the cost of living. It's somebody's got to do something, okay? Because this is absolute the time that we're living in right now on how expensive everything's gotten over the last 2 years. Nobody's solving the right issues. And what happens is they have manosphere conversations, they have racial conversations, but nobody wants to have a conversation on why the fuck is rent so high and why are salaries so low?
So low.
No,
The cost of living, the cost of a home, salaries only went up.
That's a great conversation to have.
And by the way, I'm for the UPS workers too. The UPS workers need to go France on America. I'll tell you that.
They're about to go on strike on July 31st.
Good. Shut it down.
Stuff is not helping.
What do you mean?
It's not going to help shit.
Aaron?
Salaries went up 27% in the last 20 years.
Where?
Housing prices went up 148%. They ain't enough these people could pay them for them to ever get a
Trigger
call.
Mike, why do you think that is?
I think it's ridiculous. Hold on a second. Let me just say something. We do these manosphere Lapeef conversations all day long. The idea that we live in a country where a woman can show pictures of her feet and make more than a man who's driving a UPS truck who's in 100-degree heat, those are the real combos we need to have. Like that's the real combo. And
I saw a stat. They said if McDonald's gave all its workers like a $40 hour raise, they would still have a $35 billion profit. So I mean,
I don't know. So the day, hold on. The day a McDonald's worker makes more than that UPS driver, then we got a fucking problem, bro.
But wait, hold on a second. But the thing is, why?
Raise the UPS worker.
Come on, Eric. Knock it off.
Bro, are you serious? Hold on a second. The America, we don't. Let me just say this: when the average worker, when the American worker cannot afford a home, that's not United States.
No, I agree with that.
America was always about property, people having property. They went west because cost of living got too high. Let's be real. Them motherfuckers got on the Oregon Trail and went west because they couldn't afford where they were. Black people migrated from the South to the North because of opportunity and cost of living. I'm telling you this right now. This is an issue. It's a problem. I don't want America. God, I'm going to go a little racial here. But I find it to be very interesting, right? You go to these Latin American countries and there's only rich or poor. There's no middle class. And in order to make it in those countries, you can either be one of three things: a politician, a super whore, or a drug dealer. Now, if that's not what Miami has turned into over the last 30 years, and it's no wonder that these people are bringing their culture here. I'm sorry. It's my opinion.
Where Lee at? Where Lee at? You talking about Miami?
Where did Lee? I don't know where Lee at. Hold on, Matic, real quick.
The conversation got too intellectual. He had to dip.
I know. Let me run through. One moment. Let me just run through a couple of these super chats, please, Lord. Thank you, Gabe.
Yeah, I got to get out of here, y'all.
Hey, shout out to Trigger Mike. I
wanted to ask you that question. We're gonna have to talk offline.
Trigger got the juice.
I'll shoot you a DM.
Trigger got the juice. He gonna put us on. Aaron, you don't believe me? I'm Jamaican. Yeah, I believe you're Jamaican. Yeah, laughing out loud. You really need to study up on the history of Jamaica and the plantation slavery that went on there. Oh, no, I believe whatever you tell me because you Jamaican. The idea that if you are a loser in one country does not mean you will be a loser in another countries. America was actually built by losers in another country, and now they are winners. I'm just reading.
That's just an interesting perspective. That may be
very interesting.
I don't want to fight. I just want to read. I don't want to fight him. CBN tongue thicker than Christopher J. Neck. Pause.
What's wrong with you niggas?
Big time pause. JB says, y'all are turning this into an emotional convo. This point isn't to move to Africa. The point is to have a mindset not limited by borders. Yeah, we go over people.
Interesting.
Like Omar said, the blue passport makes you a king in most of the world. Why wouldn't you take advantage of it? Think outside the box for once. They always got their head in the box, remember? Lee wearing a backless top. All love, fam. Who is looking at Lee back? Pause. What?
Wow.
Gilded Kwan says it's a problem of legacy. Most people are living on family wealth.
Agreed.
I want to ask a question pertaining to that. Do you guys think the boomers are hoarding most of the wealth in America?
That's what they say. I don't think.
Hold on.
Wait.
How do you hoard wealth?
No, well, it's not necessarily hoard, but they are putting a lot of shit in place.
And they're stupid.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't
like
adapt to
look at it,
common.
right? They write the tax code. They changed the college admissions. They added student loans. They added a lot of fucked up shit. You know what I mean? And they, a lot of ways they just. I don't want to say they're actually hoarding it, but I mean it's a lot of shit they put in place for for us to get some of it.
And by the time this generation retires, they're anticipating that the Social Security is going to run out by like 2035.
That's another one too. They enslaved a lot of us with Social Security. That's another good point. Yeah,
They
good point.
enslaved people with Social Security.
I personally think Social Security is a Ponzi scheme.
It's the largest Ponzi scheme in the world. It's the largest Ponzi scheme in the world. Let me just say this too.
That shit worse than
they're also they're so dumb.
Debate it, Aaron. You seem like you got a problem with it.
They're really stupid too. Like they don't have any idea of what's going on like in the real world. I think most boomers like they're always fighting last year's battle. Like they don't know nothing about like the fleet picks and the UPS trucks and stuff like that. They don't understand like what's going on in the world. They never really did anything about massive illegal immigrant. They don't like, they're just, they got it. They have a, I got mine, so you get yours mentality. But the previous generation from them created an environment for them to be able to get theirs while they destroyed this environment. So social protection, I guess you could call it. And I'll be over in Germany, Logic, when the Chiefs play the Dolphins, by the way.
Oh, come on. You coming to Frankfurt?
Absolutely. You know that. Yeah, you know they have the game there. Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah. Come on, man. We can goddamn get. Hey, yeah. I got some places I can take you.
Definitely. I'm gonna make fun of the German people and how weak they are now.
How they stay at the crosswalk until it turned green when no cars is in the fucking.
How they get punked by Europe, by the rest of Europe.
Frankfurt is actually really nice. I would come visit you, Logic, but I don't think you show up.
Oh, you want to fight? You still, man? Please, man, come on, dog. Man.
Logic, you already showed you're not about that life, so
yeah,
I'm just saying.
I'm definitely not about that life out here. I ain't got no guns. You know what I'm saying? I feel lonely. You gotta.
It's better that way.
Yeah, you gotta. You just feel lonely. You ain't got no gun. You just like feel. You don't feel safe.
What part of Frankfurt you in? You in how far are you from like the downtown area?
So no, I'm not in
work.
Huh?
I'm not in Frankfurt.
Are you in Stuttgart?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How far is that from Frankfurt?
Oh,
2 hours.
You going to Oktoberfest this year?
I went to Spring Fest. So they said Oktoberfest is supposed to be better.
Yeah, Oktoberfest is definitely better. Hell, Munich.
Yeah, be careful out there.
You know,
wait. How'd you order all that stuff? Was you on Amazon?
He in a European nation, Aaron.
Yeah, they got everything. It's the same situation here. You can just order it to come.
Nah, they got I bought all new office furniture though. So like they got this whatever wood that's in Germany. It's this kind of wood they got, but no, you can still order everything from America though. So yeah, order everything from America.
What do you guys think about what's going on in France?
Ooh, that shit crazy.
That's what happens when you allow all the immigrants in.
Yeah. All it is another George Floyd.
No, it is not, bro. They didn't go that hard for George Floyd, bro. They're like setting buildings on fire.
I know they didn't go that hard, but I'm saying the same concept. Like
I saw a nigga drop a bus through her. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, that ain't George Floyd was nowhere on the level that the stuff they're doing there now.
I'm saying, but it's the same premises though.
Well, the French are weak. That's what they get for allowing all those people in their country. They're dumb people anyway, and they want to change the laws, like Lou was talking about, increasing retirement age. People can't afford to live. I'm over all of this. This is dumb.
Yeah, they do got a lot. I mean, I was shocked to see the amount of immigrants that's over here. Like we thought we had it bad. They got it bad.
Yeah, they're the most cucked people though. Like Europe, they have guilt. You know, France is weak anyway, but the Germans have guilt of all the stuff that they've done historically. So now they have to. It's like white people. Like white people can never be normal. They either have to be colonizing and taking everything, or they have to like be like Adam 22. right? I have to bend over and let the black man screw my wife. It's like they have no middle ground. They're annoying.
Why you got to take shots at Adam 22? He did something.
That's very much German right there. That's Germany right now. That's German. Adam, and this is what I tell them. Your grandfather would be backflipping in his grave. And look at what you're doing. Look at what you're allowing to be done. And it's this cuck group of white people. I don't respect that. Can't respect that at all. Finish what you start. You started colonization. Now finish it.
The Portuguese did.
Patriarchy. Would you invest in Africa?
Depends on if I know if I'm gonna get. I know this. If America falls, I'm going back over there and colonizing it myself. I know that. Let America fall.
Is anyone gonna respond to the video?
I'm recruiting all them people from Baltimore that was at that block
Yeah, play
party.
it again, Aaron.
Nobody
going right to
responded
Nigeria.
Video, it really made me upset. But
I got you, Aaron.
Play it one more time.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it again because nobody responded to the video and it hurt my feelings. And y'all know I'm sensitive.
Putin says Africa.
Sorry, San Francisco in.
Africans. When an y'all listen to this shit. When an African becomes rich, his bank accounts are in Switzerland. He travels to France for medical treatment. He invests in Germany. He buys from Dubai. He consumes Chinese. He prays in Rome or Mecca.
This stupid music.
Study in Europe. He travels to Canada, USA, and Europe for tourism. If he dies, he will be buried in his native country. Africa is just a cemetery for Africans. How could a cemetery be developed?
I'm so sorry. Hold on a second. That nigga, let me just say something. Nigga, you didn't even stay in Mississippi after your first album. Shut your ass up.
No, he's talking about Putin.
No, I'm talking about this nigga, David Bennett. Nigga, you went. You didn't even say. Hold no. You ain't about to fucking throw. No.
Let him cook.
You didn't stay your black ass in Mississippi after you dropped that first album. I can't stand these niggas. So it went from real thugs get down on the flow. To now we Mr. Pro Africa. Nigga, keep it consistent.
But I think he was quoting Putin. Putin's
he was quoting Putin.
Yeah, that was a Putin speech.
It's actually smart.
Man, that nigga don't. No, he moved to Atlanta.
Now let's discuss the topic though with the video.
Okay, so I'll talk about the topic. I'm gonna talk about the video specifically. The video specifically, I think that is smart. It's smart for somebody to go to the best places to get the best results, what they're looking for. So if you know that France has the best medical health care, you should go there. If you know that Dubai has the best stuff to buy, then go there. You know, when you are rich and you don't have the limitations of going beyond borders like JB was mentioning, you should take advantage of it. I mean, that's what globalization is all about. So I don't see a problem with that.
What it sounds like to me is he's talking about somebody that's cultured. Like, and
well, he is from Mississippi.
What he don't understand is
chill out on Mississippi, Eric.
Yeah, what he don't understand is that's exactly what they do over here. They go to the best place in the area to get different things.
Hey, play the music for me.
So
the black community is a graveyard for black women.
Like
black
if
women go to China to get their hair.
Hold up, wait.
They go to Brazil to get their butt.
If he's saying that Africans consume Chinese products, so do everybody else. I mean, if you're in Africa, what are you going to get when you don't have these African manufacturers making these products?
So I think the argument is, like, if people come to America to extract, you know, the ability to make money, whatever they want to say. The argument, I guess, is they don't build up their own country. Like the ultimate goal, like for instance, China, who allowed their people to work at the lowest level, call it what you want, in our opinion, right? Some people out there feel like, thank God I can make some money, right? Because it ain't as nice as it is or easy as it is to make money in America as it is as compared to how hard it is out in China. So even though we look at how their work environments are and we judge them, some of those people have been risen out of poverty because of the moves that they've made over China over the years. So they're doing that to build their country, their economy, things like that. He's basically saying that's not what the Africans are doing. They're going out using their resources to build other economy and then coming home when they
Africa ain't a country.
Yeah, but I don't get it because everything he said I don't think that's just relatable to Africans. I think that's
It's
relatable
not.
to humans.
I think Putin was trying to make a point when he made that speech. I think he made that speech to the economic forum or wherever they normally gather. But he was trying to make a point to where that Africa, all these countries are trying to go into Africa and build up their resources. But it seemed like Putin doesn't believe that African countries can develop because their own people don't even try to develop their own. It's like they mostly finance their countries and get.
All right, but look, do me a favor. Look at your headphones and tell me who made your headphones.
It's not about to roast my audio.
No. I'm just saying.
He's saying that it's not.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
What I'm saying is exactly what he stated. You are also doing the same thing. You will go travel to Europe. You will, if you had a chance to invest, you know what I'm saying, you probably invest in a German company if you had the opportunity to, if you had that amount of resources.
Volkswagen.
And you will probably goddamn consume stuff from China. That's not just an African problem. That's everybody deal with that.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Hell, and then if you want to say Chinese, go to fucking Paris, go to Spain. Guess who the biggest tourist that's over in them areas?
Chinese. Yeah, Chinese. Yeah.
Jackie Chan and Liu Kang
Them
is
rich
all
Asians.
over being tourists.
Yeah, they made the most millionaires in this generation than anybody else. Looked at more people out of poverty over the last like 30 years than any other country. China has. But I mean, that's what happens when you got like 2 billion people.
Yeah.
But
And if you want to invest in some, would you, if you had opportunity to invest in Mercedes or invest in Dodge, which one would you invest in?
I'd probably go Dodge. I mean, now the auto market's back in America.
No, you won't go Dodge. Dodge don't make shit.
Tesla.
Dodge don't even make the Hellcat no more.
Yeah, they make certain parts of it. They manufacture.
No. The Hellcat, they
like
stopped making the
Tennessee.
Hellcat.
Okay. Well, they got certain manufacturers over here, like Tennessee. They go to those union-free states to where they can exploit people's labor, like Tennessee and Texas.
And Mississippi.
Is that a union-free state too?
Hell yeah.
That ain't capitalism. Dang, I don't know what part.
That's capitalism.
Where'd you read that at? What chapter of Wealth of Nations was that? Where it talked about squeezing out the American worker? Please tell me.
The part where you can profit off it.
Where did you read this at?
You don't have to read it. It's just the psychology of money. If you can make more money,
that's not the psychology of capitalism. Capitalism has a clear guidebook from Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations.
Okay, please explain it to us.
Okay. So it's about minimal government intervention within people's within starting businesses, not having a planned economy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
It has nothing to do about money.
What do you mean? Of course, it has stuff to do about money, but but capitalism is about government intervention in people starting businesses and planned economies versus unplanned economies. So, for example, the government would run shoe production or farming or all that kind of stuff. It wouldn't be up to the average citizen to do that.
So what is the purpose of a business?
Because communism, there are places in communism, they had money and things for exchange there too.
Yeah, it's to make money. So if you can make more money in a certain place, you're going to go there.
But the idea, but it's not the abolish. It's not abolishing money. Like Venezuela has money.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. Venezuela has
that shit is fucking, they make arts and crafts out of the money.
They
you
have
can't
currency.
Call that money.
Okay, but it's still currency. So like, I don't understand what's your point. Like
my point is that if there's a better opportunity to make more money, you're gonna go for it. That's a fundamental principle of business and in capitalism. So when you say, why are they taking jobs and putting it in places where they can, get more for their money? That's just part of the process. That's, increasing their marginal profit.
And what does that do? What does that do?
What does that do? That allows the investors to get a higher return on their investment.
That hurts yourself in the end.
Right.
That hurts wherever you go where there aren't social protections for the worker. It hurts that in the end.
Oh, yeah,
because when your people can't even afford the things that they're making, that is a problem.
That is a problem. I agree with you 100% on
Okay,
that.
and that's how you get places like Africa
and Venezuela and all economies that crumble.
Okay, Venezuela has severe U.S. sanctions on it. You can't use Venezuela as if they failed on their own. America had a 99% hand in them getting fucked over, and a lot of their oil is not able to be refined like it is in like Texas.
Do you believe us having a global economy kind of fucked up the other countries because now they have to compete? If your country is not manufacturing anything like how at the rate at with China was.
Singapore is not a massive manufacturer.
No, I was just using manufacturing as an example, but Singapore, I assume, has a different type of industry.
That just shows that you don't have to be all manufacturing.
No. I was just using that. I was using that industry as an example.
Yeah, but you can use a bad example of like use Taiwan. They known for their resources. Use Africa. They known for their resources.
Microchips, Taiwan.
Well, yes, they resources.
That's manufacturing.
And if you look at it, based on what I think, that was David Banner, right, in the video.
And golf club. Sorry,
what he was
Taiwan
saying.
He was reading a quote from Vladimir Putin.
Oh, and if you think about it, and I see what you're saying now, Aaron, to the point that if you think about what's the difference between Africa, them African countries, and Taiwan. In Taiwan, they manage the resources. They manage the resources for themselves, and they make it profitable. In Africa, they bring in other people who give big money to the government, and then therefore they produce these they don't even produce the products. They pretty much take the resources. They got these contracts
and they
with
ship
China,
it to a country.
And you know what I'm saying, depending on where it's at.
They take their minerals.
I didn't know
They don't
Africa
even
had
manage.
the backing.
They don't even manage their own resources. So pretty much they leasing it out to somebody else. So in that case, I agree with what he's saying. But I think that's something that the average person in Africa have no control of it, because a lot of this stuff is done by the government.
You know what I think?
Well, what place has the American military backing in Africa like Taiwan does? Also, skilled labor. Skilled labor is another big thing that Taiwan has. For example, I mean, when you have people who can just hammer shoes together all day, that's different from people who are doctors and things like that. Taiwan has skilled labor. So skilled labor and the backing of the American military, I think those are two things that Africa does not have. Like to Taiwan's level.
Yeah, I think Taiwan.
Hey, let me ask you a question real quick. The Manic Genius.
What's up?
I'm not sure where you're from, right? But have you ever seen any of those cities, like say Chicago, where it's like blocks and blocks and blocks of property, buildings, houses, apartment buildings that are uninhabited, and the people just aren't investing in them, aren't building them back up, aren't doing anything with them. They just boarded up and just sitting there.
I've actually never been to Chicago.
Well, it's all over the Midwest.
Have you ever seen any areas like that before?
Yeah, it's in every major city. It's in Birmingham, it's in Atlanta.
And no, we don't have it in San Francisco. Let's be clear.
That's a Midwest.
There ain't nothing available to buy, Mr. Logic.
Yeah, bro. Like that's not New York.
That's like shanty towns in San Francisco.
I don't think
that's true.
It's mainly the Midwest for the manufacturing
No, it's
base.
not just the Midwest. It's in the South too. Birmingham, Alabama got towns upon towns that's vacated. You know what I'm saying? And it's pretty much it's abandoned.
I was making that argument.
Did David Banner go there?
Whole towns.
David Banner need to, but yeah,
Georgia, Alabama. Yeah.
So the reason why I asked that question, because I wanted to see what your thought process would be on why they wouldn't be investing in those properties. Why would they allow those properties to just stand as is and not do anything with them, and invest in them, so that more people could rent?
Okay, so I do have I don't know how much information or if this is even misinformation or partial information, but I did see something along the lines of places and areas, a large amount, why they're vacant. And it was the video was stating on, I have to find it, but it was stating something along the lines of it's investors. It's somebody or a group of people who own that property and they drive it to the bottom purposefully to get some sort of government credit, and where it ends up making them money that they don't have inhabitants in it. So it's like almost like it's a system or a cycle, and to where they purposefully drive it down, don't take care of it, destroy it, just to let it sit there and rot because they're making profit off of it through some sort of and like I said, I'll have to get more information on it, but that's the problem with the internet. It kind of gives you so many different theories, and but you have to really dive deeper and find out if this is actually real information, partial information, or just completely false information. But I did see a theory on that. Taking that out of my,
I don't think that's all the way true, because, like, I'm just using Birmingham for example. Most of the properties for sale, but just keep it a bean. Black people are not going to buy. They'd rather go to Vestavia Hills. They'd rather go to downtown Birmingham. They'd rather go to where it's already at. So what happened is that if you want to be real, they waiting on investors to come in there and do it. Then guess what? They will move in. They will move in. It's happened downtown Atlanta, West End Atlanta, where they got them big condos at now. It was abandoned buildings there for years. They waited till some white people come in and invested, put their money into it. Now everybody start moving into it. So these properties is for sale. So, I mean, if you want to go look at it, you can look at all them towns. And I'm just using Birmingham because that's a perfect example. Birmingham got West End, East Point. We know that all of them have these little small towns, and it's abandoned. And in the property is for sale, but you might see a little isolated shop here and there. But for the most part, no black people is willing to invest in it.
Yeah.
White people come in, get a big group of investors, and then rechange the whole area. And guess what's gonna happen? All the black people gonna start moving around it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's kind of just like gentrification, essentially. I mean,
Wait, stop right there, because I don't want everybody to think you're the only one that's smart. So that's where I was about to go to. Right? Was I had a conversation with a guy. Actually, he's a black guy. On top of that, who owns a lot of this property around the city of Chicago, mostly on the south side of Chicago, right? Your Inglewoods, what most people refer to as Old Block, them type of areas, right? So, and what he told me was, because he had a building, one of the buildings that he owned is a building I used to hustle out of. And, you know, when they was giving away all that money a couple of years ago, I got in touch with him to see if he was willing to sell the building. And he was like, no. And I'm like, but it's just sitting there. You ain't doing nothing with it. And he was like, you know, brother to brother, I'm just going to explain this to you. It's more profitable for me for it to sit there, right? Even though it looked bad in the neighborhood, right? It makes the value in the neighborhood go down, makes the other properties in the neighborhood value come down, right? Because you got these abandoned buildings on your block. For him, it's more profitable. He has that property and a whole bunch of other properties just like that, right? And basically, it becomes a portfolio for him. And then he gets to leverage those properties as a package deal in other deals. You see what I'm saying? Versus trying to invest the money into it to rehab the building and then try to put tenants in it. Then gotta hope you get your rent from the tenants and all this and that, because it's in an area where they aren't trying to gentrify.
Okay, so that supports. Yeah, that supports what I was talking about. So I have a question. Were you able to find out why is it profitable for him? Like, how does he leverage, with it being vacant? Like, how does that actually work?
Yeah, for him, it just becomes a part of his. It just becomes a part of his portfolio. It's something else that it's like if you own a house, right, and you can put your house up for collateral. It basically becomes collateral for him. And other business deals.
But if it's losing value, how is it profitable?
I'm trying to do this.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question, Logic.
I have this much amount in properties. You see what I'm saying? And it's more beneficial for him to use it that way than it is for him to actually invest the money into it to make the property livable and then try to get it back off people paying rent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but to Logic's question, like, wouldn't it be even more profitable for him if he rehabbed it a little bit? Because then the equity would increase and he'd have even more to leverage.
Well, of course, now that's not a conversation that we had, but I would have to assume maybe not. And the reason why is because, again, this is in some of the roughest neighborhoods. One of the problems is if you begin to try to rehab in these specific areas, people will be stealing from the property as you're trying to rehab it, right? So it's going to cost you more money to even just try to secure the building during the rehab process. You see what I'm saying? It makes no.
But
It
I'm lost though. So
halfway,
yeah, I'm a little
the
lost too.
just say for instance, he bought a property for $100,000, and you saying it's losing value. The property value is going down. So now that $100,000 property that he just paid for, because everything is going down in the area, now then turned into a $80,000 profit, or you know what I'm saying? The value of it is $80,000. And
Yeah,
if
he
he got
lost 20
multiple
grand.
things,
yeah, but he didn't pay 100,000. You see what I'm saying? He
well,
probably
I know.
paid.
I just throw a price off that because you said
Yeah.
the value of the property is constantly going down.
Well, not the
Because
value
it's
of
like you
that
said, the
property. The
value.
value of the properties around it are affected by the fact that you have these uninhabited, you know what I'm saying, sometimes condemned, boarded up buildings on your block. It affects your property value, but not that property. That property itself, because it's a full brick building, I mean, it's probably
No, that's not how it
He's got
works.
a what?
If everything's around it losing value, it's not exempt from losing value too if it's in the same zone.
Yeah, but it's already uninhabited and abandoned. That's what I'm saying. It's just there. It's just like if he was the property itself, because it's still a full brick building, right? It's still valuable, right? But at the end of the day, it's just there. It's nothing happening to it. It's not losing any value necessarily because of the fact that I'm saying is if you got a house right next to that house and your house is worth 200,000, with that house sitting right next to your house is worth 190,000. It's like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like
I would think because it's in the cities,
yeah,
and people is now going back to the cities, that instead of the property value going down, it's going up. So now they
True, but people go back to the city. I read the city of Atlanta, they're not doing so well with getting people to be in the city.
No,
Emerging
at
network. Do you still have contact with that gentleman who has those properties? Or could you get in contact with him?
Yeah, no, I haven't been in contact with him since that last time. I'm pretty sure I got his number saved in my phone, but I haven't been in contact with him since
if you could reach out and find out why is it profitable for him to have the properties vacant and not take care of them versus like slight, changes, because like what I was seeing in the video was that it was like some sort of, government credit. And I know that even with rental properties, when you have vacancies, you can, deduct that. So you do get credit for it. A gentleman showed me his actual portfolio and how much he got back from his taxes. And he owns, he's a multimillionaire, and he showed me his actual tax statement where he got back $28,000, and he was able to do that because he leveraged the vacancies within his properties, and got losses. And this man was building a multi-million-dollar mansion. So it was just like, I wanted more pieces of the game, but he was flexing, and honestly, that was all he was willing to share. So I didn't get the
You only get
pieces
so much for free.
Yeah.
But imagine this though: if he got property that he's not getting no revenue from, right? And just say if he get some kind of tax deductible, some tax break or whatever for 20 grand, how much is he paying in taxes, property taxes? So like I'm trying to figure out what's the benefit of holding on. And then, like I said, unless if you look and say it's in the city, like if you think about this, that in West End, Atlanta, right, where it used to be a whole bunch of abandoned buildings, now they turned into condos. Soon as they popped up, well, I'm gonna use another example, the Bluff. You know what I'm saying? That's an area in Atlanta. It was a whole bunch of broke down buildings. So what happened is that as soon as they built the Mercedes-Benz Dome, now them surrounding areas became profitable. If you look in West Side Atlanta, you know what I'm saying, where they put the the SunTrust Stadium there. So now all that stuff on the west side, because it's close in vicinity, now was worthless. Now it became more profitable. Even though it's in Cobb, it was close. So I can see how holding on to something that's in a key area of the city and then waiting on it, you know what I'm saying, for something happen in that area. So now you can get your bang for your buck. But I don't see, like, besides waiting, playing a waiting game, I don't see how you sitting on a whole bunch of property not doing that make it profitable.
I think
that's my question too. I would love to hear.
Let me make a joke real quick.
Yeah, I'll say just the next 5 or 10 years. Oh, go ahead.
Let me make a joke real quick. I think you don't understand it because I'm the one saying it. Right? You're not trusting the source, right? Listen to what I'm saying. Let's just say I got 28 properties. Each one of them is worth $25,000. That's $700,000, bro. That's $700,000 that I have in leverage, right? I can leverage those properties on other business deals, right? If anything, it's like I said, you use it in as collateral, right? So the same way how people use when people do business loan, the whatchamacallit, when they trying to burn property, right? And they go and they get the what do they call it? The hard money lenders, right? So when they go to the hard money lender, what a hard money lender is gonna say, hey, listen, okay, well, I understand you're trying to get this, you're trying to do that, we need 20%, right? Well, if I got 700,000 worth of properties, I can put that up as my 20% on the business deal that I'm trying to do. If it don't go through, you can take my properties.
Yeah, no, that's not what I mean, I can't speak entirely for Logic, but I think we had the same sentiment. It's like we don't have trouble understanding the concept of leverage. And the more that you have, the more leverage financially you can use to get additional money, funds, loans, or whatever, because you have that collateral in a sense, with all those properties. Our thing was the disconnect that we have is that why not improve it a little bit? Why keep it, vacant? Because that in that same situation, let's say the property is vacant, right? It's not making you anything.
When you say improve it a little bit, what do you mean? Do you mean improve it to the point where it's livable?
Yes, just make it livable so that you can get renters in there. Because let's say the property is renting for, obviously it's bringing you zero. Let's say you invest, $3,000 just to make it a livable space, and then you do government assistance, and you accept like Section 8, whatever. You still have.
That's what a disconnect at. You can't do that. It's $3,000 is not gonna make it livable. We're talking, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. If you go, I can like actually share the building, the picture of the building with you, so you can see it. But if you go
I think that would be
to
a
the
good
building,
idea.
there's nothing in the like. They took everything out. When people abandon buildings, the dope fiends and the hustlers, they go in, they take everything, all the piping, plumbing, electrical shit, all of it, it's gone. All the copper, all of it is gone. So you're not gonna be able to put $3,000 in there to make it livable. That's the point. If you're gonna make it livable, we're talking $100K. You see what I'm saying? You really gotta go in there and do it. You're gonna have to fix the walls. You're gonna have to fix the plumbing, the electrical work, wiring, all of it. You're gonna have to really invest some money into it, and then it's in a neighborhood where you don't have somebody that's really successful trying to move into it.
We need the missing piece because what's been said.
Yeah, because to Logic's point, it seems like the guy is waiting for the properties around it to get better or gentrify, basically, so the value could go up and he could then resell it. Because that's what it sounds like he's doing.
Yeah, either he's showing a loss.
Yeah, that's my point.
That's what I'm. The only thing that would make sense in this situation.
Yeah, because if you're showing a constant loss, then you can leverage that, and your tax liability. You're not obligated for as much taxes because you're taking a loss. It's an expense at that point.
That's the only way it would make sense with me, man. Like, I don't.
Me too. We're on the same page. But hey, it was nice talking with y'all. I got to head out. I like this interaction, Logic. We ain't yell at each other. We ain't curse each other out. So I look forward to shit like this.
Get your monkey ass out of here. It's good seeing you, man. Thank you, y'all niggas.
Peace.
All right, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, you talking about 20,000, probably just don't fucking plump. Like,
yeah, it's just like stock.
You don't even know how much valuable that shit inside the building be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't never into it, so I didn't know. Like, but niggas really be going into buildings, stealing shit, and then when they try to rehab certain stuff, niggas be stealing shit while they trying to rehab it, bro. It's like super crazy.
It's just like think of it like penny stock. You make it, you buy it, you leave it alone, and come back to it later, see how much the value it is gained.
That's horrible.
That sounds like what? No. I understand. That's what it sounds like he's doing.
What's the definition of a penny stock?
I got shit. You already know why we asking dumb questions. Pretty much valueless stock, basic valueless stock, basically. Because $100 will get you 100. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give you an example of what I'm talking about. Aaron, you can share my screen. I'm gonna show you downtown Bessemer, Alabama. Right. This is how it looks. Right. You just got abandoned building after abandoned building. Right. Like it literally looks like this. All throughout. Now, this is just one small city. You know what I'm saying? In I forgot the name of the county.
But that's commercial property, right, Logic?
No, it's like all type of property. The houses is worse. Like it's literally cities upon cities of abandoned bullshit, right? And then you'll be surprised.
Bama, Georgia's not the spot.
And so my point I'm saying, right, is like all these niggas talking shit like the David Banners and shit like that. Like the
How was he talking smack?
Well, no. Because they previously talk about a lot of this kind of stuff. Like they can really take a single investment and they can make that shit pop easily. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but
Mr. Logic, the one thing that I don't understand is that the Elon Musks of the world, the Warren Buffetts of the world, they don't own a lot of real estate. Like, and that's the one thing that always there's obviously, you know, there's obviously billionaire real estate developers and property, all that stuff. It exists, but the richest people, they don't own a lot of properties. I always found that interesting. I never could really truly put my hand on why.
Can I, Aaron?
I know why.
The Amazon warehouses aren't their property.
They be too busy.
Like if isn't Bezos basically investing back into his business, and is in his business owning those warehouses so he can.
No, but I'm just saying, even like
it's like McDonald's also.
You got 100 billion, right? Why don't you own 20 billion worth of property? You see what I'm like? Like they own $155 million home or whatever the case. That's not the. Why don't they own 20?
Maybe because they can't.
They buy shit in Africa
because you can't turn them into businesses. Like why just hold property just because you can?
But a lot of
own the warehouses.
I understand what you're saying, Aaron, but at the same
time, I'm with what Aaron's saying. But Aaron, the thing is you don't see them complaining about the same thing these other individuals talk about. You don't see them complaining about communities. You don't see them complaining about actually fixing the infrastructure, whatever like that.
They did argument earlier.
But logic to your point about what was going on in them pictures in Atlanta, right? What's the demographic in those areas? Because see, this is my whole point about what's happening in Chicago. When you go to the north side, where that shit is 97% white people, you don't see that. It ain't just no whole bunch of abandoned buildings and property just sitting there vacant and boarded up with missing copper wire and plumbing. Like that shit ain't happening. They only doing that in the areas that's 70% or better black. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And they not going to invest in those areas because they 70% or more black. That's the problem.
So is that culture being?
That's what I was trying to get.
Right? That's the only time they invest.
I was trying to get you to understand that concept is all them places that I named that's in Birmingham, right? Where it's abandoned. The cities out there, downtowns is abandoned, right? Guess what? A majority of black people stay in that area. So they the ones, I mean, I don't understand why they don't do it. Every now and then you might see somebody put a little hair salon or a nail salon, and then every time I go back, it'll be a different hair salon, a different nail salon there. One day it might be a nail salon. I go back a year later, it might be a hair salon. They will constantly rotate that same building, and everything around it is abandoned. So
well,
I don't
that's because of the property manager. They say I want this type of business in this building. I want this type of business in that building. I don't care what the name it is, but you need to do barbershop here, hair salon here. That's due to the property manager. I don't know why they have it like that.
If you're looking for the people who live there to do it right, how many of them would actually have to come together just to have the credit, just to have the actual the money? You know what I'm saying? To be able to do that much renovation, investing into a entire downtown area, and that's the problem. You know how we are as a people. I hate to admit it. It's gonna be a conflict. Not enough Indians, too many chiefs. You know what I'm saying? I put this much in. I need to have this. We can't even just get to first base. You know, I think that's part of the problem. Now you want to say some outside black. I mean, because this is always my question, Logic, and you probably can answer it better, especially since you have roots in Atlanta. Why the fuck the rich ass niggas ain't doing it?
That's what I was saying.
Why the LeBrons and all these capital money?
Did you just hear me state that?
Why they not doing it? Yeah, but you was talking about Elon Musk. You talking about niggas that got
I was
billions.
trying
I'm talking about niggas that just got hundreds of millions.
Because they're the best example to highlight at the. Forget it.
My mama, what?
If they put white people in it, then want nobody to touch it. You put black people in it, then everybody gonna steal the copper.
There ain't it ain't this.
That
ain't always true.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree.
They gonna touch it.
I don't disagree with you because that's what was happening in Chicago in a lot of spots, right? Even my auntie, she bought her building. It happened to her. She had to move into the first floor apartment building. The plumbing wasn't even in there. She had to move in there while the work was going on just to make sure wasn't nobody doing shit, right? So I get you. But in the areas where Logic is talking about, bro, it's a bunch of niggas around the country who would go live there, right? Doing the whole rehabbing process, goddamn it, who would go live there as a job just to make some money, bro, to secure that type of reinvestment, bro. Like we talking about LeBron and all these type of cats. Hell yeah, I'm signing up because I trust them. I believe them. I would go right now. Yes, let's go. Which building you want?
It's a lose situation for him. Like look at Trump, right? He own all this real estate. They sue him. Trump is a bad person. And LeBron owned a whole bunch of real estate, right? And something happened in one of his homes. LeBron don't care about us. He a bad landlord. Like,
can I ask you a question?
Slim Dunk's doing that in Houston right now.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait, Aaron. Are you saying if they do the investment that they're automatically taking ownership? Because I didn't know that's how that worked.
Can I ask you a question?
So it depends, right? So it depends on how they set up the corporation, right? If they set it up to the point where you don't really know that they're the ones in control of this land, these properties, etc., then sure, I mean, they can just generate money in silence, right? But the second you know that they own these buildings, you're gonna be like, LeBron own these buildings, and then look at the condition they in. It's actually very risky. Like if you notice,
but I don't understand why would that be the case? Like I'm thinking about downtown Chicago, the Cabrini Green area. Like all that time while we lived in Cabrini Green, we literally was a block away from downtown Chicago, right? So, hey, they rehab that shit. And did nobody say, "Oh, whoever rehabbing it is gonna be a complaint"? Like, no, they rehabbed it, and they're gonna make sure that it's okay. It's not gonna be a problem. They're gonna make sure that you don't have nothing to complain about.
Oh, people find things to complain about.
Well, you got a point. You got a point with that.
I just think it's risky. I just don't know why. I don't know definitively why they don't do it, but I know it's risky.
I want to hear your thoughts on this concept. Do you guys truly want a small percentage of, I won't even just say black people, just people in general, to own all these properties? Wouldn't it make it harder for you or maybe your children in the future to get into those markets if all the properties being bought up and allocated
I understand your point, right?
to the top people in that market? Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand your point, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I said, like, with the investment necessarily mean that they're taking ownership, or are they investing it to sell it, right? Like you're investing in it, you go in, you buy a house for $10,000, you put 90 grand into it, it's worth 170, right?
Isn't investing meaning you own it? So it's your investment, it's an asset on your on your portfolio. Right?
Don't y'all realize y'all talking about it in the best of moments? Like real estate is hard. Like
I'm just trying to hear
y'all like to talk about it like in the sense of
what
you buy property, you put the money into it, you get to sell it. No, a lot more, a good large amount of people lose money in real estate.
Do you want a company like BlackRock to own your whole neighborhood, and then
Aaron, stop being a damn pessimist, man.
They wouldn't even allow you to buy it from them. They're gonna just deal with the other BlackRock type of
how much money am I getting?
What makes you think that's even plausible?
We should do our own gentrification.
I'm just putting this out there, and I want to hear.
All right, so the short answer to your question is this, right? The one thing you have to understand is it's all about the deal. And you can't say these people are like vultures when it comes to business, but then say if they find out there's black people involved, they're just not going to sell to them. They all about wherever the most profit is. So, for example, right, to own all of the houses in America, right, you making money off of what? Cash flow, right?
Yes.
Is that the most profitable thing to do?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
So that's why they don't do it. Okay. The most profitable thing to do is to get somebody like you to pay for it, and just securitize it against your income. And if you don't pay, I take it and do it all over again. And get somebody to take this jumbo loan size out for 30 years. Like it's not profitable to take $500 in free cash flow per month and think, you know what, this is the best idea. Year 2 issues happen, year 3 issues could happen. Forget that. So it's a lot of reasons why.
So that answers your question that you brought up. You said I don't know if you brought it up, but why don't the big tech people buy real estate? You kind of proposed that question of why don't they just buy real estate, and why don't they own anything besides like the buildings that they own for the company? And I think what you just said kind of explains why it's not worth it. So they'll just give it to.
I might be wrong about this, but I think it's because I think it's an understanding that they will never really truly own it. At any given point, something can come up. They can bring something up to where, you know what I'm saying, that property ain't yours no more. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's where lawyers come in. They'll protect you from that.
It sounds like a joke, but I think we could do our own gentrification. It's like a joke, right? I'm from a very dangerous area from South Dallas. I see white people walking their dogs. Nobody touching. Everything is peaceful. But somebody that look like me, they want to check me. I got to check in.
I want to say this, Aaron. Thank you for not talking about dick and pussy. How long you been not doing dick and pussy?
It was hard. It was hard, but he did it.
Pause.
No. How long did you hang up the dick and pussy towel?
Let me see here. What's my last? What I do? Let me see here. It just depends. I did my last stream about marriage, right? So it's not really though, because it's not actual about the engagement of it. It's actually the concept. It's actually different. But honestly, the relationship conversations is when I really thought about it, I said, dang, you know what? The one thing everybody can talk about is relationship. The reason why is because they never actually been fixed. We've never actually been a society where relationships actually worked. There's always been breakups, always been heartbreaks. All of the stuff that we discussing now has always been the case. There are just certain variables that exist now that we never scrutinize as much, right? They used to hide your little fast little daughter, whatever. They used to hide her, try to get it's just the methods used have changed a little bit, but the action's still the same. So we never ever gonna get past it because we're never gonna get relationships.
You're never gonna change human behavior, so it's really no point of talking about
interpersonal. He just thanked the man for that, and now we right back on it. So
interpersonal relationships. I'd rather these type of conversations where I could listen to y'all talk about real estate and hear the way you guys talk about markets and shit. And what you guys think about it.
So Aaron, I was a billionaire for like 3 days, right?
Damn.
For word? You went from billionaire to let me shut.
Nah, straight up though, I was a billionaire for like 3 days, and I'm telling you, like, look, I could show you my phone right now. I have my phone. The other day, I was playing blackjack. I got up to about $1 million, and then the game just started making me lose. And once I lost it all, I threw my phone against the wall. That motherfucker don't even come on no more, right?
This the bullshit over?
He lost his login password basically.
No, you should have
when
quit.
I got up to 4 billion on this game once before, and I'm telling you, making $1 million felt like it was enough.
Yo, you should do that on like an app like Robinhood. Just keep buying stocks and
I think that's the
buy and sell
reason
every day.
why. I think that's the reason why you might not see these guys play in certain markets, including real estate, if the turnover ain't really big. Like you know what I'm saying? Like really big. I don't want to do this million ain't enough. I'm gambling 10. You know what I'm saying?
The reason why is it's a lot of reasons they never gonna tell us, but you have to understand these reasons. If you fail in business, right, it looks bad. Like people laugh at Trump. You didn't bankrupt 1,000 times.
That's
and
crazy.
most of the people that know
He's a billionaire.
That's still crazy though.
I'm just saying, if you think about this type of stuff, the risk that comes with running businesses, owning businesses, is that if they fail, you get a reputation for failing businesses as opposed to successful businesses. So better the devil you know than the one you don't.
This is why
Trump is an anomaly because all he has to do is fucking put on a rally, talk a little bit, and then people just donate money to him at this point. So
yeah, like Logic.
That's crazy.
It's called talent. Though. It's called talent.
Everybody be hating on Uncle Logic because he been gone.
No, Uncle got it hurt.
I'm not hating.
Young. I thought he was like 25
I
now.
wish this motherfucker would try to sit here and lie.
I thought the nigga was old. That nigga like 25 years old.
Vote for Trump and 2 donate to his super PAC. Don't lie to us, Logic. We got the receipts. It's online. We can literally Google it. Watch this. Hey Google.
Yo, what's good, Lou?
How much money did Logic donate to Trump? Logic
what up,
donated
what up?
$2.4 million. See what I'm saying?
Nothing wrong with Trump, dude.
You go another Trump supporter.
What up, Sean?
Why you ain't no Trump, dude?
The exact opposite.
What up, big
He is not a Trump supporter. You are.
Yeah, I know he not. I had a conversation with him, and he was going in. Hey, he was sounding like one of my baby mamas. I hate him. I just don't like him. He racist. What did he say that was racist?
He don't like me.
I just think he's incompetent, but he hires the right people around him, kinda. So
all of them the same.
Can
you make me more money?
How many times you stayed at the Trump Tower, Sean? Don't lie. Exactly.
Fucking that motherfucker in the back door.
Cousin be saying, I'll be mad every time.
Men about their sexual desires when your body
I
count
said,
is
I said
47.
never. My bad. My little cousin be saying that.
Whose body count is 47? What the actual fuck?
We have reached the conclusion of the Aaron O Show. Thank you for tuning in. Shout out to JB. Says, dang, y'all spoke for over an hour without mentioning black women. This is record. We did actually the whole show on it. We ain't talking about no black women. But we can do many shows like that. But it's more fun to talk about the ladies. I thank you for tuning in. But we got to get up out of here. We got to go pretend like we're going to light fireworks, that we want to be around family, which we don't. We really want to be the incels that we truly are. I will see you later.